Welcome to the men's room.
Hola!
Hola!
Tom, are you sober or not sober?
Not sober.
All right, Tom, welcome to Big Dummy. Okay, one more year. You taking a pet, a car, your ex, or your job?
I'm going to pet.
You're going to go pet.
What kind of pet do you have?
I got a cat. 19.
19?
That's a good call then.
Wow, man.
You need that pill ASAP.
Still super spry, too.
Yeah,
Crazy.
So, no, other than you knowing how old the cat is, I would not be able to tell by her actions, right?
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
I believe my cat was born like, you say some people have an old man soul. My cat's been lazy forever. She's
Really?
just going to be lazy. So even when she gets, I guess she's 9, 10 years old now, but even when she gets like super old, you can't tell. As far as I can tell, she wakes up and then makes it a point to do nothing and then goes back to sleep. And that is it.
Great life.
And if I go down and visit her, then she will do nothing on my lap. Otherwise, she just does nothing on the couch.
I'm still dropping out birds on the doorstep. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, really?
I don't
Okay.
get it.
That's cool.
Are the birds dead? Does she at least kill
yeah.
them? All right, my old cat, man, I'm in Baltimore. I don't remember where I had to go, but I'm ironing a shirt, which means something important was going on because I think I ironed a shirt one time in my life. And I see something out of the corner of my eye, and when I look down, there's nothing there. So I'm like, all right, maybe it was a floater. Then I kind of hear something and see something again. It's a baby bird that my cat had brought in but had not killed.
No, because you want to play with it.
So now I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So I'm kind of in the corner of my bedroom. The baby bird's in the corner, terrified, obviously. My cat's just sitting in the doorway doing that weird tail flick. Like, oh, I got more plans. So now I felt kind of bad. And I'm like, all right, man. So I pick up this baby bird. And again, it's terrified. It's in the palm of my hand. The cat's trailing right behind me. I open up the slider to the backyard, and I gently launch the bird into the air. I did not anticipate how quickly my cat snatched this thing midair. Oh, just took it out. I felt even worse. I was like, oh, my God. Oh,
It's like skeet shooting.
Basically, that's what it was. It was skeet shooting. I'm just not thinking about it. So I tossed this bird, and my cat just shoo. It's like, okay.
My buddy, him and his wife had this cat that, like, it almost was like a little bobcat.
All right.
So they made, like, a fenced-in area outside and gave it, like, a cat door. But that was the same thing. It kept bringing in, like, half-alive animals.
Well,
That it would catch outside and just be like, here you go.
That's what outdoor cats do. That's why they go out. They go out at night and they hunt.
I had a cat that did that. The girlfriend I was with at the time, she was terrified of mice. So we had the cat. The cat had caught a mouse. But the cat walks into the living room, and the mouse's tail is sticking out of the cat's mouth. And the cat has, like, the puffed out cheeks, right? But the tail is still moving. Like, she lost her mind. I'm like, just eat the goddamn thing. It was a whole disaster. So, yeah, you want another year of that. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Here is your question. The novel The Great Gatsby is set in what decade?
I believe it's the 30s or 20s. 20s.
Whoops, sorry. You're right.
Oh, got it. One and done.
Oh, yeah.
But before we let you go, 50-50 question for you. True or false? The United States is the biggest donut-eating country in the world per capita.
I'm going to go true.
Canada.
It's Canada, believe it or not.
Oh,
Tim Hortons.
Because of Tim Hortons.
Yep, that's it.
Bro,
Timmy's.
that place is no joke. We were up there, we were in Vancouver 2 weeks ago, 2.5, whatever it was. There's a Tim Hortons directly across the street from the volleyball tournament. The coffee was good. I got a chocolate chip muffin that was good. I was telling Ted, they have like a mini French cruller. Ooh.
Yeah.
And just because I was wolfing down the chocolate chip muffin, which was pretty heavy, but I still wanted a French cruller. And I'm like, I cannot believe how small they are. It was so freaking good, man. That place.
Did your kids enjoy that?
Yeah. He's all about it, man.
I bet Timmy's would have a much better breakfast sandwich than that one you were describing.
Bro, that breakfast sandwich, that is the worst breakfast sandwich I've ever had in my life.
Game is Big Dummy, 206-803-ROD.
Hello, Matt. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bicholas.
Oh, yeah. Matty on Team Sober or Team Not Sober?
Team sober.
Welcome to Big Dummy there, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, last one more year. You taking the pet, the car, the ex, or a job?
I'll do a pet also.
Okay.
What's your pet?
Part-time dog.
What time? You said part-time dog?
Yeah, a friend of mine has a dog. I just kind of take her part-time.
Ah,
She
okay.
wants to go.
Oh, wow. I've never had a shared pet.
No. I watched our boss's dog once, and this dog had a very specific diet, which we adhered to. It was only like 2 or 3 days, but he gave us a pizzle stick to give his dog. Anyway, Boss comes back 3 days later, takes his dog home. About 2 hours later, he's like, hey, was my dog all right at your house? I'm like, the dog was absolutely fine. It's like, she just had a stroke, and we took her to the vet. I'm like, bro,
my God.
It was not on me. We followed your directions to a T. I felt. He never asked me to watch his dog again, though. There's that benefit. All right, your question. In the world of explosives, what does TNT stand for?
Dynamite.
That's exactly right. Dynamite. Yeah, I mean, I've heard it, but I couldn't pronounce it right now.
Everyone hears it all the time. Can you remember, Miles?
No.
Trinitrotoluene.
I would have never got that.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, never mind.
No.
Does anyone know the difference between dynamite and TNT?
Ooh.
I don't, because, I mean, they look the same.
I think it's the same.
A couple molecules.
I know you're making that up, but you might be right.
I mean, it's got to be something
There's
like
some
that,
difference.
right?
I just don't know what it is. All right, your question. Joe Shuster is best known for co-creating what superhero?
Spider-Man.
Batman.
Superman.
Oh, Superman.
And that's the name they came up with. You know, later he got Iron Man, Black Panther. Like, just call out a Superman. Okay.
He's super.
He's super. He's a
super.
man. The Superman, yeah. All right, your question. On Sesame Street, which two characters live in an apartment at 123 Sesame Street?
Got to be Bert and Ernie.
Yes,
Gotta
indeed.
be. Yeah. Gotta be Bert and Ernie.
They're the only guys that have an apartment, right? Like, because Oscar's in a trash can.
You're going to have to rub it in. He knows.
Well, the cat lives in a castle.
Did he have
Does
his own
he?
castle?
He's always just hanging on the street. Same with Big Bird. But, like, Bert and Ernie, the only two we really saw at home.
All right, that's a question. Where does Big Bird live? Does he have?
He lives in a nest.
I don't know.
He's a big bird.
I know, but I feel
All
like
birds live
Sesame
in nests.
Street addressed that.
What do you think he can walk into an apartment building with it being 7-8 feet tall?
Do
Well,
penguins live in
basketball.
nests?
I mean, basketball players do it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Miles.
Yeah, do you think it's easy for them to find a hotel with a bed big enough where they're gonna have to sleep diagonal?
I'm just saying, the more you think about it, maybe they were all maybe they didn't live in the neighborhood or they were homeless. But Bert and Ernie are the only two with a domicile.
Right.
Everyone else
Well,
was homeless.
Kermit lives in a pond, right?
Yeah, he had a lily pad, I believe.
Miss Piggy lives on a farm.
Does
she?
Did she?
You're saying that.
Well, that's not Sesame Street. Though.
I mean,
That's Muppets.
That's a good point. Right, she's Muppets. What about Elmo, right? So he's like the big hot star. Where the hell does he live? Because, right, Bert and Ernie we see at home.
I bet
Elmo's a couch surfer.
No, he lives at DuPont Circle.
All right, Capitol Hill, all right.
Game is Big Dummy 206-803. You didn't know that about that?
Yeah.
Elmo's sweet.
Elmo loves everyone. Elmo's a freak.
If anyone would be a freak, it
All
would
right,
be
it's
Elmo.
Elmo.
Listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Odyssey premiere there of the new Evanescence. All of Charles, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4,509. There you go, Ted.
Thank you, bud.
What a large and a charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat on this also positive Friday. The exciting return of Ted versus the FCC coming up. And as Ted got his first win last week on the program, we have a brand new Ted versus the FCC. This comes from our buddy Eric, who says, P.S. Suck it, Ted. And it deals with Connie's Bunt Cake Shop, which is next to her fish shack. And she cooks Bonnie's fish in her bunt out back. People crave Connie's fishy bunt. Apparently, you can smell her bunt from out front.
Huh?
It's Ted versus the FCC coming up at 4:35. You ready
I
to get
like
one?
a bunt cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're delicious.
Actually, you know what they are, generally.
What is a bun cake exactly?
It's just the one with the hole in the middle, but I don't know. Is that a specific recipe, or is it just you put any
So
cake
like
in a
pound
bunt
cake.
pan, and that's a bunt cake, right?
Well, no, because
No.
there's angel food cake.
Thank you.
And that sometimes comes in that pan.
Crap, right?
Yeah, so, bunt cake is a specific cake.
Okay. We'll find out coming up at 4:35 with Ted versus the FCC. Of course, we will drink and toast of the weekend. It's Bad Choice Friday time.
You know it's Bad Choice Friday. It's Bad Choice Friday. You know it's Bad Choice Friday. Hey, man, this is your fault.
Shame on. Men's Room Return of the Red Party and Chess Tournament is tomorrow at Black Raven Brewing in Woodinville. Doors open at 1. Party starts at 2 o'clock.
Yes, indeed.
No originals taking the stage. If you get a ticket, you'll be able to take a six-pack of the Red home. Castle was cool enough. We've got a keg of the Red now sitting in our kegerator.
And we got to try it.
Yeah.
It is really, really... Man, I want to say this about Black Raven. I have not had a beer from them that I don't like.
No. They're all fantastic.
They really are. This is up there, man. This is good.
I wore my Taylor Swift red shirt for the people watching us on YouTube at KISW Rock.
I thought it was just Taylor Swift Day.
No, it's the album Red. It's her shirt from.
Is that the name of the album?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm celebrating the Red today. It's
Yeah,
the return of the
I get
Red.
Thrill and I are more of showgirl era.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Follow you.
Yep.
So the latest thing that just came out.
Yeah, we love Ophelia.
All right. Okay.
Was that album?
I think so.
Okay. I don't know. She just puts out so many albums, man. Like, I
was
really
trying.
don't-
I'm getting the water. It's
Wait,
over my
didn't
head.
she just put... No, that was Adele who did it by age, right?
I thought you were going to wear your Simply Red t-shirt. Holding back the years. We celebrate the return of the Red on a Bad Choice Friday with Toby Keith.
Red Solo.
Sounds like a kid song.
Basically, that it does.
You up, proceed to party.
Like, I can picture kindergartners singing this, having no idea what they're talking about.
Music class, the woman who comes in twice a week or whatever.
I've heard in England they throw American parties, and the Red Solo Cup is a huge part of it.
Oh, that's how you know?
Yeah.
Toby Keith and Red Solo Cup taking on Prince on a Bad Choice Friday.
I believe this is the stickers put on albums.
Yes, that is correct.
This was the one.
This is kind of today is more of a, do you want the better song or the mood song? Red Solo Cup's kind of a mood.
Oh, yeah.
This is a better song.
Right.
By leaps and bounds.
Return of the Red Party, again, doors open tomorrow at 1. The party starts at 2 o'clock. With the purchase of a ticket, you get a six-pack of the Red to take home with you.
Yep.
Keep in mind, if you're 21 years of age or older, you need a ticket to get in. Yes, they will be available at the door. If you want to bring the little ones to hang out, they get in absolutely free. And even if that little one is 20 years old,
Yep.
anybody under the age of 21 is free. If you're 21 and older, you need to buy a ticket, but that includes, again, the six-pack of beer for you to take home. And a performance from the new originals, which is probably worth every penny.
And you can watch people play chess. I mean, like, it does not get better than that.
Good times. What's that guy's name? Josh?
Who? Oh, the guy that...
Is he coming?
I don't know.
I mean, he doesn't even really listen to our
He
show.
listens, the Daily Mix Show. I don't know if he listens to ours or not, but either way. All right, today we're going to talk about your teenage years, and there is a reason, up until the time that you are 18 years old, that you can get away with some really crappy stuff and bad stuff because you're technically not an adult. Yes, there are a couple years after that where you are, too.
Right.
But after that point in time, man, you are pretty well given a lot more leniency as far as the law goes. Now, if you damage property, that could be on your parents.
Sure.
There's a whole lot of ways that you can get in trouble. Also, on the flip side, a lot of kids, as you said, they do good things.
I didn't say a whole lot of kids. I said some kids do some great things in their teen years.
Yeah.
I don't know about a whole lot, but I'll put it this way. A whole lot more do dumb stuff, and you should. That is the time in life to get it out of your system.
Yep. Parents out of town, what's the first thing on your mind? I'm going to throw a party.
That's what I
Thinking
did.
to yourself that the neighbors that you've known your whole life will never say anything to your parents when they get back. Like, what a rager your kid threw on Friday night. Like, you become oblivious to every single thing. Like, I can get away with this. And the answer is no. No, you can't.
My neighbors did not dime me out. Honest to God, my mother looked at a round candlestick. I still do not understand how this worked. Looked at a round candlestick sitting on a fireplace mantle from 20 feet away. And before I realized that was her key, she said, "You throw a party." She was already pissed. Like there was.
Well, who
I
touched
couldn't
it?
lie
Who
about
moved it? Why are people touching crap? That's back to the teenagers.
Because teens do that, right?
Correct.
If I threw a party at my house now, my wife was going out of town. She said, "Don't throw a party." I could probably get away with it because the adults you invite, we would just sit around, drink, probably trash the basement a little bit.
It would also be kind of weird.
It would be.
If you're like,
my
hey,
wife said I can't throw a party.
Look. If you're throwing a party, the problem with it is, back in the day anyway, word gets around. So even though you have your core group of people that you've invited to these parties, you're going to get some outliners, and they're the ones that are probably going to rob you blind, destroy stuff because they don't really know you that well.
And they don't care.
Yeah, and it's
We did it.
It's a party.
Yeah, I was going to say.
We're going to throw down. We kind of know these people. Know a few people who invited us to the party, but not my house, not my problem. We're going to throw down and get messed up, and that's when bad stuff can happen as well.
And also, when you're that age, you do stuff that as an adult you can look at and go, "That's crazy." Like I remember being at a house party, and somehow it turned into dudes shirtless, like doing wind sprints up and down the street. But it's like 10:30, 11 at
You're
night.
right. Yeah.
Right? But like at the time, it didn't seem that crazy. But
Because
now
every party was like that.
right, but now I'm thinking about it. If I just saw a bunch of teenagers, like eventually I'd be like, "What are you guys doing?"
Mm-hmm. And if you looked at the social media post, you'd be like, "That's my house."
That's why I'm so
That's
glad
my
social
house.
media did not exist.
Why?
back then.
What is going on in my house right now?
Oh, yeah.
I was smart enough to tell my neighbors the one time I threw a party. The neighbors across the street were younger,
All right.
so they were kind of like, and I just said, "Hey, just do me a favor. Just come over and find me if it's
Yes.
out of control." And they were like, "Okay." And then the neighbors to the left of us, I mean, it sounds bad. The guy was just kind of a dorky dude. So I told him the same thing. So the neighbors across the street were fine.
Yeah.
But then, of course, a fight broke out because we mixed up the Laurel crowd with the Greenbelt crowd. And I just remember a dude getting thrown up against a window, and I could see down like a basement window, and the dude next door was shook. I mean, he was so scared. So I just ran over, knocked on his door, and I said, "I'm kicking them all out. Please don't call the cops."
And it's what's weird in your teen years, that there is that friction, whether it's like from rival high schools or girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever the
Something
deal.
stupid.
There's always some dumb crap. And then you get older and you realize, like, if you meet somebody from your hometown as an adult somewhere else other than your hometown,
Super happy
you're
to
best
see it.
friends.
Oh, yeah.
What high school did you go to?
Oh, I hated that high
The
school.
rival. Cool.
Yeah.
I hated them. But now you're best buds. But when you're that age, you're not. This is like the biggest enemy you could ever have in your life is whoever these people are on that side of town, or whoever these people are who go to this school or play for that team, or whatever the deal
You
is.
do it in sports when you travel.
Yeah.
Right? Like as a Seahawks fan, you hate the Niners. But like this summer, if I'm in Ireland and I see a Niners fan, I'll be like, "Yo!"
And you'll talk
Yeah.
smack, but it's happy smack.
Yeah.
Right.
It's fine. You're drinking beer. A guy talked to me yesterday, all right? Miles and I were outside smoking. This guy's like, "Hey, man." I don't remember him. He's like, "I was your neighbor in Greenwood." Oh, he said, "I was your neighbor." I'm like, "Where?" He's like, "You lived across from the rickshaw." I'm like, "All right." He's like, "I was in the party house next door." All right, so
All right.
there were two groups of people that were in this house, but the owner always rented it out to late teens, early college students. And he goes, "We used to throw all the parties all the time." It's the first thing he said. And I said, "I do remember that." And he said, "Man, you were pretty cool about it." I said, "Look, I get the age. You know what I mean? So I did not care. You're going to make noise, but nothing crazy happened." And then I brought up the one time my fence got knocked down. He goes, "That wasn't us. We had moved out when that happened." He gave me
All
the
right.
year he moved out, so he's right. So at this point, 3 young girls had taken over this house. I was in New Orleans when the fence got knocked down, all right? But they throw a party every weekend. No big deal. It is what it is. My wife calls me in New Orleans and says, "Look, they had a party, and to your point, 2 guys got in a fight over a girl about whatever. One of the guys basically got thrown through the fence came down." I said, "Well, you need to let them know I am out of town. I will be back at that time about 36 hours. That fence needs to be back up and repaired by the time I get home,
Yeah.
and they won't have any problems." So my wife handled her business, as she said, early the next morning. She's like, "I knew they were hungover." And she just screamed, explained the situation. The girl said, "Well, we don't know what to do. We don't have the money." Now, my wife was a little more forgiving. She calls me and says, "Look, man, they don't have the cash." I said, "This is not my problem." So when I get back to Seattle and I arrive home, that effing fence needs to be up, or they're going to have to deal with me. They don't want to do that. When we landed, the fence was back up completely. I don't know what they did.
They fixed it.
But my wife put the fear of God. But the only time I said something during one of the parties, same thing. I hear this guy just raging out front. He's pissed. He's shirtless. We've all seen this guy, right? His buddies are trying to calm him down. And again, it had something to do with the girl inside. I don't know the whole thing. I'm on my balcony smoking a cigarette, right? So I'm just kind of watching this thing. And as he's, venting to his friends about what that bitch did, he slammed his hand down on the hood of my car. And that's when I said, "Hey, man." And they all looked up. I said, "I know you got S going on right now." I said, "If you touch my vehicle again, I'm going to come downstairs and I'm going to end you. Do you understand?" He's like, "I'm so sorry." I'm like, "Get it together." I don't care. I don't even care if you scream in front of my house. I get it. If you touch my goddamn car again, that's the last thing you're going to do. Do we understand each other? "I do. I'm sorry." Then he put a shirt on and went back inside.
Everything's cool.
Yeah.
It's just so dumb. But that's when I felt old. I'm like, I am now officially the old man.
Well, when you're worked up with your friends too, and then somebody from the outside says something, it almost just kind of snaps you out of it.
And he was pissed, and I get it. He was drunk, and like, dude, I completely get it. Don't touch my car. That's what, like, kick the sign down the street. Keep yelling. It's so
kind of
cool.
But when you're a kid, it's like
You don't think about it.
One guy used to kick my ass like twice a week on the way home. I mean, for years. It was just what we did.
Yeah.
We just squared up. He was also 2 years older because he failed.
I think that's what we did. I took a beating, and he did.
Basically, yeah. You mean he just waited for me and beat my ass? You know what I mean? But I
Tough
saw,
guy, 2 years older.
When we got to high school, we played football together, and you know, we were in the same class. He was just 2 years older. Like,
He sounds brilliant.
well, okay, I'll give you an idea. He used to drive me to junior high sometimes and pick me up. Even okay, I'm in
8th grade?
I'm in 9th grade, 8th grade. Our junior high was to 9th grade. There was only 3 years
But
of high
you're still
school.
in the same
I
class.
mean, I went
we're
to
still
8th
the
grade twice. My birthday's late in December, so like I was still basically the same age.
Yeah.
The next year.
But you know what?
I just went from being young in the class to being.
But we saw each other like later in life, always giving each other a hug.
Of course.
I throw him crap on Instagram to this day. You know, we both love seeing each other and hanging out. We hated each other growing up.
Of course.
There was a guy I played football with. He was a quarterback at one of our rival schools, Grafton. And this guy was good. And I almost beat his ass twice, but every single time something would happen. And I mean, and he would come back and win the game and just piss me off. So then, you know, I think, matter of fact, he even picked me off one game.
Right.
Like not only did he, you know, score like 20 more points than we did, he picked me off and ran into the end zone for a touchdown. I'm like, this guy.
Did he give you the Dion?
I hate this guy. So, so in baseball, I would throw at his head because
That's fair.
I hated him.
Right.
And he would throw at mine if he was pitching. So it was one of these things. But we both ended up playing college football, and he ended up going to Pitt. But he played quarterback at Pitt, and I was just a fourth string punter for the West Virginia Mountaineers.
Yeah.
But at the end of the game, you know, I ran out on the field. We saw each other, give each other a big hug. He's like, "I hate you," and I'm like, "I hate you too, man. Great game."
All right.
Just weird, you know. You grow up. So our question: good or bad? What is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK. Grover ain't a freak.
Tickle me.
Hello, it's right
Chuck.
there. Hello, Tom. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola. Tommy, playing for Team Sober?
I am.
Okay. What is going to last one more year, Tom? Are you taking your pet, your car, your ex, or a job?
The car, probably.
Okay, what kind of car you drive?
I have a Nissan truck.
How old is it?
It's only a couple years old, but it's honestly probably the best option of the other three.
Okay. What are you driving, a Frontier?
Yes, actually, it's not bad. It's a good truck.
Okay.
Good truck.
Do you have any pets?
No, we don't.
Okay, good. Because you said this is the best option of the three. And I'm like, if this man has pets, and he's like, F them.
Do you have an ex?
Well, I do, but I haven't seen any of them in probably 3 decades.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Damn. Okay. All right, here's your question. In what state would you find Yale University?
That's New Haven, Connecticut, I think.
Boom. One
I
and
just
done,
asked
Tom.
the state, brother.
Nice job.
All right. All right, before we let you go, true or false? According to scientists, roughly 1 in 12 Rams are gay.
True.
1 in how many?
They say about 1 in 12. For whatever reason, they say
What do you
they
think it is, Aaron Donald?
exhibit exclusive same-sex
Puka?
preferences. Puka want a polka.
I don't know.
I want a puka.
So many options.
Got to do a little stat about the
Hey,
Rams.
brother, can I puka?
Game's Big Dummy, 206-803. It's always the kicker, kid.
My puka face. Hello, Derek. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola. Derek, sober, not sober?
Sober.
Welcome to Big Dummy. Okay, one's going to last for one more year. You taking your pet, car, ex, or a job?
I love my cat. My car is about to die, but I'd give it to the ex.
You would give it to the ex.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
What, is she in prison for life or something, or what?
She's passed.
Oh, damn.
Wow, that got dark.
Okay. Is that why she's an ex?
Not necessarily. We had split up for 3 or 4 years before.
Okay. All right.
That still sucks.
But she has a kid, so it's like, ugh.
Way to bring the room down, Derek. You know, we're just trying to have fun, man.
And Derek, I hate to tell you, but that doesn't count.
But,
If I can't bring Tigger back.
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I'm sorry. That's a horrible story, but we got to play by the rules.
I love that you still
Okay,
come
well,
over the top of rules. Like, man, that's a sad story.
I don't care about
it. Doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't. Not in this poll.
Then my poor car. It did.
All right. There you go. That's a terrible, tragic story. You know, left the kid behind. But it doesn't count here.
All right, the car. Yeah, she's already gone. You can't count it.
All right. All right, Ted.
Yeah, I'm going to hell.
All right. I'll see you there.
We'll all be there.
Wow. We got a tea time at 8 a.m., Miles. You'll be good to go.
Right.
Yeah. Don't ask for leniency from the Honorable Judge D. Tex.
Beautiful course. Winds the river Styx.
Yeah.
Smoke all the things we watched.
All right. Derek, here's your question. Botticelli's Birth of Venus features a goddess floating in the ocean on what?
Jelly? I have no idea.
Did you say jelly?
Now, what is it again? Now?
I literally have no idea.
You've seen this before. So, Botticelli's Birth of Venus features a goddess floating in an ocean on what?
Good. You know, look, I'm talking about chess.
It is good for chess. I mean,
Correct.
Playing 4D chess, as it were, this is good for what it is you do because it will create interest. And sadly, if their goal is to generate interest, then this is the best thing that can happen for them.
And people say who they're playing 4D chess, they're not.
Yeah, most of the time.
No, in the news.
Yeah, but it's a super good show. Again, Netflix Untold Checkmates. I mean, granted, to that guy that hated the idea of the golf tournament, I wouldn't have watched that show last night, but I was like, wait a minute, we're having a chess tournament. I got to see what's going on. And I mean,
See what Josh has done?
Thanks, Josh. I was enthralled. I'm telling you, watch it this weekend. It'll blow your mind. And it's the same way like today, right?
No, watch it. Play chess with us at the party tomorrow.
You could, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
I want to watch 4D chess.
I want to watch it too.
I do have some Brown Bear vouchers, coupons, whatever. A ton of them. If you're interested, please let me know.
I am.
I am too.
Yeah, okay. All the crap my wife had to do at the school, somehow we ended up with just millions of these things.
Yeah, and Miles, not to cut you off, I understand NASA is super smart. It is wild to me. They said that thing would land. I was looking at it at 507. I mean, it landed like right before it turned 508.
Yeah, and it's there. They have landed. They have made it back.
That is wild.
They're better than commercial airlines.
Yeah.
By
getting you there
leaps
on
and
time.
bounds.
Getting you there on
They're
time.
coming from the dark
And you know
side
what
of the
else?
moon.
They didn't lose their goddamn bags either.
No. They can get all the food they want.
They didn't have to go through TSA when they came through the atmosphere. So much easier.
They do have to go through customs.
When they get to Houston?
No, actually, when they landed on the moon, as ridiculous as this sounds, right? So, 1969 through 72, the guys that physically landed on the moon, when they got back, they had to go through customs.
Well, yeah, man, the soundstage was in Canada. Connie's Bunt Cake Shop is next to Bonnie's Fish Shack. Connie cooks Bonnie's fish in her bunt out back. People crave Connie's fishy bunt. You can smell her bunt from out front.
3 times fast.
Connie's Bunt Cake Shop is next to Bonnie's Fish Shop. Connie cooks Bonnie's fish in her bunt out back. People crave Connie's fishy bunt. You can smell her bunt from out front.
1.
Connie's Bunt Cake Shop is next to Bonnie's Fish Shack. Connie cooks Bonnie's fish in her bunt out back. People crave Connie's fishy bunt. You can smell her bunt from out front.
2.
Connie's Bunt Cake Shop is next to Bonnie's Fish Shack. Connie's cooks Bonnie's fish in her bunt out back. People crave Connie's fishy bunt. You can smell her bunt from out front.
Oh.
Another win. 2 in a row.
Let's go.
2 in a row.
There we go.
So one time I tripped this very big brother, and he's probably 15 years older than me at the time. Well, he figured it out. So he stumbled. He stopped dead, just turned around and looked at us, and we're waiting for him to apologize. And then we realize he's shooting his daggers, and he gets about another foot closer to us. And immediately we're like, we are so sorry. He's like, yo, them bombs need to stop. We never did it again after.
Yeah.
I mean, that was it, man.
Did you ever, God, it sounds so stupid. I bet it's still funny today. But we would drive around in like touristy, like the most crowded area you could, like in College Park. Sometimes we do it in D.C. And we would honk. But we would wave the other way. Yeah, right. So if the sidewalk's on the right, like you got 4 dudes in there, you honk the car, but then you're all waving the other way. Yeah. And out of the corner of your eye, you can see somebody waving at you.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You're just like, dumbass.
I know.
Best prank I ever pulled in high school.
It is stupid, but it's funny.
I think
like we were you're bored, and there was no social media, so it was like
that's what you did.
Yeah, we used to do mailbox baseball, and I don't know if it's better or worse. Like nobody was drinking. No. We were just teenagers driving around, and we were bored. But we got so bored with mailbox baseball, and I've told this story, that we started doing. You get in a 3-point stance, and then you'd fire off, and you'd knock over somebody's mailbox.
Yeah.
So we were doing this. That wasn't enough. So then we started honking the horn so people could see us. You fire off. But we did it once. And I could still see that poor kid's face in like this bay window.
It still haunts you, doesn't it?
It does it. Yeah, he's just screaming bloody murder. I mean, it looked like we had kicked his dog.
Well, the guy on the
And we never did it after that because we were convinced we had scarred this kid for life.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah. The story I told you a couple weeks ago about
he's a fear of mailboxes in football.
Today, we toast your Seattle Mariners. Oh. That's right. After retiring as number 51 last season, the Mariners, they unveiled a statue celebrating the iconic Ichiro Suzuki earlier today outside of T-Mobile Park. Now, the bronze statue depicts Suzuki in his signature pose. We all know it. One arm extended while holding a bat, tugging on the sleeve. Anyway, a crowd gathered. The tarp covering the statue was removed for the great unveiling as they did a countdown. And that's when things got awkward. There's no other word to say it for this. The bronze bat on the statue was broken and very hard to ignore. Which made it worse is, if you have not seen the video, it's not like it was broken and laying on the ground. When they pulled the tarp off, it's still kind of dangling, so it's bouncing back and forth. In other words, even if you didn't notice at first, you could not take your eyes off of the bat bouncing back and forth. And this all happened in spite of the explosion and plumes of blue and green confetti, and you're supposed to cheer. Fellow Hall of Famer Ken Griffey Jr., he's also in attendance there. He covered his face because it was that bad. And Ted, you said the sculptor, who's a Chicago artist, I believe, they did a close-up of him. He's just mortified.
Correct. What did they do?
That was the best thing I've seen in weeks.
What did they do to my boy?
She shared a video of herself being treated by doctors and joked that she wants to know when her superpowers are going to kick in. Quote, it wouldn't be an AC/DC tour if I didn't get bit. A massive spider decided to take a chunk out of me, and its venom did a number on my system. So I've had to have the wonderful doctors in Mexico come and try to fix this. And deliver quite the shot before the show last night. Add to the set list, Spider-Woman, Batgirl, whatever you want.
I'd say if you got to get a superpower, man, you want to go Batman, you go in Spider-Man. I'm taking Spider-Man. No doubt.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I'll go Batman.
Well, he doesn't really have superpower.
Yeah, he doesn't have a superpower.
He's a badass fighter. He's a cool guy. He's got a lot of money. You know what? Just for the money alone, maybe I go Batman.
Yeah, and you get a private butler.
Because Peter Parker's broke.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the story about people that have stopped buying Doritos and other name brand snacks because they become too expensive.
Yeah.
A 7-pound bag. That's what Walmart is selling right now.
$7.
$7 bag. Yeah, 7 pounds.
A 7-pound bag. You got
$7
7
pounds. It's got to be a lot of
Doritos. Yeah.
Ooh, what you want to know how drunk you can get tonight? I'll tell you right now, you never get as drunk as Tony the Tiger on his 33rd birthday. When we were done drinking all the whiskey, he made a little cocktail out of fermented black licorice Windex, and we distilled that through some used Band-Aids that we found on the bottom of a hobo's foot. Turns out that those Band-Aids from the hobo's foot added a little extra kick, and as far as going blind and drunk, well, Tony the Tiger was blind for 7 years. Believe it or not, and most people don't know this, Justin Cheetah filled in for him for 7 years in the 80s promoting the cereal while Tony went to rehab. But I'm glad to say he's back off the wagon and he's pissed drunk right now. Crunch berries.
Now he's got this structure that looked like, a pillar that you would put like on either side of a driveway.
Yeah.
Like you could hold a gate on it kind of thing. But inside of it tucked was the mailbox. And I'm like, all right, I got to get him. So once he got done doing that, it was still wet, Ted. It was still wet, all right? The mortar was still wet. I put two together. That night went over there and just took that thing out to the ground. I mean, I completely annihilated that. Everything he just did. Well, you shouldn't have shot at us. That was the way I looked at it.
What do you think now?
I think it was the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life.
I'll show him. Can't go on his property.
Yeah, you see if you can make a mailbox that I can't blow up, buddy. That was my thought process.
Hey, you're lucky you didn't blow yourself up.
Oh, no, I put long waterproof wicks on that.
No, just the idea of, what are you, 15, 16?
13.
Just the idea of a 13-year-old sitting there making bombs. I'm like, that sounds like a terrible, terrible idea.
Well, if you know what you're doing. I mean, look, it was basically for musket season and for shotgun, and, buckshots.
Ted's right.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
We hear you. Ted's right.
See, go back to when your kids were 13, not the adults they are now.
No.
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the men's room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4510. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and my cock. And you, Hardman's Room. On tap today, once again, we will sit and spin. And good news today, we are all going to Cleveland.
Yay!
For the 2026 inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We will play Profile This, plus headlines, a men's room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted.
Click, clack, jiggity, jam.
All right, here we go. A couple spikes of lasagna with drugs, then feeds it to their family. Meanwhile, a Florida woman said she could speed because of her car and the brand, clocked at 123. Michigan man buys a house next to his ex-wife and builds a statue of a giant middle finger. A man rescues a loon caught in the fishing line as a risk of a high tide did linger. And a New York woman has a pillow fight with a roommate after lighting the pillow on fire. Oh. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, we go to New York State, where 67 skiers had to be rescued from a chairlift after a mechanical issue shut it down. Now, the skiers, they were stranded for almost 5 hours dangling above the mountain, but the main concern of the dangling skiers, peeing and pooping in their ski suits. Not falling to the ground, but soil themselves. That was their concern. But look, some people have to worry about that more than others. Research suggests that nearly half of all women suffer from stress urinary incontinence. Basically, if you pee when you sneeze, you just might have stress urinary incontinence. And whether you have stress urinary incontinence or not, when you gotta go, you gotta go. At the Masters this weekend, golfer Jose Luis Ballester, he really had to pee. So at hole 13, he snuck off to a nearby creek to relieve himself. It wasn't quite as private a moment as he had hoped. He found out when the crowd roared with applause upon his return. But to his credit, he said, look, I would do it again. Side note, the Masters pointed out there's a bathroom very close to the 13th hole. They're not finding it as funny as him. But like we said, when you gotta go, you gotta go. But that doesn't mean that you will. The Artemis II astronauts, they dealt with a malfunctioning toilet during their 10-day journey to the moon, but instead of soiling themselves, they just held it. But no one, and I mean no one, tops a man named Lamar Chambers. This was the guy that swallowed drugs before his arrest. Police charged him with possession, put him in jail, and waited for him to pass the evidence. And they finally released him because he wouldn't poop for the 47 days that he was in there. But we can only imagine what happened on day 48 when he got home. And then we have a story out of Bremerton that basically inspired today's question. It just had the words, crisis of the bowels. And when we get to that story, you'll understand what it's all about. But that is what inspired today's question. So following suit, today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, is when did you have a crisis of the bowels?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send your emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock.
You believe them.
We left before that even got to that point.
Yeah, a couple guys, I certainly believe them. I'm like, dude, no, that guy said he's going to get a gun. He's going to, and the difference is he's not going home to get his gun.
He's going out to his car.
He's walking to his car. Let's just go.
I mean, this is ghetto, but the best one I had was that we were leaving a party. It was not in a great neighborhood.
Yeah.
And as we come out, there's a guy sitting there literally putting bullets into a clip.
Oh, Jesus.
Right? So we know it's time to go, right? And it's like, this is like,
you don't want to get one more?
There's a few of my high school buddies. This is more of a neighborhood party. And then this other dude I knew was like, Pretty T, you got to say what's up to my man. He's like, oh, heard about you. Good to meet you, brother.
Was that the guy loading
the guy loaded the gun. We like dap it up. He's chatting. And then I think he even said something like, you probably do want to leave. Or just, I was like, oh my God.
Okay.
I like, hey, say what's up to my man.
Yeah, they were just having a good old time. No biggie.
Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Chris. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola, brothers.
Hola.
Gonna give you your choice today. Lighthearted or debauchery?
Oh, we'll go bad.
We'll go bad. Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad because no one got in trouble over it all, but the ages of it were pretty fun nonetheless. Early 80s, Idaho. Used to be able to get your driver's license when you were 14 years old.
14? Wow.
And,
all right.
Yeah, daylight hours only.
Okay.
But you could drive during the daytime. Sunlight to sundown was pretty good in the springtime, right? We had a few buddies of ours going skiing. Buddy had a little Mazda GLC. We picked up a half gallon of vodka and a couple big jugs of OJ and proceeded to split screwdrivers all the way up to Schweitzer from Coeur d'Alene. Now,
how long of a drive is that? How long is that?
It's about 50 miles, maybe.
Okay.
But the best part about this is at 1981, I was 15 years old.
Okay.
So we're driving up skiing, splitting up a half gallon of vodka with some buddies, 4 of us in a car, age 15, daylight driver's license only, heading up to go skiing for the day.
And you did not get caught?
Oh, God, no, man. Back in those days, never.
I was going to ask, so when did they really start enforcing the drunk driving rule? Because we saw video about a year ago. They were showing old clips from different cities around the country when they announced that, like, hey, they're going to roll back. You can't drink and drive. Yeah. And all these people, and it looked like maybe late 70s, early 80s. But it's just funny to hear one guy's just like, oh, now, come on, man. I mean, like, I've been at work all day. You're telling me I can't open a couple of cans on my drive home?
What happened was the feds started cutting off money for the highways. And if you did not comply with those types of things, then you lost your federal funding. So I think Montana was one of the last states that still had an open container law where you could have an open container in your car. You could be sipping on that beer. But if you didn't blow past a certain point, you were fine.
They didn't care, right.
But then they lost their highway funding. So then they're like, okay, well, you had to raise your drinking age to whatever the federal level was because states had those rights. I mean, it was like 18, then some states bumped it up to 19, and then everyone just jumped on board with 21.
And they were like, look, you still have states' rights. You just won't get federal funding.
Yeah.
It's almost like the weed thing, right?
Yeah.
So like, you can legalize it. You can't deal with the banks or anything like that.
Well,
But
we
it's
had a teacher when I was in high school, and he explained to us, he was like, look, like people, it used to be an excuse.
It was.
Like, be like, oh, I didn't mean to hit that car. I was drunk. But he was trying to impress upon us, like, that is not the way it is anymore. Do not drink and drive.
There's also a lot of cops who would say, hey, follow me.
Yeah. We know
you're
you're
not
drunk.
too far away from here. Just follow. Just follow me home.
I remember there was when we lived out in the woods, a Camaro. I slept through this, which my parents couldn't believe. But I guess in the middle of the night, this guy wrapped his Camaro around a tree. Obviously woke my parents up. They went out there and dealt with it. So the next morning, my parents were telling me and my brother this. We're like, what? And they're like, you can still see the wreckage outside. We're like, how do we sleep through this? I was like, what happened? And my dad's like, oh, well, the cops showed up, and the guy, he had like 5 or 6 beers. And just because of the times, we were like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And so my dad wasn't offended. The cops, he did not get arrested. It's like, oh, no, they took him to the hospital, but that's... And it did not occur to anyone that, like, maybe this isn't a good idea. It was just like you said, that is the excuse for any bad thing you did.
Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Which is just insane.
But it's just the times, you don't think about it, but it made sense. The reason I drove into this tree is because I was behind the wheel and I was hammered all of a sudden. They're like, oh, that makes complete sense. I mean, that was it. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it was the same thing with the seatbelts, right? There's a lot of people who are like, I'm not wearing my seatbelt.
Oh, yeah, that was a big thing.
Like, if I got in somebody's car now and they were driving, like, I'd be like, why isn't your seatbelt on?
Put your damn seatbelt on.
Like, it seems insane to me.
Typically now the car won't stop dinging until you do it.
Or you get in the car and it does it for you. I was pretty just like
that. The Topaz had an automatic seatbelt.
Did it still work?
That did.
Okay.
Yep. That was the one thing
kind of attached to the door.
Correct.
You just slid underneath it. Close the door.
And then it had a little belt lap belt that you were supposed to use. But yeah, the one across your chest, it automatic.
Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Angela. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola.
Hey, first off, thank you guys for always helping in the afternoons to put smiles on our faces. Sometimes life gets a little rough, and it's nice to be able to step away for a second and have a little fun. So my story rolls like this. As a teenager out with my buddy who trouble seemed to follow, we were trying to find a nice little secluded spot to go have a little smoke. And we were in our 1970-something wood panel station wagon, and we get driving down this little dirt road and keep pushing a little further, get down to where there's a washout, no going any further. So we try to back ourselves up, no go, we get stuck. Back in those days, no cell phones to call for help. We hiked ourselves all the way up out of there, hit a road, and God was watching out for us. There was a tow truck driver sitting right up at the top of the hill. So we approached this guy, young guy. We absolutely beg him to come down and help us. He's telling us, man, I really can't do it. I'm going to get in trouble. We said, dude, you got to help us, So he makes the bad mistake to come down and help us, gets his tow truck down in there, gets hooked up to us, tries starting to pull us out. Now the station wagon is starting to slide off the side of a, decent-sized little, I don't want to call it a cliff, but a nice little hillside.
All right.
And so he's got to stop. He can't unhook us from his rig, so he's got to call back to his boss. They send out another tow truck. They get out, assess the situation, figure we need the big monster tow truck, so they got to run back to the shop, get the other big tow truck, bring it down, and it turned into this whole cluster, you-know-what, trying to rig up these tow trucks. So they had to run line from the top of the hill with the big rig down to the one he had gotten stuck, try to pull us up, and it was like pull us 20 feet, move him up 20 feet, pull us up 20 feet, move him 20 feet. So it was a mess, and we did finally get ourselves out of there, but I'm pretty sure that kid lost his job that day.
Oh, no.
How long did the process take?
All in all, and I was supposed to be home. I'm young. I got my butt in trouble for not getting home on time. I would say we were probably sitting there for at least 3 hours trying to get this all worked out.
3 hours?
Jesus.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we worked probably close to an hour just with him, because he knew he was going to get in trouble, so he was trying to get himself out of there too. And it was just a mess, because there was a 90-degree turn we had to make, and it was at that 90 degrees that he lost. And, it was just a mess. But we got out of there and somehow survived.
Damn. Okay.
I don't know if
That's
it's
scary.
better or worse not having cell phones back in the day. Right?
I think it's better. Well, it depends on the situation.
If you're legitimately in trouble, you'd want to reach out to your parent. And look, rarely was I actually in trouble. They did not need to know anything I was doing. But just when you didn't have a cell phone, you might get home late, and your parents could ask what you were doing. You could almost give any answer, whatever seemed most plausible but was not necessarily accurate, because there was no way to verify it. Right? There was nothing. There was no cell phone. There was absolutely. So if you just said, well, because we know you weren't, and sometimes parents played their hand, well, we know you weren't at Devin's house. So I'm like, okay, check that from, we were, man, we're hanging out on the golf course. Look, maybe I'm lying. Maybe they even know I'm lying, but there was absolutely no way
Clifton?
to prove that to be true. Yes, but in that case, but here's the weird.
Listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Hello, Macholos, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4510. What a large and in charge program we have for each day on this beautiful Tuesday in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed future repeats. Once again, we'll sit and spin today the 2026 inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
How many different people do they induct a year?
This year,
a set number, or
they
does it change?
I don't know, but this year they are doing 8. Well, 8 musicians. They've always got their
right.
musical excellence awards, their Amit Erdogan Award, performing categories. Those are the musicians that get in. The Early Influencer Award as well.
All right.
So all those, there's probably by the end of the night, 20 people that get into the Hall of Fame and whatever walk of life they come from in the music industry. Now, as far as the actual bands and artists, this you could argue that this is a weird class if you're a music head. I think that a lot of these bands, you're going to say, hey, it's about time.
Okay.
Others, they are well deserved to be in here. Others, they're not my speed, but I understand why they are here.
Does that mean they are 10 miles away from rock and roll, as it were?
Pretty much.
Okay.
There was some...
It does change from year to year. How many get in?
Okay.
It does change.
So just whatever they vote for. There were some notable, I don't know if snub is the right word, but basically anybody who is nominated, not the inductees, but the nominees, they have had to have had a album produced and put out 25 years before the date of the induction.
Correct.
So those are, the parameters on this. And when you think about it, like Green Day, they're either eligible or almost eligible.
They got to be eligible by now, right?
It's been 20 years or it's been 25. I'm not sure. Linkin Park is on that bubble.
Okay.
There are a number of bands where you go, what? Like Bush or whoever. And you're like, oh, my God. Like
They've been around that long.
The time has gone by.
I know your girl Mariah Carey got snubbed.
She did.
I believe this is the third time. She's nominated in 21, 23,
But
and then
believe it or
again
not,
this year.
she's featured in one of the artists that got in's biggest songs.
Oh, really?
Yes. So she
Is that weird?
kind of gets
She easily
She has
qualified.
so many number one hits.
Sorry, she's
and,
not
and
my
like, look,
speed,
there's
but-
other people in there that are not rock and roll. Like, she's kind of got to go in.
Yeah.
Once they put Madonna in, and I was going that, but I'm like, after that, you just open the door to whoever else. So Mariah Carey, while she is not even remotely my favorite, to your point, Ted, the woman puts out, number one hits constantly. It's all she did. Doesn't she own the record or something like that?
I think she does.
It's almost a point now where just think of it as, if you think of it as the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But when you do that, you exclude country. You exclude all these other genres. Technically,
well, they have the Country Music Hall of Fame.
They
so
do,
I think,
and that's separate. But they also have like the R&B Hall of Fame. They all have individual ones, but this seems to be the biggest one of them all.
Yeah.
So, look, Kenny G should be in there in some type of musical fashion. Whether you want to believe it or not, he is one of the best of that genre. So should
Who else is in that genre?
John Tesh.
Name one more.
He should be in that genre.
We got John Tesh. We got Kenny
All right.
G.
Well, that's all. Look, that's all.
Yanni?
Going to smooth. Okay,
Is
maybe Yanni's smooth rock. I don't know. Smooth jazz.
Can you
whatever.
pull up some Yanni, Mike? I know his name, but I'm honestly
Yanni
not
rocks.
familiar.
As far as that, he does not do that genre of smooth jazz.
What
Yanni-
does he do? Like, I know his name. He's the butt of
there's
jokes.
people at some point. There's Yanni fans out there. They will email in, and then I don't know. I've seen people one day just kind of nonchalantly be like, "You ever listen to Yanni?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "I'm like, oh, are you a Yanni person now?" Once people get into it, they love it.
They've got a huge orchestra. They still have electric guitars. The drummers go
Yanni
off.
does.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
Yanni
I don't question his musicianship.
There's some synth in there.
Right.
But for the most part, he's rocking. It's like a trans Siberian orchestra of just
TSO kicked ass.
normal music. Not normal music, but music that isn't This might not be the best example of Yanni.
Based on what you were just saying.
This has the most listens by a long shot, dude. 56 million.
Okay, so if you're a Yanni fan, this is his stairway to heaven, is what you're telling me.
Pretty much.
It probably takes a minute to build.
Yeah, Yanni's one of those guys. Here, fast forward through that a little bit.
This is halfway through. Nope, this one just stays slow. What about In the Morning Light?
Well, see, that just already sounds like it's going to be.
I mean, you said he rocks.
Well, there are times when he rocks.
Come on, man.
Look,
even if you like this, you cannot say that
every
this rocks.
artist needs a song where you can go to the bathroom, Steve.
Well, so far he's got 2 out of 2.
Yeah, you could go poop.
What about In the Mirror?
All right, so I got In the Mirror.
In the Mirror.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, man, he picks this one right up.
Are you sure Yanni rocks, bro?
Well, there's a build in all of it.
I understand.
It's kind of like a Bernie Top and Elton John song. They crescendo at the end.
Yeah, but it kind of starts good, too.
Well, sometimes.
This is 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the song.
I don't think Yanni rocks.
Them fingers twirl, man.
You sure?
Is this a video?
No. I'm just hearing it.
You can picture his fingers gliding over the ivories.
I would put Reflections of Passion on there, but that doesn't sound like it's going to throw down.
All right.
Reflections of Passion.
See, this is going to be the same credit. Maybe he doesn't rock.
No.
Well, I have heard some songs where he rocks. I just don't know what the hell they are.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I think somebody lied to you and said, "Oh, it's Yanni," and you're listening to Megadeth or something.
Well, like you said, you know the Yanni heads.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen his videos. I feel like it was a little more upbeat than that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I mean, that was 4 tunes.
So Yanni is Yanni.
Yeah.
Miles, when did you get into him?
What's that?
When did you get into Yanni?
I never got into Yanni.
Oh.
You're here defending him, saying he rocks.
Well, I don't know what
that was a quote.
Well, but I've seen him before when he's like on PBS or something, and it just seems like the show rocks.
PBS is known for their rocking stuff.
Well, yeah,
and,
that's not true.
When you
But,
want to find stuff that's rocking, I go, well, start at PBS. See what they're doing.
Well, you know when they do these specials around the holidays.
Like the Time Life thing?
Yeah, exactly.
I think we got a Yanni fan there on the YouTube, so I'm going to ask what song that we need to play. What's the banger there, Kyle?
What is the one that can justify Miles saying, hey, Yanni rocks? Yeah. What is his moment where he, quote-unquote, shreds?
Well, there's got to be something. I know it's not all that slow crap.
We just played 4 clips, all of them.
They were all slow crap.
All of them were that.
Yes, exactly. The 2026 inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame coming up at 4:30 on the program.
Oh, is that Kyle on the dial who said yeah?
See, Kyle knows. He knows what's up.
Look, Kyle's a great musician. I can say that Kyle rocks, but Kyle also plays rock music. He can play piano.
Yeah,
he can play drums. He can play bass. He can play guitar. He can sing.
Kyle plays piano, so of course he loves Yanni.
But he's not saying Yanni rocks. It just says Yanni, and it has the
with hard eyes, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't say rocks. Come on. He didn't shoot up the double horns.
Eric says Yanni be fire.
Oh, God.
I just know there's people out there that like Yanni.
Yeah.
I think Yanni be fire. I want that t-shirt.
First and foremost, we had the day off yesterday, so we want to thank Black Raven Brewing up in Woodinville. We had a great party on Saturday with the return of the Red. Bands kicked ass, by the way.
We didn't kick ass like Yanni kicks ass.
No. But the crowd was awesome, man. Just had a blast up there. So if you happen to stop by, good talking to you, man. Good hanging out. That was a great afternoon.
It was a fun time. I met one couple that said, oh, man, we actually came up just to see the new originals. And my response, honestly, was, what? Didn't mean for it to come out like that. Mm-hmm. That surprised me.
Beer's fantastic, by the way.
That beer is real good.
It is. If you happen to see the Return of the Red out there, it's available now in cans and on draft. If not, ask your favorite grocery store or a bartender to hook you up. Is this Yanni?
This is Yanni at the Acropolis. The rain must fall.
All right, this is what they said. And this is from Kyle. It says the rain must fall, live at the Acropolis. There's a bass solo. See, he's just trying to get in my good graces.
Yes, he is.
Look, I'm sure the bass player can crush me playing bass. I'm sure all of them in this band are spectacular musicians. I would just think if I had this much talent, why would I play this?
He's got long flowing locks and a doggone Tom Selleck mustache,
he's got
man. That's a sexy man right there.
He really is not. I'm just looking at him now.
There he is in a Barnes
Greek god.
Yeah, okay.
Yanni.
Good times.
Saturday was a ton of fun, man.
Yeah. So thank you for coming up there and joining us up there at Black Raven. Good times. All right, on to the question. We're going to talk about crisis of the bowels. Where do we get that term for? A story out of Bremerton, Washington. They say not every burglary call is what it seems, according to the Bremerton police, who wrote this on their Facebook page. They recently responded to a call that proved just that. Officers were called to a report of a burglary in a building downtown this week, where a man had forced his way into the building and barricaded himself inside of a bathroom. From behind the closed door, he could be heard yelling and making a lot of noise, according to the Bremerton PD, which reinforced the idea that this might turn into a tense encounter. They didn't know. Officers yelled commands for the man, leave the bathroom. And after being told several times, he came out. Now, as they say, what happens next? Not your typical burglary scenario. Let's just say the situation became immediately clear to everyone present that this was less about criminal intent and more about a full-blown personal emergency. They wrote on Facebook. The man told police he was having, quote, a crisis of bowels. Now, they said based on the totality of the circumstances, that assessment was not in dispute.
That is the most poetic way of saying there was S everywhere.
I was going to say, yeah.
I love their response on that. I just said, hey, man, we couldn't argue with this dude.
The individual was taken to a hospital for treatment.
What do you think happened in that bathroom?
It was a crisis of bowels. I mean, that's pretty poetic if you're going to talk about the fact that you're crapping yourself.
Yeah, I mean, but just the fact that the cops are like, look, his account was not in dispute with the available evidence, which just tells me he painted that, broke into a building to poop. You know what I mean? Look, I know when you got to poop, you got to poop. Sometimes, unfortunately, you do it outside. I would never imagine breaking into a building just to poop. But obviously, it was so bad. Like I said, when the cops are like, oh, hey, yeah, buddy, you're not under arrest. See, we're taking your ass to the hospital.
To me, a crisis of the bowels doesn't involve you. It involves something that you either had to clean up or someone else. So, for an example, I have had situations where I've been on the interstate before with my children. They were having what they would tell me to be a crisis of bowels.
All right.
Now, I am not going through this situation. I don't have to go, but the urgency is felt hot and heavy from the back seat of the car. Yeah. And I know that if I don't get this done, that there's going to be bad things going on.
A disaster.
And I don't want to deal with that. I would almost rather me go to the bathroom myself.
Absolutely.
Than have someone else that's, in my vehicle with me have that situation go down, because you don't know how bad their stomach hurts. You don't know how bad the pain is. You don't know how long they've been holding it.
Right.
You don't know how far you have to go. It's kind of like flirting with an E on your gas tank, man. You're like,
how many miles can I get out of
make
this?
it one more exit before, now I'm into a pickle of a dilly, they would say.
I always say, too, it matters the form of the bowel movement.
Well, yeah, but either
you
one.
mean liquid versus solid?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, typically
to me, when it's liquid, that's when it's like, this is an emergency.
Because it'll start to leak as liquids do.
Correct. Or if you're like super sick, it's happened to me before. I mean, it's like you can't even make it.
No, it's easier sometimes, depending on the severity of it, to hold a number one, obviously, for a longer amount of time than number two. But when you have reached that point where the door is going to open on the back, you are in a bad place, because you never. I mean, if you could just let out one fart, but you can't. There's nothing you can do to relieve this pressure.
No.
And you're in a bad situation.
It's like we always say, after childhood, if you're going to accidentally lose yourself in bed, you're probably going to pee yourself. You can get drunk and pee in your own bed. I don't know anyone as an adult who pooped in their sleep.
Right. Now, the last time
and we've said, too, like, depending on what you ate or drank, like, if you fart in your sleep. And then, I mean, you especially know if you fart, you're just like, oh, I got to get up and go right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or you'll have a dream where the dream has nothing to do with pooping, but for some reason in this dream, suddenly you're walking toward a toilet. And I love the fact that it's your body's way of saying, you need to get out of bed and deal with this.
Yeah.
And that's, anytime you have a dream and you're just about to do that, it's not one where you can go back to sleep and say, I'll do it later.
Okay.
That's one thing I do enjoy about most of the time, the poop trigger in the human body, which is wake up at 3 in the morning. I don't know. Maybe the bedroom's cold. I don't feel like walking to the bathroom. I got to poop, but I'm like, I can save it until I wake up.
Yep.
It's good.
Last crisis I had of the bowels was my colonoscopy. Not the last one I had, but the one before that, because I've had two. So the second one, I was much better prepared to deal with the situation. So I cannot remember exactly how this went down, but I want to say that let's just assume between 4 and 5 or 4 and 6 in the afternoon, you fill this jug up with this liquid. You are required to drink half of that. All right. Now, at the time, Veggie Dog came over to my home, and
lucky him.
We were putting in well, he's competent. So I got.
I know. I'm just saying the timing of it.
I got a sink faucet, right? And or maybe it was, I can't remember if it was that or a guy. I think it was a sink faucet. Either way, he's got the tools. He's got the skills. He's going to come over. Maybe I can't have any beer at this point, but he can have a couple beers or do whatever, because I'm not supposed to eat. I'm in the fasting stages of this.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you that within 10 minutes, and I'm doing stuff because I'm not going to be there, kind of out of it for the most of the part of the next day. I take out the trash. I'm downstairs, outside. I'm like, oh no, and I'm booking it and now keep in mind the bathroom that I'm using is honestly, it's no more than 12 feet away from Jason and where he's working.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this full-on audible, the whole deal. It's just, it sounds like a river's running. But then I'm fine. And, and I come out, and of course I'm bending down and trying to help him get under the sink. He's got his whole body in there doing stuff. I need to hold some stuff, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh no. And I mean, it was like in intervals of every 5 minutes. I could not leave the house. But now, that is just the first part of the equation.
Right.
Because the other half of that jug needs to be drank as well. And I want to say that maybe goes on from, say, 8 until 10. So now you're going to finish this thing. You think you've gotten everything out of you. You're tired. You want to go to bed. You can't. You got to make sure as much of this stuff is out of you because you're going to crap yourself in the bed that night.
How do you know when it's done messing with?
You
I'd
don't.
be terrified to go to bed.
You don't. I got up in the morning and I used the bathroom again. Got in the car. My buddy Charlie drove me because you're not allowed to drive to the thing and they can take you home. So I get in his car and I'm like, there's a very good chance. And he's got like a Porsche Cayenne that I'm going to crap in this thing.
Oh.
And just a word to the wise. Anyone that wants to do their buddy a favor and take him to a colonoscopy, bring your junk car.
Yeah. Or also, too, when you're there, bring an extra change of underwear. Bring an extra pair of pants for sure. You probably also want to bring a pair of socks just in case and some flip-flops. I'm just saying, you do not understand.
Down to the socks, man.
Yes. And don't wear shoes. Wear flip-flops just in case, because you don't want to puddle up your shoes with your crap. And it just runs down your legs. So, I mean, hell, I crapped in the shower that morning. And I didn't even mean to. I just bent over because I wanted to wash my feet.
Yep.
And it just happened.
It's like, Jesus God, man. But I couldn't stop it, and I didn't know. I don't know how to pinch this thing off.
Right.
Like, it was just, and I know you're supposed to go do this.
Damn, man.
I'm not trying to discourage anyone from doing
bent
this.
over to wash
You
their
need
feet.
to go and do this. It's a very important thing.
And painted your own shower.
But it's, oh God, yeah. Well, I just was washing my nose, like, thump, and I was like, whoa. So I had to cut my hands and splash it on the side of the frickin' shower.
Yeah, I mean,
what else are you going to do?
I mean, look, at that point, you did what
I don't have
any
a
of us would
wand,
do.
you know what I mean? I'm trying to wash off the wall. But I'm like, when is this going to end? Like, when is it safe for me to put on my underwear and pants? But there was, anyway. So our question, when did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Bill. Welcome to the men's room.
Liquor and whores.
Liquor and whores.
Okay, well, I was in a McDonald's, stopped up at McDonald's in North Bend, and I'm doing my business, and this guy comes in, and he says, somebody in there? And I said, yeah, I'm in here. I'll be on a minute. He says, can you hurry? I says, I'm hurrying. I'm just doing paperwork. I come out. I see this guy had just blown up the urinal.
Oh, so he couldn't wait.
Yeah, he couldn't wait.
Damn. I mean, was it on him or just the urinals?
I really couldn't tell. He must have got some on him because it was just all over splattered all over the urinal.
So, I mean, what's protocol? Do you still just wash your hands and make small talk, or do you just,
No, I got out of there. I said, sorry, bro. I said, go. And I walked out of there.
I think you did the right thing.
What did you order?
Yeah.
What did you get to eat?
I had already ate.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
All right, I was just
Big
making sure.
deal,
That would be.
Yeah, I was going to say, bro. It's like,
I want, let me look.
Can I get the chili?
A chocolate shake. And I don't know why that's on my mind right now.
Yeah. God.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Thing, right? So if we were effing off at someone's house, and again, without cell phone, they weren't really going to call there after certain times. They don't want to mess with their parents, whatever. We would say we were hanging out at Lake Clifton, the golf course. If we were actually at Lake Clifton, then that means we were really up to no good, and we would lie, and we were saying at someone's house.
Yeah.
Right? It's a weird, but like,
Yeah.
I mean, if we went to that golf course, dude, we were drinking real hard and just doing dumb stuff.
This is a true story about that golf course. I was working at a classic rock station in Baltimore. I was doing the morning show, and we wanted to do the big thing then was people are doing glow in the dark night golf
at Lake Clifton.
Well, so the balls were glow in the dark. The flag sticks were glow in the dark. The tee boxes were glow in the dark, and then they had a line of the glow in the dark sticks that kind of led you to see, where you were hitting the ball.
Jesus.
And so it's only 4 holes, I believe. You only play 4 holes at night. And I remember being in the promotions meeting, and the general manager's in there. We're discussing everything. It's going to be a Halloween tournament. It's going to be the weekend before Halloween, whatever. Not on Halloween night,
right?
But it's going to be a Halloween themed thing. And so the promotion director, who is in charge of all the events, she raises her hand, Donna Jean, and she says, "Jim," she said, "I was going to go and buy some decorations and try to, spruce it up a little bit, kind of make it scary so people know. This golf course is in the middle of Baltimore City.
It does not need to be made scary."
And Jim goes and he looks at her and he goes, "Donna Jean," he says, "God damn it." He said, "We're starting this thing at 9 o'clock at night." He said, "It's Halloween in Clifton Park." He's like, "If that ain't scary, I don't know what is."
Right. Seriously, I can't believe
he just pulled up and started playing golf, basically.
Yeah.
But it was, that golf course was,
When I worked at that bar at Hopkins, we would go over, we would close the bar at 2.
Mm-hmm.
We would drink in the bar till about 5, and then we would go over to Clifton Park, and we would get carts and play. And we would just be shotgunning beer. I feel bad now. We were destroying that course, like doing 360s in the cart, and nobody ever said a word.
Because everyone that hung out there, look, I would go there with my buddies, and we'd get it on, and we're tearing stuff up. And you'd hear like 3 or 4 other groups of kids our age doing the same thing. We never interacted, but it's just like, they're 100 yards away. And again, it's the middle of Baltimore City, man. It was.
I can't believe that course is still open.
If you did not murder someone, they kind of did not care what you did there.
Well,
so do you remember the old review on it?
No.
So Yelp wasn't around yet. I forget it was something, but you could. We were starting to get online a lot.
Yeah.
And one of the reviews was like, "Course is okay. It's in the middle of the city. I got approached by a prostitute on like the 6th tee green."
Yeah.
Their tee box.
Yeah. I had a guy with 3 balls that he found in the street because it basically was a chain link fence and then the row homes are on the outside of the perimeter of it.
Yeah.
This guy walks up to the fence line. He's like, "You want to buy 3 balls?" And I was like, I'm good to go. He goes, "You're going to buy these 3 balls."
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah. He's like, "Man, I got $5." He's like, "Thanks." Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
He told you you're going to buy them.
You're going to buy these golf balls.
Well, if you golf, like the starter, they generally have some rules. Right? Like, Miles, you golf all the time, right? Obviously, you know everybody at the course, but like, you go to a new course, like people sneak beers in their bags. Not supposed to.
Yeah.
But we would just throw a 30-pack in the back of the cart. Never a word.
They don't care.
I saw a girl drive through a sand trap. She was so drunk.
Yeah, it's like, look, if you didn't kill anybody, we got no questions for you, man.
Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, babe. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitch, hola.
Hola.
All right, take you back to the high school days in '85. My brother was a senior. We grew up in this little podunk town north of Spokane on 40-acre farm-ish. It was a farm. And parents were divorced. And my mom said she'd rather have us drinking where she knew we were instead of going out in some crazy place and then trying to drive home at 1 a.m. and, bad things happened. So she said we could have it on our property, and that was as cool as everything. So we were planning this big kegger, and one of the seniors had loaded up his truck with like 6 kegs and drove around town showing off how cool he was and shook them all up. And so we couldn't get a regular beer out of this thing all night. It was just foam, scrape the foam off, drink flat beer. So everybody was beer bonging just to get drunk, which worked great. But then it got late, and we didn't have any bonfire built up or anything, and we weren't using the chicken coops anymore because the parents were divorced. And so we went and found some gasoline in the garage and sprinkled it all over the chicken coop and threw a match to it. And half the people started freaking out because we're burning buildings down on the property to have a bonfire. And it was so much fun. We burnt the second one down. My dad was really mad at us because he would have used those on his property. But we thought it was too cool to do that. So we torched them, blowing those things like trumpets all night, pissed my mom off. And she took all the keys, but somebody found their keys and drove away and ended up racking their truck up on the side of the road on the way home, and it was a big crap show.
Yeah. That's the whole point. You just got to stay here.
That is teen years, man.
Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
dead yet, but I'm going to say Adele.
Adele. No, she's not dead.
not
yet.
dead.
Not
She
dead
doesn't
yet.
do rock and roll.
I know.
Are you trying to tank this on purpose, Derek?
It would be the late Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Tina Turner.
Are you tanking it, Derek?
Not on purpose.
All right.
Apparently, I'm a big dummy.
All right, your question. French fries are claimed to be from what country? Hint, it is not France.
America.
No, they're from
Ireland?
Belgium?
Belgium.
Yeah, pommes
yes.
frites.
Is that French for French fries?
Yeah.
Sounds so much fancier, doesn't it? Ooh, pommes frites. We can charge $3 more.
That's it. I've said it before, but
French toast.
pommes frites with the bechamel sauce.
Oh, look.
You mean cheese fries?
Yeah. All right. Your question. There are 2 fruit juices in a cosmopolitan cocktail. Lime and what other fruit juice? Old people drink this.
I like it.
Is it another citrus?
It is not
No.
citrus.
Think about the color of a Cosmo.
I've never had a Cosmo. I don't know what it is.
I could tell.
Old people drink this more than most other people.
Just the juice?
Just the juice. Otherwise, they typically mix it with apple juice if they're trying to convince non-old people to drink it.
Some kind of liqueur?
No, it's a juice.
No,
Just
it's a juice.
a fruit juice.
Oh,
Think ocean spray.
Right, it combines with a bunch of other juices.
oh, grapefruit?
Cranberry.
Cranberry.
Question number 7.
You don't like cranberry juice?
It's not that I don't like it. It's just you can drink like 4 ounces of it, and then I got to stop.
Yeah. All right.
That's all.
You ever had that cran grape?
That's what I'm saying. When they mix it up, it's good.
When you
Yeah.
mix it with stuff, yes, it's very, very good. I agree with that. All right. Your question. What 2 directors created the Indiana Jones character? They were both on your billionaires list yesterday.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Steven Spielberg and
Another guy that made a lot of money. Just
Off of Harrison Ford.
Yeah, off of Harrison Ford specifically.
the Star Wars guy.
It is the Star Wars guy. So you got Steven Spielberg and the Star Wars guy whose name is...
Oh, George Lucas.
There you go.
There it is. Wow. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Game is Big Dummy, 206-803 Rock.
Sorry, ma'am. Hello, Eastwood. Welcome to the men's room.
God.
Peace, love, and happiness, bitches. God bless you all. I love you.
Hola.
Eastwood sober or not sober?
I've been smoking some Durban poison from Bayshore up here, so I did that a couple hours ago, so I guess I'm not sober.
Durban poison. Okay.
I was talking to Eastwood earlier, man. He got a couple Whoppers yesterday for Whopper Wednesday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and you can get that new Ultimate Whopper. You got your choice, $3.99 on Wednesday.
What did you think of the new Whopper?
I didn't get the new Whopper because I told my partner about it, and all of a sudden her son showed up and brought me 2 Whoppers.
All right, nothing wrong with that. But seriously, try the new one, dude.
I didn't get to try the Ultimate. I'll do that next week.
Well, the Whopper itself, just the original Whopper that you got, is new and improved. So they changed the bun.
That's right. The mayo, the bun,
a bunch
and
of
something.
fresher ingredients, something like that. So what you got is their new version of that. All right, Eastwood, last one more year. You taking a pet, your car, an ex, or a job?
Well, I got to take my partner's pet, Toby. She's got a one of those smart dogs like on Frasier, the Jack Russell.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm thinking about getting a female Jack Russell and then breeding him, using his sperm before it gets old and getting a few babies. So I'm thinking about it.
It's $1 million plan, Eastwood.
Mm-hmm. Really is. You're going to be rich.
And I don't want to get rich.
I just want puppies.
I just want to breed stuff and sell it.
Yeah, that's all.
I had cats, man, and they got crazy on me, and I had 17 cats here at one time.
Why did you have 17 cats, man?
Well, they breed like 6 at a time, and then those 6 breed like 6, and you got 17. And the vet up here, just would, I don't know, it was just a bum ride. I got them all buttoned up, took them up to Bellevue, and $350. I got 7 of them done at one time.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, so now I got 4.
Okay. All right, Eastwood, here's your question. How many feet long is a standard ping pong table?
God, I 8. I'd say.
I'd say 8 too.
9. Close.
That's a weird one.
Damn it. Okay.
Someone on YouTube is asking, is Eastwood a real person? Eastwood, are you a real person?
Well, Eastwood isn't. I'm, I am a person, yes. I'm a human being, yes.
Okay. I like that you started with, well,
he's got a couple personalities.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah, I got multiple personalities. I'm the killer. I'm Eastwood. I'm Jesus Christ. I'm Dr. Phil. Just call on one of them and you'll come out. Right now I'm Eastwood.
All right. Yeah.
As one is prone to do. All right, your question. Ricky, Julian, and Bubbles are characters on what TV show? We actually interviewed them many, many years ago.
It's based in Canada.
Last one I got wrong was Ricky Tikki Tacky, which is Rudyard Kipling. I went and researched Kids from the Jungle Book. But Ricky, I don't know.
You might have lived one of these places.
Good times. I like that. The Trailer Park Boys. So close.
The Trailer Park Boys. Yeah. Okay, I had no idea. But
All
I
right.
say something.
What is the Latin word for bountiful mother? It's also a description for a place that you went to school.
Bountiful mother, a place I went to school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bountiful mother, or I went to school at parochial?
Alma mater.
Alma mater. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, because when I think back on high school, I'm like, that bountiful mother of a high school.
Okay.
All right, question 4, Eastwood.
My alma mater. Lincoln High School.
99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Ben Waller of Houston, Texas, worked corporate side of oil and gas for over 20 years. He made quite a bit of money over the years and decided to retire early.
Nice.
Enjoy the fruits of his labor. Ben was also glad to be rid of the coworkers so shallow they could drown in a puddle. As typical of any goodbye party for an oil and gas employee, they pulled out all the stops and saying goodbye to Ben. There was a full table of barbecue, meats and sides, cornhole for the sports guys to play, and plenty of Bud Light to go around. But the centerpiece was a cake, a massive creation, made to look like a barrel of oil. Now, in the weeks and days leading up to the final day of work, Ben wanted to leave in a way no one would ever forget his idea to spike his going-away cake with laxatives, and spike it he did. Over 10 boxes of X-Lax went into that cake.
Damn.
Not one to be left out. Ben also planned on having some cake, too. I mean, who wouldn't want to S on the floor of the former employer? Well, it was cake time, and everyone was ready to chow down. Milton from the basement came up in hopes of landing a slice. 120 pieces of cake were dispersed, and within an hour of ingestion, over 100 people had uncontrollable diarrhea. The scene was everything Ben had hoped for and more. S running down the legs of people desperate to get into an already full bathroom. People were S-ing in trash cans. People were S-ing in the elevators. The chaos put a smile so big on Ben Waller's face that he was eventually found out. He was booked in Harris County Jail on charges of criminal mischief. No one is likely to press charges because no one wants to go on record talking about S-ing themselves. So far, he seems to be okay.
What's his name? Ben Waller?
Ben Waller.
Ted, do yourself a favor and just Google his mugshot.
He is one happy cat.
I mean, the man was arrested, and in his mugshot, he looks like he just watched a Dave Chappelle comedy stand-up.
He is really enjoying life.
He is very happy with what he did, and
like,
clearly has 0 Fs to give, man.
Our question, when did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Justin. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
Hey guys, nice to talk to you again. Just moved down to Albuquerque, but
nice.
So I have a prior injury on my back that I just re-aggravated, and this actually happened yesterday. I was out golfing with some buddies, and because of the nerve blockers and everything that I'm on, I can't really control anything from belly button down.
Uh-oh.
I was just riding with a buddy, and he goes, man, I can't read this green. So I bent down, and as soon as I bent down, I just go, oh, man, I just filled my drawers.
Oh, no. What hole were you on?
What was that?
What hole were you on?
hole 5 of 18.
See, that's a problem because you still got to afford to play before you can make the turn and maybe even buy new pants.
Right.
Oh, there was not buying anything. Just like you said, it filled my shoes, everything. I went through 2 golf towels and 4 golf gloves in order to try to clean myself up enough just to make it back to the clubhouse.
Well, I'm glad you're not going to be playing in this year's Miles Montgomery Golf Classic, presented by Pinky's Plumbing. What did you do?
The guy that I was riding with actually said, "You know what, man? I'll walk from here."
Well, did you just take the cart back to the clubhouse?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
was there evidence of what you had done in the golf cart?
Oh, all over the place.
So what did you do? Like pull up where they hose everything down?
Yep, and I go, "Hey, man, I can clean this if you want me to." And he goes, "I'm not allowed to let you do that."
But I would if I could.
I gave him a $50 tip. I felt awful.
How are you shooting at the time?
This is an old military injury, and it was a part of a league, so I had to be there to score him, and I was just putting.
Oh, okay.
So it didn't bother, it didn't affect my game at all. But
okay. So you're basically just playing caddy and ended up messing yourself. No.
I even told him, I was like, "Hey, you need to go send someone out to hose the fifth green down."
Oh, that's right. You pooped all over the green too.
Damn, man.
All right. Did you go back out after this, or did you just go home?
I just went home.
Yeah.
And I drove home, bare cheeked.
Bare cheeked.
Like I wrapped a sweatshirt around me and just hoped that I could make it home.
So you basically Winnie the Poohed the whole way home.
Oh, it was awful, man.
Yeah, that sucks.
Has this happened to you before? Because, like you said, with these the pain blockers, you can't necessarily tell what's going to happen below.
I coached my son's 11U baseball team, and he was playing in a tournament this weekend, and I just noticed that I was wet all of a sudden.
Oh.
And I had I peed myself.
So you really just can't feel anything.
Yeah, no fun time with the wife, no nothing. I can't control anything now.
How much longer are you going to be taking these things?
Probably another 2 months. I ruptured my discs in Afghanistan.
Now, do you have a job?
No, I'm retired.
Okay. Well, that's a positive. Obviously, you don't want to be home confined.
Right.
But it doesn't seem to me like you might not have an option. I mean, even if you do the parent thing, like, kids, go to the bathroom before we take this trip, there's no guarantees.
Right.
Nope. It happens whenever it happens. I think Miles earlier said that he's never met an adult that has pooped himself in his bed.
That was me, yeah.
Miles, you have now.
All right.
Okay.
All right, check that off the bucket list.
Do you have? Can you wear an adult undergarment? Can you wear a Depends?
I'm 37 years old. I'm not doing that.
Well, I know, but it's still a better alternative.
You're pooping yourself. I mean, look, nobody wants to wear a diaper. We understand that, but if there's the possibility that I'm going to S myself at any given moment anywhere, I think I would go that route, man.
Nope, I'll wear my skid marks with pride.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So you're officially basically retired by disability 36.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I hope that gets better for you, man, because you can't. Back is tough.
It is. But no, it is. It puts a smile on everyone's face.
Well,
and it's helping me enough where it's part of my life now.
I like that you say it brings a smile to people's face, because I'm picturing, like, a kid with the, Make-A-Wish, and like a clown will show up and make them laugh, and it's like, I just want Justin to come in and poop himself.
Right. Well, you should have you should have kind of an emergency pack ready to go with socks, with another pair of shoes,
flip-flops.
Shorts. Yeah, you need to definitely have something in your car or wherever you go.
Yeah,
just in case.
My wife actually has a to-go bag for me because of it.
Okay. Yeah. You need it.
If you go out alone, you're still going to need it.
Oh, yeah. Good on your wife for that. Good Lord, man. And that just happened.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
I get it, though. He's only 37. He don't want to wear them.
Yeah,
I know you don't want to wear them. I completely get it. But it's like, look, nobody wants to use crutches, but given the circumstance, you need them. So if I'm him, like, look, I don't want to wear a diaper. Nobody wants to wear a diaper. Kids don't want to wear a diaper. But if I'm going to S myself and I don't know when it's going to happen, I'm wearing a diaper.
I would take this putt one club.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
One
you're
club
right.
left.
And I think for the most part, I think when those people start wearing them, because they don't even want to wear them.
Yeah, nobody wants to wear 'em.
You have no idea when it's coming.
And I think that's the reason to wear a diaper, right? If the little kids knew when they were going to go to the bathroom, wouldn't need a diaper.
Yeah.
They don't know, nor do they care. That's what's so weird to me about little kids, right? So, 1 year old, when I walk around the diaper, like if they got to poop, they just poop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they still keep doing stuff. And it's like, really? You're not uncomfortable?
Well, you can also see when it's a really small kid, you know when your kid's pooping. Because you know their facial expression when they're pushing.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking right at you.
Yeah.
And then after they poop, they will continue the conversation they were having. Like, Daddy, knock, knock.
Yeah. And my biggest problem was I never knew, because you can't communicate with these things, I never knew, like, I would go and clean up the mess. And the mess was bad. But I didn't realize that they weren't done yet.
You don't
So
know.
I get everything cleaned up. Everything's good to go. Brand new diaper. You're back in the onesie. I'm just like, Jesus, I just buttoned the last button. And it happened again.
And first of all, whoever came up with the snaps on a onesie they were not a parent. Yeah. Right? There is no freaking way. Because when you got to change your kid's diaper and they're wearing those onesies with all the buttons, and like, this is so much trouble. I'm going through all of this just to find a pile of poop. Right? It's ridiculous. And I'm like, there's no way a parent designed this for children, because I have not met a parent who's like, oh, it's no problem.
Yeah.
All these stupid snaps and all that just to find a turd.
When did you have a crisis in the bowels? 206-803 Rock.
They do look comfortable.
They look,
but generally,
I'm sure they're comfortable. But the problem, look, onesies should be for people that are potty trained. You deal with your own business. Imagine your kid wearing a Batman outfit, 'cause that's basically what it's like. But you know that they just pooped themselves, and you got to go through all of that just to wipe someone else's ass. I'm
Also,
like,
a butt flap would be helpful.
Why do they not have those?
You know, just like a
I would say
little
even for an
rectangle
adult,
back
when
with a
you're-
couple buttons.
If you're in a onesie, it's a pain in the butt.
Sure, but at least you have control over that, you know?
When's the last time you were in a onesie?
Ugh. I don't know. 8 years ago?
Why?
Something. You're wearing onesies. I mean, I have a sleeping bag that I can wear. Does that count?
You can walk in it?
Yeah.
You have a walkable sleeping bag.
Correct. And you like cinch it up so it's like shorter so you can wear it during the day, kind of wear it around, and then you let it down.
And you just lay down on the grass, you're good?
Yeah.
Huh.
Very convenient for the person who doesn't quite know where they want to sleep.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, trying to pee in that thing's a pain in the butt, though.
Yeah,
because you gotta like cinch it up and tie it underneath, and then you gotta it's a work of art.
Okay,
but if you're sitting outside all day on New Year's Day, like me and some buddies do, in his deck watching football, you need that onesie or that sleeping bag.
See, for me, the biggest escape artist trick you can make to have to poop is on a ski slope. Because typically you've got straps going over your shoulders and the pants.
Correct.
And you've got and all the stuff underneath. You got long johns on. You probably have underwear on. You got a shirt tucked in. You got a huge ass puffy jacket on. There's
and it's not like you can really run well in those boots. You know, if you're running toward the bathroom.
No, that's you need to get there early.
That one's terrible. Do you ever, or if you're now granted, this is going back 25, 30 years, but if you're practicing football and you got to go.
That's another one.
That's another one, man.
Well, things have changed. Remember, like when Reggie White took off, like trainers went with him. They understood all the man has to do is poop, but still 2 trainers went with him to help him get out of all that gear.
But you have to remember, football pants used to have pads in them.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath that was a girdle that had pads in them.
Right.
Then you had underwear or a jock on underneath that. And then just trying to get the pants down past your knees.
Right, I'm thinking about wearing 4 layers of stuff. You're right. Nowadays they barely wear anything.
They're wearing shorts. When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803 Rock.
Hello, Jeremy. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Well, I called in a couple times before. You guys had a question a while ago about, drowning or something like that. I figured I'd chime in on this one since, I used to work for a fire alarm company, and we had a contract with a data center out in Wenatchee, out in the middle of the desert. But for lunch, my boss that I was with that day decided, let's go have some Chinese food in town. Well, I decided to get the prawns and the cashew chicken. The chicken was good. The prawns in the desert were probably not the greatest choice, but
you got those old desert prawns, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what they're famous for.
Get you real good. So we go back to work, and we're on the loading dock building a bunch of stanchions for fire extinguishers to sit into on the floor inside the data center. I'm going and building them. I get to the base of one, and the base is a little bit heavier just because it's got to be the foot, and it's got to hold everything upright. As soon as I go bend down, I come back up. I just let out one little toot, and it's a lot more than just a toot. It's pretty much everything that I've eaten in about a week or so. It felt
Kapow!
Luckily, the stanchions that the extinguishers were being taken out of, they came with a big old bag that's about as tall as I am. I'm about 6'7", so
damn.
I was able to just kind of hop in that and like not spill on the dock at least, but I was in a pair of overalls and Romeos, and I was dressed up, and it was like, okay, can someone please grab my duffel bag from the back of the truck? I need different clothes.
Did it make it to your
different shoes? Different everything, please and thank you.
See, when that stuff happens, it's never solid. It's going to make your socks. It's going to make your shoes. That's why I say bring some flip-flops with you.
Yeah.
Extra pair of
And as soon
socks.
as you said that earlier. That made me instantly like, damn, I wish I was wearing flip-flops.
Yeah. I mean, seriously.
Where were you at again? In the desert?
Out in Wenatchee. It's Pinghorn Airport. There's a data center that's back behind there. And, it was just a big, open, basically warehouse. It's AC'd for a bunch of computers and all that kind of stuff, networking and whatnot. But, yeah, it's I learned my lesson.
Okay.
All right. Flip-flops in the travel bag.
I think there is a certain age. I don't know if it's 35 or 40. I just know I'm in that zone now where if it's even questionable, you don't fart.
Mm-hmm. I also don't think you mentioned the
you
town's
live and
name
learn.
if you do that in Wenatchee.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like
Eastern Washington. How's out that way?
No, Wenatchee.
Oh, the Wenatchee prawns.
Yeah.
When did you have a crisis in the bowels? 206-803.
I've been just saying it out loud. Don't order that.
Right, it could have been anything, but right, that just sounds bad.
Yeah, desert prawns. Hello, Andrew. Welcome to the men's room.
What's up, guys?
Oh, yeah.
So back in 98, 99, I must have been 22 years old. So hasn't happened since, hadn't happened before. But I was living in Wallingford at the time, and I was living in this house, two of us on the top level, two of us on the bottom, each shared a bathroom. And we were into really trying spicy Thai food at the time. So I thought I'd try the 6-star dish. Came home, and I was kind of feeling some pains and couldn't decide if I needed to stay or go, but I decided to drive up 6 blocks to the QFC. And I was driving my Golf, which was a stick shift. I hadn't gotten maybe like 2-3 blocks, and little pain started. And then, no question, it was just straight soup right in my pants.
Oh.
Had to take, I'm just going to, if you picture it, I had to like shift sideways to like blow a couple stop signs, get back to the house. I made it through the kitchen side door, grabbed a bag, raced downstairs. Upstairs is my normal bathroom to use, right?
All right.
Got downstairs, and I managed to declothe, derobe, stuff it all in the sack, take a shower, and got cleaned up, and that was it.
Do you keep the clothes or do you put them in the washing machine?
You know what? I decided trash can was probably best.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do I have anything? Do I have anything I care about that much?
No.
I did find one interesting thing in that bathroom. Since I had never showered, I was showering, cleaned up. I'm thinking I'm getting away with it. Look to my left, the soap dish there, and I see a bar of soap with a half crescent kind of worked into the side of the soap bar. I'm like, I wonder what that's for. And come to find out, that's what roommate used to, kind of get the best pleasure for himself in that little bathroom.
God.
Oh, my God.
So,
well, I guess it was clean.
It was very clean, but I'm like, man, with soap, really?
So basically, if you hadn't have pooped yourself, you'd have never known that about your roommate.
What kind of soap was it? Was it like Irish Spring? Was it Dial?
From afar, it was maybe like a white dove looking thing.
Oh, he was like that cocoa butter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Thanks for making the rock
The return of the Red as the men's room return of the Red party is tomorrow. Black Raven Brewing in Woodinville. The doors open at 1, party starts at 2. New originals taking the stage. Each ticket gets you a 6-pack of the brand new original Red to take home with you.
I wish more places would do that. Like, hey, buy a ticket to our concert, buy a ticket to the baseball game. Here's a 6-pack.
That's right. Tickets on sale now, KISW.com, and the door. Hope to see you tomorrow in Woodinville. So we salute the Red today with Toby Keith.
Red Solo Cup.
This video?
No.
It's pretty good. It's like a POV, point of view.
I've never heard of that before.
I certainly didn't learn it from porn.
No, POV, huh?
And it's just like, I think it's him or somebody holding a red cup, and it's just going through the whole party.
So you just see the cup kind of.
Yeah, and it's like people are doing keg stands or playing beer pong. Like,
Cool.
as I said, that song's just a vibe.
Toby Keith, the Red Solo Cup, taking on Prince on a Bad Choice Friday.
Explicit stickers, and I guess her daughter bought the album. Deborah Gord heard of Prince, didn't know the music. They put this song on, and one of the lines at the beginning is masturbating with a magazine. Sent Tipper Gore over the edge. Little did she know her husband was going to massage parlors. Like, hey, check out Big Al.
Hotel Lucia, baby. I want a massage. A Big Al. Our question today, by the way, vote now for the bad choices if you follow us on X Men's Room Live. Our question, good or bad, what was the best story from your teen years? We start with this one down in Florida. Again, a teen accused of abusing a baby alligator.
What?
Is going to learn a very expensive lesson.
How Florida is that?
A 14-year-old boy was arrested after a university public safety officer said she watched him on surveillance cameras swinging a small gator by its tail and kicking it at the school's aquatic center on April the 3rd.
This was at the school?
We arrested a 14-year-old for twirling a baby alligator around. Obviously, abusing wildlife is not a way to spend your downtime. You know, it's a felony. You just do not abuse wildlife. Unfortunately, this young man is going to learn a very expensive lesson. The officer told deputies the teen also held the animal while another child took photos and was seen kicking dirt on the reptile. When a deputy arrived, 5 kids at the center said they were just fishing and denied anything about the alligator. Stetson Security asked that all 5 be banned from the facility, which sits on a lake and supports the university's water research programs and rowing teams. An arrest affidavit states the 14-year-old boy was booked into a juvenile detention center for allegedly possessing or harming an alligator without approval from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
So if you have approval, you can swing it.
Well, that's a level 4 felony. Let's see here. A trapper said that the alleged alligator abuse is just pretty sick. Keep in mind, they trap and re-release.
Yeah.
And makes him pretty angry. Florida law does not allow you to go and catch an alligator or many other animals without being licensed, having the proper permits, or, during any sort of regulatory hunting season. It's no different than kicking a puppy down the street or grabbing a puppy by the tail and swinging it over your head. Our question, good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Is the alligator okay?
We don't know. I mean,
all right.
Just spun him over his head because he didn't get approval to do that. But when I heard that story, I'm like, it's Florida, kid's 14, and it occurred to me, to become a Florida man, you must first be a Florida boy.
Yeah.
I think he's well on his way.
You need to do that to an iguana, because apparently they don't care about iguanas.
Yeah, iguanas are like whatever.
I mean, I get it. They shouldn't have done it, but I also think it's a little different than a puppy. Well, it's not like there's wild puppies in the Everglades.
And presumably the puppy is someone's pet. But he said kick it down the street. I was picturing a kid just kicking a puppy down the street. Like, that's a bad image, bro.
Good or bad, what is your best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Toby. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
Happy Friday.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Positive Friday.
Positive Friday. Yes, indeed. So here's my story. It's a bad story, but it was one of my best memories from my teen head. So I'll preface this story with me and a buddy stayed up for 3 days doing LSD. Not a good start to this story. But then we decided we're going to go up to Hempfest, right? We go up to Hempfest. It's on a Friday now. We've been up for 3 days tripping balls, and we happened to meet Tommy Chong there. But anyways, we're on our way back. We stop at a party. We get incredibly drunk. I'm only like 18 or 19 at this time when this happened. And finally, we leave the party. It's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. We're driving back to my house. It's probably like 5 miles to my house. At this point, I'm about
within about a mile or two of my house, and I fell asleep. And the next thing I know, me and my buddy wake up on top of this huge hedge that's probably 16 feet tall. And mind you, I have a little tiny Subaru Outback. But, so then, I'm like, okay, I have another buddy who's nearby. I'm going to call him. I know he's awake right now. So my other buddy, he answers the phone. I tell him what's going on. He's like, yeah, I'll come try to rescue you. And he comes down there. He's trying to pull on it and pull on it and pull on it to get get my car off this hedge, because it's like 2 feet in the air now because I'm on top of this hedge. And so he's trying to pull, and he's almost about to give up because he's like, oh, man, I think the cops are going to come soon, because he's got a loud truck, and we're kind of in a little bit of a residential area. So he's trying to pull and pull and pull. Finally, he says, okay, I'll give you one last pull. If it doesn't work, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give up, and you're going to have to deal with the cops. So finally, he gives it one more pull. He gets my car off. I'm like, okay, cool. I got to scramble out of here. I tried to look for my license plate that's missing on the front of my car. I couldn't find it. But I get off this hedge, and I start driving about a mile or two down the road to my house. At this point, my front driver's side wheel is basically dragging on the rim. I'm just dragging it for like 2 miles on the road. And I park it at my buddy's house, which is a little ways down from my house. And so then the next morning, I didn't know this, the person's property who I crashed into was a sheriff.
Oh.
Yeah. So that sheriff found my license plate the next morning, still sitting in his yard, immediately looks my stuff up, comes right to my house. Of course, my mom answers the door, doesn't see my car there, so she doesn't think I'm there, and she tells the officer, I don't know what's going on. Da, 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 da. She plays dumb because she's a good mom, She gets the officer to go away, and finally she comes knocking on my door. Do, 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 do. And I open the door, and she goes, hey, and a sheriff was here and says that your license plate was in their yard and their hedge has been basically mowed over. And I'm like, oh, yeah, and I bust out the best fake cry my entire life. Best acting ever. And I go, I'm so sorry, Mom. There was a deer, and I had to swerve to miss it. I didn't know what to do. Da, 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 da. Mom believes it. She's like, okay, well, the sheriff doesn't want to press any charges on you. He's going to be cool about it. He just wants you to call and talk to him. I'm like, okay, cool. So I call this sheriff up, and he's like, well, I'm not going to press any charges if you come down here and clean up your mess. And I was like, by all means, I'll be right there. And, I went down there and cleaned up my mess and helped him stand his hedge up as best as it could, and he let me go away.
Hopefully got your license plate back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Did you give him the same line that you were dodging a deer?
Yes, sir. And, he said, he goes, this isn't the first time that's happened. That's why I have these hedges in front of my house so nobody goes through my house.
So, hey, good idea, man. There's freaking deer everywhere, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was kind of a rural area, but residential still.
Yeah.
Man,
you got lucky.
Usually I can smell the lie of my kids. I think I'd look at my kid and be like, okay, well, tell the sheriff that when you talk to him. Sure.
Good or bad, what is your best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Matt. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bicholas.
Hola.
All right, so the best, keep turning it down. So the best story from my teen years is probably I was like 15, and so my friend, I don't know, like the 15-year-old boys, it was the dog days of summer. He was like over my house for a couple of days, and his dad was friends with my neighbor, and it was like a Friday night. His dad and my neighbor got drunk and got in this huge argument, and so somehow my mom, my friend, and I were over at the neighbors, and we had to go get his dad's car because he was too drunk, and we bring it over to our house. Anyways, long story short, I wake up the next morning, and they're my mom and his dad were like, hey, you guys got to get this crap out of this car. Or no, my mom was telling me to get my friend's dad's stuff out of. It was outside, and she's like, go get that. It's in the rain, and he's going to come picking it up. So, I was reluctantly half awake and let go outside. We grabbed his stuff that was in the back of that car that we brought over, and I just I throw it in, it was like a duffel bag type thing, and I threw it on the ground. I guess I should, at this point, I should say my friend's dad grew weed. 2 ounces of weed just came falling out of this bag. And,
KISW. The shenanigans continue. This is the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill.
Nearly 70 people rescued from a gondola cabin in an upstate New York ski area after a mechanical problem forced a shutdown of the lift system, leaving skiers stranded for hours up to 70 feet in the air. Staff at Gore Mountain in North Creek, nearly 90 miles north of Albany, and state park rangers climbed lift poles and used rope and body harnesses to lower people to the ground. The operation took nearly 5 hours. No one was injured. About 67 skiers and 20 gondola cabins were helped back down to the ground. There was, though, some anxiety among those trapped and worries about having to use the bathroom. Although the temperatures were below freezing, the cabins did remain warm, and the doors were closed, and the sun was shining. It was sobering and something I'll probably carry with me for the rest of my life, said Kevin Bullen. He is a 64-year-old physician assistant, a longtime skier. He was stuck in one of the cabins for 5 hours. He says you think nothing of getting on a lift or getting on a gondola, and now you're going to think twice. You're going to make sure you go to the bathroom. Maybe have a power bar with you. Make sure you're prepared, just like if you're going on a hike in the woods. Our question, when did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Magnum. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hello, guys. This one might take a while because it was just a whole bunch of things went wrong before I could make it to where I wanted to be. So I was headed to work, headed down the road. I got about a mile and a half away from work, and it hit me. Oh, back up. My wife wanted to do a flaxseed diet, so I started a flaxseed diet like 3 days before. Nothing was happening. So, of course, you know, me being a man, I'm going to increase my flaxseed. So I put in 2 or 3 scoops instead of the one I was supposed to. The next day, I'm headed to work. That's where we picked back up. I was about a mile and a half from home, a half mile from Starbucks. Heading to Starbucks to go and relieve myself. There was a school bus ahead of me. It puts its signs out. It stops me. I'm like, crap, sitting there clenched. I mean, my butt was up off of the seat. I was clenched. It finally made its move. I got around it, and I could see down the road that the left-hand turn lane had turned red. So I was like, oh, cool. I'll whip through the parking lot of the bank. Went to go turn to the parking lot of the bank. Well, they had a trench cut out across the road where they're running new power line. Put it back in reverse, backed up, drove around, and then I ran into the people waiting in line to get money from the bank. I'm like, oh, son of a beeswax. Put it in reverse, backed up, drove around, drove down about 200 yards to the next outlet to get onto the road to make a left-hand turn to pull into Starbucks. I get back on the road, there's another blanking bus letting kids on, and I'm sitting there just clenched. I mean, tight. I mean, you don't even know. You probably do know if you have craft your pants. Anyways, I pull into the handicap spot at parking lot, at the parking lot in the handicap spot right in front, and I unclench, and it went right there.
Oh.
I owned it. I owned it. It just went, I felt it go down my legs, up my back, on my right side of my hip, and it did itself. So I'm like, oh, screw it. I'm going to go home now. I'm done calling in work. Hey, I'm going to be a little bit late. I asked myself, okay. I go home. I start heading home. Same thing. I'm just sitting there wallowing in my crap. And a school bus again had stopped. So I'm just sitting there waiting for this damn bus to go by. So I finally make it home. I'm on the front porch, and I just took my underwear off and my work pants, threw them on the front porch, yell at my wife, hey, get me a towel. She doesn't have a towel. That'll be a funny story coming up, too. So she grabbed some paper towels. I wiped myself off, and I walked like Winnie Pooh over to the shower where Magnum Jr. gets out of the shower and ran all the hot water out. So now I had to clean myself up in ice-cold water. I was so pissed. Oh, my God, I was pissed. So I couldn't take a full shower, so I could only wash from the butt down because it was one of those, like, it's so cold. Anyways, get all cleaned up, yell at my wife, hey, can you grab me a towel? No, they're all in the freaking dryer. I was like, son of a bitch. Anyways, she brought me down a wet towel. I dried myself off, go outside the dog's running around the front yard with my underwear wrapped around his nose, just having a blast. Oh, my God. I was so pissed. I could have easily just...
What did you say that was, flaxseed oil?
flaxseed. It was ground up flaxseed powder, actually.
Okay.
And what is that supposed to do for you?
The doctor said it's supposed to help you be more fluid.
Well, you were definitely fluid.
He was right.
And it did.
Yeah.
So does that? Did you still take that?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
Was that the last time?
No, I had my issue with that right then and there.
And that was it. You're now done.
Was the idea to try to lose weight or just to be more regular?
Just to be more regular. I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, and probably help lose weight because I'm fat, overweight.
Well, just keep your body moving a little more.
Well, I like the way though he said he just upped it. Like, no,
I put in 3.
2 help. I'll take 4.
What an idiot.
Man.
Hey, so what time in the morning?
Guys, one more thing. I'm just going to say Ola Cachola. I forgot to say that. My daughter always couldn't say Ola Bichola. She always said Cachola, so I said it to you guys. So there you go.
There you go. Make her proud.
Jesus.
I don't know. Share that story. Then make her proud.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Didn't you say kale runs through you really quick?
Kale, for me, yeah, it was always super quick.
But it's like, what, 20 minutes after you ate it or
I
something?
mean, I don't know if it's that quick, but if I ate a kale salad for lunch, I'd have to poop during the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you were pretty much on that for a while, man.
It's not the kale coming out, because nothing can go through you that quick.
So what does it do? Just push everything else out? Like, get out of here. Kale's in town.
I'm not sticking around for long. Basically, it's kind of like 2 steps above spinach.
I don't eat either. So does spinach make people poop too?
Well, I mean, not as quickly.
Correct.
Kale is also mostly consumed raw.
Yeah.
So it's really, really, really roughage. Where traditionally, unless you're having a spinach salad,
right,
you don't really have spinach that's not wilted or cooked to some degree. But that kale, man, it's got a mind of its own. It's
cherries, same way.
Really?
You got to eat a lot of cherries, but if you eat too many cherries, you never notice it with kids or whatever.
No, because kids just poop all the time for any reason.
Yeah. But that's the thing. If you're eating a bunch of cherries, if you're just sitting there going to town on them, like, I would stay close to a toilet.
Okay. Good to know.
Don't have to eat fruit then. When did you have a crisis? When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Kevin. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bicholas.
Hola.
Okay, so I'm a delivery driver. I have been for probably the last 15, 20 years. So I was out doing deliveries one day. I was actually coming back, and my stomach started rumbling. So I stopped at like a McDonald's bathroom, and I went into the bathroom, and of course the one actual stall they had was occupied. So I thought about maybe using the urinal. I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I went outside. I was trying to find a place outside that I could do this discreetly.
Outside of McDonald's.
What?
Outside of McDonald's.
Yes, yeah. Well, it was a business park. It was within a business park, so I was trying to find a place discreetly within the business park to do it, but I couldn't find one. Anyways, I only lived about 15 minutes from the McDonald's, so I was going to try to get into my truck and get home and try to find a bathroom. Well, that didn't happen. I didn't even make it back to my truck before I ended up crapping myself, and it was so bad that I had to. There was a business over by the McDonald's where I had to hide behind a dumpster and basically. Yeah, I basically had to clean myself off. I had to clean the jeans, and I had to clean myself off. And I mean, keep in mind, I had no napkins, no toilet paper, no nothing.
What did you use?
I used the dirt. Like they had like a little. Some bushes out there with some like dirt on the ground, and I used dirt and leaves to try and clean it up best I could.
Da-da-da-da-da, I'm loving it.
So, anyways, so I was able to get myself cleaned up best I could. I put my pants back on, and keep in mind it's hot outside, so I put my pants back on, and I ended up having to go home. It was so bad I ended up actually having to go home, showering, basically changing all my clothes except for my T-shirt before I ended up going back to work to finish my day.
Do you carry, again, back to the emergency kit. Do you carry an emergency? I've got an emergency set of clothes at work for one reason. Two, maybe I'll go to the gym here in the building. Number one is in case
you poop yourself.
Yes. It's been sitting behind my chair now for 3 years, right, Ted?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my backpack.
Yeah.
That's my emergency kit. I've also got eye drops in there.
Sure.
I've got just things that I might need. But yeah, that's number one. Some Tums, But then I got underwear. I got a shirt.
In case you poop yourself.
Yes.
That's never crossed my mind to do.
Yes.
At work.
Because I have had a situation where it's happened.
At work?
No, not at work. Oh. But once it happens, you just want to be prepared for anywhere you spend time. So
that's fair.
I've got it. I got gym shorts.
Where were you when you slipped on the floor, pooped yourself?
Like just even when I did it in the shower.
Oh, yeah.
Like whenever you just do it, it's like it's on your brain. Like this could happen at any moment, And I just seem to be prepared for that.
I feel like you should do like an infomercial or a PSA on TV. Like, has this ever happened to you?
Right. I'll just sell the whole kit. You get like flip flops. You get some shorts.
But the shower incident was after you had a medical procedure, right?
It was, but the fact that I still cannot control my bowels.
I've had the flu so bad or whatever was sick that it happened to me in the shower once, but it didn't scar me. I just knew how sick I was.
Oh, dude,
scarred my
that's one time. I pooped in the bed before in Hawaii.
How'd you poop on the bed?
On the first night. Slipped on a fart.
Oh.
It was the first night. It was the first night. First night in this place.
Romance was in the air.
Well, the thing is that you could get away with, and I did this, you could get away with using a towel to clean up and then throwing that towel away successfully somewhere within the compound, right?
Correct.
When you do the sheets, man,
there's no way to hide it.
You need to call the front desk. You have to be the one that's going to be responsible. And of course, she left. She's like, I'm not being in here for this.
No.
So I'm waiting. And, it's Hawaii. So
do they change your sheets or do they allow you to change your own sheets?
Well, she took care of everything. But there was no... I'd already used the bag that was in the trash can to take the towel out, to tie that up, to go out to a more, I don't know, general
discreet
area,
location,
trash can. But that was embarrassing. And it was night number one. And now also I have to say, do you have any extra towels? And she's probably wondering, well, where's the towels?
She knows. If she is changing the SE sheets.
Also, it's hotter than God. The hotel room that I was in, it was on the ground floor. There was not a slider on this particular room, so there was no balcony to walk outside. You could not open the window.
Oh.
So you couldn't air it out. It was just an air conditioner in the wall. And it was a window. There was a window there. Look out over the courtyard. But I couldn't air the damn place out. I got the exhaust fan on, It's just like, Jesus Christ.
That's one. You got to crank up the air and open the door.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just leave the door open.
But I wouldn't be as embarrassed because things happen at hotels.
Yeah, but it's poop, man.
You're right. I'm just saying.
Blood, I wouldn't be embarrassed. And look, we've had the clogged toilet issue several different hotels, but it is a toilet. And if something's going to clog it, you know what you're getting into. I feel like as an adult, if I have pooped on the sheets, I am so humiliated. When a cleaning crew comes in, because they know what it is.
I know exactly what happened to me. There was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, there's but.
Well, okay. So I'm not used to going to a nice fancy hotel.
Yeah.
And this was a nicer fancy hotel. And they had these jugs of water, all right, in the lobby, all right. One's full of I don't know, mango and watermelon, and the other's got cucumber in it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, refreshing.
Yeah. Way too refreshing. So I'm just sitting there, just downing this stuff, putting it in my water bottle. This water's great because it was, and it was hot.
You're blaming it on the water.
We were spending a lot of time outside. Well, I could smell it, man. It was.
Oh, when you pooped, you could smell the fruit?
I could smell cucumber.
Oh.
Yes, exactly. I know exactly, because I couldn't stop drinking it. I was like, man, it's out here in the lobby. It's free. This water's so freaking cold and crisp. Refreshing.
Your poop smelled like cucumber.
Hot.
A hint of cucumber.
And some pineapple, mango, whatever they put in there. It kind of smelled like Minute Maid, It was like, I could definitely smell it. I was like, it's that water. When did you have a crisis in the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Sarah. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bicholas.
Hola.
So, second time caller, long time listener. My first call, if you remember, I was the girl with the tanning bed incident, but I got another one.
All right.
So, about 15 years ago, military active duty, we had a mud run scheduled, a 5K. So So when you do the mud run, of course, you're crawling through mud. I mean, you're covered head to toe in mud, right?
Well, thank God you could be disguising it.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Exactly, right? So and during this run, they have these stands where they're providing water, and this water was like ice cold. So of course, you bought your water. So at the end of the mud run, they have this place set up where you can go spray yourself off. You know, this was April, so it was still kind of chilly, kind of like the weather going on now. So I'm head to toe, covered in mud, and I get to the hoses, and the water is ice freaking cold, and I'm like, no, I am not spraying myself off because it's too cold. I'll go home with 3/4 covered in mud. So I get in my car, and literally 10 minutes from the base, not 2 minutes, I get in the car, my stomach starts rumbling, and I'm like, oh, crap, I'm wrapped in a towel and just my underwear because I'm covered in mud, right? And I'm like, well, do I have time to go to the gas station? Yes, but how embarrassing, and I'm covered in mud and I'm just in my underwear and a towel. I don't think that's going to fly.
Now, that's the look for 7-Eleven.
I'll let you in.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of shady person to call my, I don't really want to go to the gas station half naked in just a towel and underwear.
That's a good point.
So, yeah, right? So I'm almost home. I'm like, okay, I got 5 minutes. I can make it. No, I could not make it. Literally 2 minutes from my house. Yeah, it came out. Thank God I had a towel wrapped around me so I didn't get out of my car seat. But here's the part of the story that's funny. I get in the house, throw everything down. I get in the shower. I'm still covered in mud. You cannot tell which part was the mud and which part was SHIT that I was showering off.
That's a good point.
Well, you know what? In that instance, I'd rather almost not know. I'd almost rather just go like,
that is very true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's what, but all this has got to come off me one way or another.
It might be mud. Just keep telling
but
yourself
it might
that.
not be.
Right.
But that's okay.
Might be mud.
The tough mudder.
Maybe put a sign that says that in our bathroom. It might be mud.
People have asked me to do that before. I'm like, hell no.
What, the mud thing?
You're crawling through it. They get like a barbed wire fence above your head. Then you got to like, I don't know, scale a small wall. It's kind of an obstacle course meets.
Right.
Yeah. All those different
You're just
things.
covered in mud.
You're crawling around. I mean, and when you do run, you're running in mud.
I'd rather, can I just be covered in mud and drink a beer? And watch you get, like, I don't mind that being covered in mud part, but it's like, I don't want to do all this
5K is
other
enough
crap.
just beating pavement. You know, the last thing you need to do is be crawling through a puddle. Like, I'm like, no, this is not how I want to spend my Saturday.
I wonder if people have pooped themselves during the Tough Mudder event and just didn't say anything.
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it twice. And the one time it was a turkey trot, which I thought was funny just based on the name.
That's how it pooped themselves.
I don't think they knew it.
Oh,
because they were continuing to run, and there was just that brown line going down the back of their running shorts.
Were they white running shorts?
No, it was just regular running shorts. But you could
see the line.
They're nylon. They're They're thin. I mean, you get a netting under there. But
they pooped themselves during the turkey trot.
Well, that was the race. That was
right. No, I'm just saying.
Maybe it was just some leftover residue or their butt sweater.
I mean, if you sweat brown.
I don't judge.
I can't remember if that race was. It was Thanksgiving morning.
That'd be a tough one.
Yeah, man. You don't even eat yet.
Well, a lot of people like to go out the night before. And it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Wednesday night's that's the biggest drinking day of the year.
I think it's like the biggest bar night of the year.
I believe so, yeah.
When did you have a crisis in the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Me and my friend drink. We had like pre-weed for the rest of the summer because we were 15. So 2 ounces of weed went a long way.
Yeah,
you go a long way today, man.
Yes, it would. Yeah, you didn't see too many ounces when I was growing up. You saw 8s that were cut with crap.
You always saw 8.
Yeah. And I never saw a really big bag of weed until, I guess, maybe a drug dealer in college.
Yeah, I was going to say, the first time I saw it was a guy dealing the drug. Like, he always dealt to us, but this is the first time we'd actually been to his place. And he opens the door, and it's one of the dude. I remember he opened the door. He had a shotgun. Like, and the thing is, like, we told you we were coming over. Also, you invited us, so we went over there, knock on the door. Probably more for show. Opens with a shotgun, but when we walked into his house, just like you're saying, you'd always seen 8th bags, and he just had stacks of ounces, and we're like, oh my God, it's like going to the Library of Congress.
Can't believe it exists that
Holy
much.
crap, yeah.
Speaking of two teenagers.
I mean, I was probably almost 30 before I saw a pound of weed.
I don't know if I've ever seen
a pound, man.
Yeah, like
how
vacuum
big is that
sealed?
with their hand? Yeah.
I mean, it was vacuum sealed, so it was like holding like a small like pillow.
Damn.
Okay.
It was awesome. Yeah, there was like 3 of them. And I took pictures, but I was like, well, what's
How are
the
you gonna
point?
show 'em to?
Put them
Exactly.
up on Facebook.
I know. I was like, you can't do anything with them.
I don't want to say who, but when we first got to Seattle, we got some weed connects real quick, and there's this one guy who's like, hey, man, I have this full-on grow operation. I don't remember what direction it was from Seattle, but they're kind of out in the cut. And we're like, cool. So he'd supply us with weed. We'd be sitting in the office, man, and like your phone would ding, and he sent a picture, like, hey, man, here's the bud that's coming. And finally, I had to text him, like, please do not share these pictures with me.
Yeah.
I understand that you're excited about it. I appreciate your work, but, man, do not send pictures to me of the weed.
Speaking of bags with weed, 2 teenagers mistakenly left a knapsack containing marijuana and cash at a donation area outside of a New Zealand charity shop, then returned to retrieve the bag in a panic. A volunteer at the store noticed a pungent aroma before opening the knapsack and finding plastic bags of marijuana amounting to about 43 grams, about 1.5 ounces.
All right.
New Zealand, that's about $2,200. Police said in a statement, using marijuana recreationally and selling the drug are illegal in New Zealand. Some medical use is allowed, but that requires a doctor's prescription. A spokesperson wouldn't give more details of the shop's location to protect the staff. The boy and the girl had left the backpack outside the shop as they waited for their car to be serviced at a nearby place. Officers were called after the agitated teens returned to the store. Police found not only the weed, an air pistol, which those under 18 cannot possess without a license, and adult supervision. They also found a police scanner.
Oh.
And more cash in the teen's car. Now, it's not illegal to have a scanner in New Zealand, but distribution or acting on information heard is a crime. So police didn't divulge details about any charges the arrested teens faced or if they had to appear in court. But either way.
Yeah, and they don't mess around with drugs over there.
But also, the failure is this. That's a teen move to go back and get the thing. Like, look, sometimes you have to accept the loss.
I mean, I want to say that's a big thing in airports, right? Because, like, not every drug shipment is like a massive deal.
Yeah.
So people mule stuff or whatever, and I'm pretty sure like some of the luggage that just sits there, like the cops at this point they know. Whoever was supposed to pick it up knows.
Yeah.
And that luggage will just stay there.
They're not gonna
Somebody's
come and pick
smart
it
enough
up.
to be like, don't pick it up.
Trust me, it happened to me last time I was at the airport. I pulled in at SeaTac.
What were you smuggling, dude?
I was
Mexican bologna.
Not me, man. I do this thing where at the airport, which is completely illegal, but I don't care. In the parking garage, I park at the very far end of the parking garage. There's almost kind of like a some kind of water system that's going through there.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's filtration for the refrigeration of the airport or whatever the deal is, but it's up against a wall to the outside. So I smoke a cigarette typically, kind of like leaning over that wall before I go into the airport. I know you're not supposed to do that, but whatever. Behind one of the pillars.
Oh, Christ, that smoking area. I don't even smoke. That smoking area is so far away. Like,
Yeah.
That's why I don't go there.
Behind one of the pillars was an entire duffel bag, and it had like empty joints, the cases.
Right.
All kinds of gummies were in there. All of them. I mean, which to me, like, look, dude, it's gummies. You could probably sneak those into the airport, but they paranoid it out and basically took this entire backpack. Now, there was still weed, all right, in a lot of those things. So me, being me, I just parked here. I went through the tubes, saw all the full joints, stuck those in my car.
Yeah,
Because I'm
absolutely.
parked there. I'm like, I'll just, when I come back, man, they're in my car, I'm good to go. So I got like 4 or 5 joints out of it.
No gummies?
I didn't want to take the gummies because the bags were already open.
That's fair enough.
You know what I mean? It's like, I don't
Ted feels different.
I kind of felt
I mean, I'm team edible, so.
Yeah, well, I know. But I mean, like, the bags were open.
Right, just
It'd be like if
hands being
there was
in
a half a bottle of soda that had a screw top on the top. I'd be like,
I'm not taking a
I'm going
swig.
to drink the rest of this.
Yeah.
Good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Joe. Welcome to the men's room.
Joe. Hello.
Hello.
Hola.
We got you now, Joe. No, we don't.
Back when I was 16, me and it was about 10 of us, we were doing a lot of the Johnny Knoxville style stuff before it came on MTV.
Hey, Joe, you're gonna have to. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe, do us a favor, man. When you get to a better location, call us back or get off your Bluetooth because we can't hear you. Good Good or bad, what is your best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that doesn't go all the at SeaTac Airport when I want to smoke. And look, it doesn't matter so much when I'm going into the airport. I'm like, whatever. But when we land, if I have checked bags and I have to go to baggage claim, because it used to be at the end of the baggage claim, I still do that. And one of two things happens. I go out the door, and there'll be like a security guard there, but I was making a point to light so I can get a couple of drags before they tell me you're in the wrong place. And I always play stupid. I'm like, I always thought it was here. And he's like, bro, no, man. It was like 2 years ago, maybe.
They moved it.
Yeah, we moved it to the place. I didn't know, and a lot of times they're lenient. The last time I went out to smoke, and my wife's like, dude, you know what moved. I said, I don't care. It's been that kind of trip. I'm smoking a cigarette. It's at night, and this is when they're still in like full construction mode. So it just sucked walking through baggage claim. But I go out that door in the end, and I turn the corner. I'm trying to be all subtle. I turned around. There were like 25 construction workers, all just chiefing cigarettes. And I'm like,
just
you know what, man? F that. I don't care. I don't know that I've gone out there to smoke since they moved it, that there hasn't been at least 2 or 3 other people out there smoking.
Yeah.
And most of the time,
Is that airport going to get
it's
finished
airport
ever?
staff.
I haven't been, in an airport in the last 5 years. It's not completely just torn up.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
Houston is completely a disaster right now.
I heard somebody else, I think it was Scott Van Pelt, they were talking about, there's a couple golfers that smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
But it's so, like the chick, what's her name? Charlie Hull? Oh, shocker, I know her. But there's a guy back in the day, but he was always like in the woods. So they were asking SVP, like, is it, like, are you not allowed? And even he was like, I think it's just society now. I don't know. Like I said before, you shouldn't smoke this and that. But at a certain point, like Disney World, my Uncle Phil just looks at me and he goes, this place is massive. They have like one little area. Like I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, well,
like it's like you got it. Like in the airports, it's like if you're outside.
If I'm outside, I
just
care.
you know what I mean. Like I get it. If
Don't
people are
smoke,
coming,
don't smoke in front of the door.
don't smoke in front of the door. Don't smoke right in front of like people walking out. But I mean, if you're a few steps away from each other, I mean, look, go to Dulles. Dulles is one of the biggest airports in the country. You can smoke right next to the door when you get dropped off. They have like a curved out little like H door. That's Virginia.
LAX, same thing, man.
That's why I like Vegas, man. They got that one little gambling box that you can smoke in near the Alaska terminal.
And everyone in there.
But down by the Burger King, people just chiefing it up.
I know, and everybody's like, "Isn't that gross?" And like, maybe I'm the degenerate. I go, "It is," but I kind of want to smoke a cig in there because it looks like everybody like.
It's gross, but it's the only place you can smoke. So like, walk into the gross.
Yeah, typically, you know, you don't want to smell like smoke and sit by somebody on an airplane.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like you're leaving Vegas. You smell like you smoked 20 packs of cigarettes, and you don't even smoke.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. Everybody's just coming home smelling like cigarettes. Every one of those planes smells like a giant cigarette on the way home.
Yeah.
Our question, good or bad, what is the best story from your teen years? 206-803-ROCK.
Three?
Oh, all right.
All right. Why were you thinking more?
I mean, you know what Michael Che says about white women and pit bulls?
What?
We're scary.
Yeah. Well, there's that famous meme of like the blonde, and it's like something like they're nice if you know them or whatever.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's like I'm
Yeah.
still scared of blondes with chunky tattoos.
All right, Andrea, here's your question. What former pro athlete played Matthew McConaughey's father in the 2006 movie Failure to Launch?
Oh, that's Terry Bradshaw.
Okay.
Boom. One and done.
All right, before we let you go, hit you with a 50-50 question. True or false, a sterilized male lion will lose its mane?
True.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I get the feeling that Michael Strahan and Terry Bradshaw don't like each other very much.
Why do you say that? I haven't watched the pregame.
Strahan always just shoots him a look like that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth.
You've heard Terry Bradshaw speak.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all.
Look, I like Terry Bradshaw. He some of those older dudes, it's like
It's like you said, Blue Holtz. You just go, come on, man.
Yeah.
Game is Big W, 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Evan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitches.
Hola. Evan, are you sober or not sober?
Not sober.
All right, Evan, welcome to Big Dummy. Okay, one more year. Are you taking your pet, your car, an ex, or your job?
Car.
What kind of car you got?
The Mercedes.
What year is it?
That was a 2008.
All right, well, it's still
okay.
got some life on it.
All right, Evan.
that?
So it's still got a little life on it. All right.
Yeah, I wish.
That's why he wants one more year.
Okay.
All right. Here's your question. Which Smurf has a heart tattooed on each arm?
Is that Papa Smurf?
Nah, he has a C ring. In this case, the Smurf with the heart tattooed on each arm is Hefty Smurf.
Hefty.
Hefty. All right. Who played the lead male role in the 1968 movie Planet of the Apes?
Planet of the Apes.
Every role he had, he talks like this.
This is the mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
2026 inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame coming up at 4:30 as we'll sit and spin right before emails on our question. When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Eric. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello, bitches.
Hola.
All right, so this is going back about 2 years. My wife and I just got married. We are going to Bora Bora, and in Tahiti, it's much like Hawaii. They eat a lot of raw tuna, so poke, but they have their own derivation of it that is onions and coconut milk and those kind of things. And it was included in our breakfast, so every morning for about 2 weeks, I was eating raw tuna, this concoction that was really, really, really good. And one of the nights we were sleeping, and I'd been also drinking a lot of beers and cocktails. So when I drink, I get gas. And middle of the night, thought that I was needing to just fart, and turns out I ended up pooping the bed on my honeymoon.
Wasn't my honeymoon, but it's still a trip that we'd planned for over a year.
And did it smell like tuna at all?
It was very liquidy. It was not great.
Now, did your wife wake up to you doing this, or did you have to wake her up and say, honey, you got to get out of bed because I just pooped in it?
I kind of jumped out of the bed, and my wife was like, what's wrong? And I said, well, that wasn't a fart that you just heard.
No. And she's still married to you, huh?
She is still married to me 2.5 years later.
How often does that story come up between the two? Like when people say, hey, man, how was your honeymoon? Do you include that story? You just say, man, oh, man, Bora Bora was beautiful.
I do not include that story, but we laugh about it all the time. She's like, yeah, it's like you're already 75 to 80 years old and you already pooped the bed, so we've gotten that one out of the way.
Did you keep eating that poke?
Keep eating that poke. I still eat the poke. I love poke. It's one of my favorite foods.
I don't care if it just shoots out of my butt in the middle of the night.
It's worth it.
I'm going to eat this.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Can you eat raw fish for 2 weeks?
I mean, I guess you could.
Wasn't there that guy? Well, he ate it for like 2 years straight, right?
I mean,
he was eating like salmon nigiri, and then he got like a tapeworm or something.
I mean, to me, that would be your biggest risk is getting a worm, right?
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, I think you survive on it. I mean, dolphins do it. Dolphins eat tuna, right? They eat tuna.
I'll be honest, I don't know what the dolphins are eating.
I think it's tuna. I don't know. Either way, yeah, I think you could do it, but I do feel like you'd have a lot of loose stools.
Yeah, just not part of the American diet. So I'm just like, I wonder, like, can you eat just raw fish every day?
Well, he did, and look what happened to him.
Well, look, man, I had it, 2 days in a row, a couple weeks ago?
And then what happened?
Man, it was not good at work. There were times where I didn't know if I'd make it back in the studio while we were on. I told you guys this.
I'd still just amazed.
Because you were on that tip like, oh, man,
I'm going to lose
this
weight,
place
man.
is really good.
Yeah,
I'm going to keep eating. And you were on that. Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 days in a row.
I don't know, man, but then all of a sudden I was like, this was a bad idea.
That place is
idea.
really good.
It
I don't know. Even when I talk about this place I used to go to all the time, I loved it. I had something there that made me ill, right?
What's going to happen?
Right. But there's no chance the next time I went in, I would order the same thing.
Right.
Well, but I still have to have the miso soup. I need the edamame.
Yeah, all that stuff. That worked out well.
When, I'm not going to give up on it. When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK. Not yet.
Next time, let's get some plain rice.
Yeah, sticky. Hello, Hank. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitch. Hola.
Hola.
Hey, so I had my gallbladder removed back in the fall, and we're season ticket holders for the Chargers, Los Angeles Chargers. So during that time, we're driving down there, and the doctor says, well, you might get some diarrhea. I hadn't had it for like 2 weeks after the surgery. So while en route over there, I see it feeling my stomach bubble. I said, no, not right now. And I'm wearing white shorts because nothing had happened. You know, I wore these shorts before. So I'm in line. Are you guys still there?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so I'm in line for the porta potties. And if you get there late, the porta potties are like almost full. So in line, I'm sweating. And I let one rip. Well, it's not a fart.
Oh, no.
It's a shark, man. No, man. It's just a little bit. So I get into a porta potty. It's halfway full. I kid you not. I must have pooped like 20 pounds. And then I get off, and I'm one of those lookers, and there's like a hot dog, half-eaten hot dog. I said, do I not chew my food? What the heck is it?
Oh, God.
I don't know why that's so disturbing to me. That is horrible, man.
Was this at SoFi?
At SoFi, yeah.
Oh,
so people are like banging on the door. Hurry up, man. Other people got to go piss, man. So I finally get out, and the lady goes in there, and she looks at it. She goes, oh, my God, what is it doing?
You told me to hurry up.
I would have walked away fast. I wouldn't even had time to listen to this.
I think the hot dog would have set it all for me.
Conversed, I walked away fast, grabbed my wife's sweater, and I wrapped it around my white shorts. And I still went to the game. I was not going to miss San Diego Chargers versus Philly, and we won, by the way.
I like it. Okay. And my team won.
Yeah, gotta watch that one, huh?
Man, the half-eaten hot dog really, I can't explain how that made me feel. It's just like, ew, man.
And you're at a stadium.
Yeah. And a half-eaten in my...
That means you're sick. That came out too quick. When did you have a crisis in the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Corey. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hola.
So, got another McDonald's poop story for you guys. Family was traveling back east around D.C. Before the cell phone and GPS age, trying to find a hotel late at night around 10 o'clock. Driving around in circles, and it quickly turned into a emergency. We got to find a bathroom as soon as possible. My dad's got to go. Finally find a McDonald's that's open. He runs in. We're in the car waiting 30, 40 minutes. My mom finally says, hey, you need to go check on your dad. So I run into the McDonald's, going to the bathroom. Hey, Dad, you in here? And all you hear is, I need you to get me some new underwear.
Where are you going to find that at 10 o'clock at night?
Well, no, they're traveling, so the suitcase.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, he's got his underwear in the suitcase, grabbed it for him. He gets washed up, comes out, and we have a quick laugh, and then it's a silent ride to the hotel. And ever since then, we call the situations McDonald's moments, and, he's going to love to hear that I shared it with the world on the radio.
Well, was he, like you said, this is pre-cell phone era, so was he just sitting in there waiting for someone to finally come in and check?
Yeah, exactly.
That wasn't a double-decker McDonald's, was it? Like 2 floors?
No.
Okay.
No.
I thought I might know where you were at.
All right, now look, you said about 30 or 40 minutes went by before your mom finally said, look, go check on this dude. So did he indicate how long he had been waiting for someone to come in?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I was probably 11, 12 years old, so if he did, I don't remember that piece of it. But
yeah, that'd have been my question. Like, Dad, how long were you sitting there waiting for someone?
Do you remember how far you were from the hotel?
Probably 30 minutes.
Okay. Right. Well, at least slide me your wallet, Dad, so I can get some nuggets while I'm waiting.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
God, I remember I'm like 8 years old maybe, but we're at a park with another family. And me and this kid, Eric, we both go into the bathroom, take a dump, and he just says to me, we have the divider between us, and I'm kind of cleaning up, and he just says, oh, Stephen, could you tell my mother I have an emergency? And at first I'm like, oh man, is he all right? But I realized under the partition there, you can see over, his underwear was brown top to bottom. And it just blew my mind because I'm like, we both walked into the bathroom. How did you poop into your underwear? I did not ask him this, but I'm like, I just sat on the toilet and pooped like a normal human being. I had never seen anything like it. So I went out and I told his mother, and I'm like, hey, Ms. Moore, Eric says she has an emergency, and then she's like, "Oh my God!" I said, "I think he pooped his pants," and she immediately calmed down.
Yeah,
like I don't want to write him out, but I can see her starting to freak.
Kids have stomach aches.
Sure.
When you're an adult, you don't have stomach aches anymore because you're using the bathroom with some regularity. You figured out a system and a way to do it. But when you're a kid, you really haven't.
You wait till the last.
You haven't really learned that yet. You know, like
there's a connection between your stomach ache and your anus.
I mean, you could go 2 or 3 days without even realizing that you haven't had a bowel movement.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, when it hits, you're like, "Oh no!" You know, you're at a park or you're playing with your friends or wherever the deal.
That was exactly what his situation was.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803 Rock.
Hello, David. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hola.
All right. I've got 3. I spent 4 years in Kuwait. So there's an alcohol one, there's a sushi one, and then there's a hot Indian food. Which one do you guys want to hear?
And were all of these in Kuwait?
Yes, all of them were in Kuwait.
What was the most entertaining one?
Well, I'd like to think the hot Indian food one was.
All right.
So I've been transportation, and one of the local guys who does all the customs clearing for the company I work for was like, "Hey, do you want to go to lunch with me?" I'm like, "Sure," but I don't want to go. I mean, they have Fridays, they have Burger Kings, whatever downtown, and I'm like, "I want to go where you would go have lunch." And he goes, "Okay, great. It's just right across the street." Well, across the street was an apartment complex, and in the basement was this traditional Indian food. You know, it was like you sat on the floor. There was a little table. You know, there's maybe 10 people in there, and there was somebody just cooking in like a normal kitchen.
No.
And I'm like, wow, this is okay, cool. This is traditional. Here we go. And I told my guy, nobody spoke English. I told the guy I'm with, I said, "Hey, listen, I like spicy food. So whatever, you know, I couldn't read the menu. It was in different language. So I said, just give me some chicken with, you know, a little spice." And he goes, "Okay, good." So the waiter comes, they order, and all of a sudden you hear the waiter go American and then speak in his language. And the guy looks at me and goes, "Well, do you want it American spicy or do you want it Indian spicy?" And I was like, "Well, I like spicy food, so yeah, I don't want the American. Just give me what you would get." Well, it came out, and it was so hot, it burned my nose when I smelt it. Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh, this might not be good." So I took the first bite and instantly couldn't taste anything in my mouth because my whole mouth was on fire. And I'm like, "Oh, this isn't good at all." And he goes, "Oh no, you gotta put the naan bread in there, and then it's not so hot." So I had a whopping 2 bites of this stuff, and I couldn't taste for 3 days. I couldn't taste anything for 3 days. It didn't matter what it was. So we get done with lunch, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm going to go home." Well, I burped, and I honestly thought I was burping fire. And I'm like, this is not settling well. This is not good. I stopped and got some milk, which was the worst thing I think I could have done, because the milk over there is different than milk here. It's not pasteurized. I mean, it's like whole milk.
Right.
So I'm driving home, and I keep burping, and it's just, my throat hurts. I mean, it was awful. And so I get into the parking garage, and at the hotel, you have guys come out and take your car. I open the door, and the guy looks at me like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No, I just don't feel too hot." He goes, "Okay." And I went to go hand him my keys, and I instantly threw up. And I don't know if you've ever thrown up really hot Indian food. It burned everything. My eyes instantly were red. And I get back, so I threw up on the guy. I get into my room, and I proceed to evacuate everything. And it was, I can't tell you how much fire was coming out.
But you made it to the toilet, though.
Well, there was remnants in the underwear by the time I got there.
All right. But you made it, for the most part.
For the most part. And luckily, they over there, they just have a hose next to the toilet so you can clean yourself up. I turned it on, and it's summertime, and the water tank's on the roof. So the water is like super hot water. You just know not to use it. Well, my hole was on fire so bad, I actually turned on the water, burned my butt even more, and then I went and I grabbed a bunch of ice cubes, and I had to sit on ice cubes for probably 2-3 hours before it stopped burning.
Wow. Damn.
It was awful.
Okay.
Yeah, it was awful.
Do you still eat Indian food?
I love it.
Okay.
I just don't ever get it spicy.
Look, man.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's a good call.
The one thing I absolutely believe is if you're talking about something spicy and you're talking to someone who is foreign to you and they say, do you want American spicy? Do that.
Yes.
I mean, I went to the Thai restaurant. Used to be a Pacific place. I can't remember what the name of it was, but I'm like, ooh, I'll do the 4-star, whatever the hell it was. And the waitress was like, I really don't think you want to do that. I'm like, dude, I can handle a little heat. So she just said, hang on. Instead of letting me just order the dish, she brought out like these little peppers that are kind of like floating in vinegar. Yeah. Just smelling it, like he said, man, my eyes started watering up. And I'm like, yeah, I'll go 2-star. And she was still like, I'll give you 1 star, and then if you want it spicy, I'll bring more. She was right, like 1 star. I'm still just guzzling water and doing the whole. And again, like him, you kind of forget that you ate the meal. When I got up the next morning and took a dump, it's like someone was putting out matches on my butt. Yeah. I was just like, it's such a horrible experience. Like, I just want this out of my body now, man.
I do it sometimes, and I'll literally, the next morning, I'll be like, what did I eat that was spicy?
That's your first
like, I don't even remember eating it.
Right. And you got to go back, that's the culprit.
Yeah.
When did you have a crisis of the bowels? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Dimitri. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello. Thank you so much. Hola.
Hola.
I'm still laughing a little bit from the last story I just heard, but I'll try to calm down. Tangentially related based on similar food, but different country. I'm an immigrant. I came to the U.S. as a refugee with my parents as a kid from Ukraine. I speak both Ukrainian and Russian, and I managed to avoid that part of the world for a while until I married my wife, who's from Russia.
Okay.
And her whole family is still there, or was still there at the time. And this story takes place actually right around 10 years ago, almost at the same time in April. And she convinces me to visit her parents and grandparents in Russia. I'm usually very anxious about flying Russian airlines for very obvious reasons. So I'm usually super careful. But this time I lost my vigilance a little bit. I'm sitting there, I'm booking the flight and feeling adventurous. And they give you meal options. And I'm looking through the meal options, kind of start cracking up. I see kosher, and I'm Jewish. And I'm like, oh, I should order kosher. And of course, I'm cracking up a little bit because, I'm a refugee. We came here for political reasons. Russia hated their minorities. I'm like, yeah, maybe shouldn't order kosher. Kind of just
There's a flag right there.
Right. Yeah, yes, I don't order kosher. Keep going through the list again, trying to entertain myself. It says Muslim meal. I'm like, yum. Let me order that, right? Russia has a lot of minorities living there. They're not treated well, but there are a lot of minorities like Tatars, Bashkirs, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, all kinds of minorities. So I'm like, yeah, it might be a good meal. And again, I never usually eat on planes, usually super careful. This time I order it. Get on the plane with my wife, and we're flying, kind of anxious. Get the food, and I look at it. It looks like Indian food, but with beef. So more of a Pakistani kind of meal. I try it. It's curry, bit of beef, spinach. I find it delicious.
Yeah.
And I started shoveling it into my mouth and eating more and more of it. Delicious. And I keep turning to my wife, and I'm like, Alina, try this. It's so good. She's like, I don't want it. I'm like, try it, Alina, please. So she tries a couple of pieces. She's like, yeah, it's pretty good. And she tries less than me, for sure. And it was an 8-hour flight, and I felt good, right? I didn't feel sick or anything. It wasn't super spicy, a little bit mild spicy. Got some tea, washed it down, it was fine. We landed in Moscow. and there is a layover there before we get to our final destination of Perm. Perm is a city in central Russia, middle of nowhere, city of 1 million people that used to be kind of. This will be important later. In the airport, my wife keeps disappearing to the bathroom multiple times. And I'm kind of like, are you okay? She's like, yeah, completely fine. I'm completely fine. And she's kind of hiding it from me. I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yeah. We get through the layover, get on the plane to Perm. I'm sitting there, and we meet another friend there, like an old friend of hers. And she looks at Alina. She's like, Alina looks kind of white. And I'm like, no, she looks okay. Alina kind of passes out on the plane. I'm like, maybe she's sick from the turbulence a little bit or something. But we get to Perm, we get to the final destination, get to my in-laws. She is like running in and out of the bathroom, and at this point I started kind of making fun of it. And I know in my life, whenever I do that, whenever I make fun of someone, I always get punished tenfold. So I know to be a good dude. But this time I didn't listen to myself or my history. I'm like making fun of my wife, kind of laughing with my father-in-law. I'm like, what is wrong with her? She keeps running to the bathroom. And again, she's keeping it pretty discreet. And again, I'm completely fine at this point. The next day, we start going through our restaurant list. I had a list of restaurants I wanted to try in Russia. And here's what happens. Whenever it happened to me, whenever I even start looking at food, I get the most horrible, awful gurgling in my tummy, and I have to run, right? I have to run to the bathroom. If I don't, I'm literally going to poop my pants. That's how it is. I don't even taste food at this point. Whenever I start looking at food, I start running. I can drink water. I can eat bread, the Russian bread. But anything that's remotely close to, actual food that's not bread, I just run immediately. Oh, it was so bad. And we didn't really want to change our plan, so we ended up going to my wife's grandparents. And they live in that apartment. They must have lived there for many, many decades. And at that point, they were in their 80s. And we get there, and I'm like, Nima, look at the delicious pickles we made. I look at the pickles. I'm like, okay, I'll be right back. I run to the bathroom. And the bathroom was the worst thing I've ever seen. It's like this, like World War II. Yeah. World War II type.
At least it was family.
That does help.
Exactly.
But in-laws, man, that's a tough one.
Mm-hmm. Since back on, we got the 2026 inductees for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and we got your emails on the way next in the men's room at KISW.com.
You guys ever hear this one? I was in a lot of pain after I injured my back.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, the DEA has agreed to allow a certain amount of cocaine to flow over the borders to appease bartenders and tech bros. But first, A growing number of people are purchasing venomous Indonesian pit vipers as pets.
Pit vipers? As pets? Aren't they venomous?
They are highly venomous, but the bright blue snakes are the same species as the animated reptile Gary the Snake in Zootopia 2. And much like people buying clownfish after the release of Finding Nemo, there's been a run on Indonesian pit vipers.
That seems like a bad idea, Playboy.
It absolutely is, but movies have that effect on people. When Jaws came out, people stopped going to the beach. When Top Gun came out in 1986, there was a surge in interest in the Navy recruitment.
Yeah, I get it, man. I thought that movie Primate about the pet chimpanzee that got rabies changed my mind about a lot of things.
Were you considering getting yourself a pet chimpanzee?
Not another one, no. 2 chimpanzees is 1 chimpanzee too many, Playboy.
Felix, do you have a pet chimpanzee?
I had a pet chimpanzee, Socrates. Then I thought that movie Primate with the rabbit chimpanzee freaked me out, man. Socrates had to go.
Wait, Felix, the movie Primate came out in January. Are you telling me that you had a pet chimpanzee up until January of this year?
Socrates. And yes, that is what I'm telling you. My point being, I never bought a clownfish or applied for the Navy, but I did say adios to Socrates, my pet chimpanzee.
I had no idea that you had a pet chimpanzee. Felix, how did you never bring this up? How long did you have a pet chimpanzee?
Again, Stone, he has a name. His name is Socrates. And I had Socrates for what I like to call a hot minute.
A hot minute? Okay, a hot minute is not a unit of time measurement, Felix.
What's important is that I am no longer the owner of a chimpanzee.
This is insane. What did you do with Socrates?
You'd have to ask Socrates, man.
I'd have to ask Socrates, the chimpanzee. And how would I do that exactly?
I have no idea, Stone.
Wait, Felix?
What's up, Playboy?
Is there a chimpanzee at my home?
I cannot answer that question with certainty.
Okay. Felix, on your way to work this morning, did you drop off a chimpanzee at my address?
If memory serves, yes, I did do that. But if it makes you feel any better, at least it's Socrates.
Of course the chimpanzee at my house is Socrates. What other chimp would it be? You are unbelievable. Tell you what, I will reach out to the proper authorities and take care of this Socrates business.
1 step ahead of you, man.
What does that mean?
I already reached out to the proper authorities.
Then why did you drop the chimpanzee off at my house?
Because I reached out to the proper authorities to register your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
What?
I registered your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
I heard what you said, Felix. When did you do this?
Well, it took a few weeks to get finalized. You know, paperwork, website design, marketing, and all that. But it became official last night. That's why I dropped Socrates off this morning.
Hey, guys. We're getting a lot of emails and texts from our viewers. Elena in Illinois already booked a flight to drop off her llama.
At my house?
At your new exotic animal sanctuary, yeah. Christopher in Columbus should be there in about an hour with his 2 tigers and his new Guinea singing dog. And Vera in Vegas has already dropped off her 3 caimans and her Indonesian blue white-lipped pit viper. Hey, isn't that the snake you said people were buying because of Zootopia 2?
Yes, I did. And that is our top story. People are buying Indonesian blue white-lipped pit vipers as pets.
And then giving them to my man Stone.
It seems that way. Speaking of which, I need to call my wife about this.
Oh, she knows about it, man. And she is not happy.
Oh, let's go to the break.
Thank you for watching. Please like and share this video. It helps us a lot. And be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and social media pages at Inaction News.
KISW.
You can tell he says this isn't mine because this is sadistic. If Ted beats this one, I will have to think of a very good reward for him the next time I am in Seattle. And that is from Steve the Weatherman. Okay, so this is from an episode of Pinky in the Brain. Keep in mind that as far as
great show.
Ted versus the FCC, today we have anteed up a little bit more cash. Ted, if you actually win this, you will win $20 apiece from both Steve the Thrill Hill and myself for a grand total of 40 American. No, wait.
No.
We have just
Hair Club
added
threw it. Sergeant Hair
another
Club has thrown
$20.
in. And wait a minute. Ryan Castle has... Jesus, Ted.
Ryan Castle.
$80 in cash.
No, I dropped it.
Do you have weekend plans other than painting the grass tomorrow? Anything tonight? Did you get spend $80?
Tonight I'll be down in the Federal Way area filming one of my excellent adventures.
Okay. Ben, could you hand me that tissue real quick? My mucus in my nose is just...
I did. Oh, looks like somebody's already started their adventure.
Do you want to see the screen? Yeah, it's not too bad.
Clear.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm kicking this damn thing then. All right, here we go. From Steve the Weatherman.
What's going on over there?
I'm sick, man. I told you.
There's a video camera, so it's like, look, how sick is Miles? He showed the tissue.
My throat's sore. Okay, here we go.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yes.
There's a Larry Gifford going on over there.
I'm just going to read this and nail it.
Slideshows are dead, huh?
Yeah.
Check back Monday. Internet, much easier now.
Okay, I hear you. Very funny.
Oh, Christ, now he's put something else in there.
Everyone's a comedian. No, actually, I took something out for you.
Oh, all right.
Sheets of sheer synthetic sheepskin are slit into several kicky sack shoe shapes in shapely shoe sizes by 6 sitting sheet slitters. The 6th sitting sheet slitter's sick. His son, Sammy, subbing till the 6th sitting sheet slitter's back, sitting pretty. Again.
You got it.
Yeah.
Sheets of sheer synthetic sheepskin are slit into several kicky sack shoe shapes and shapely shoe sizes by 6 sitting sheet slitters. The 6th sitting sheet slitter's sick, so his son Sammy subbing to the 6th sitting sheet slitter's back sitting pretty. Bam, bitch. One time through, 3 times fast.
Told you we weren't gambling.
$80 on the line, Ted.
Does Ted give me 20 if he blows it?
No, you give him 20. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah. Didn't you find out how I got the sore throat?
Oh, that's right. Raw.
No, they just said 20 said I couldn't do it. All right. There's a lot in here, Steve.
There is.
I guess there's not a lot of weather in Montana as you have time to do stuff like this.
There's not. There's like 8 people there.
Yeah.
When he tells the people in the news studio what the weather is, he doesn't even have to go on TV.
Western Montana. It's going to be hot. Eastern. It's going to snow.
And the weather today, still unpopulated.
See you tomorrow.
Right. Watch out for the bears.
With a small chance of people.
All right. $80 on the line.
80 American dollars.
Still hate this game. Sheets of sheer synthetic... Man, there's a lot of S's. I can barely speak this out slowly. Sheets of sheer synthetic sheepskin are slit into several kicky
I said kicky
sack shoe shapes in shapely shoe sizes by 6 sitting sheet slitters. The 6th.
Return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Sit and spin on the way with the 2026 inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But first time for a few emails from the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
And a couple from our question. When did you have a crisis of the bowels, guys? Ola Gents, not my story, but it's my son's instead. Only I get the joy of sharing. Years back when he was about 10, we were camping. He had to go bad. Comes to me in a panic, asked me where he could go. I showed up an area and was demonstrating how to do the deed in the woods. He insisted he got it and for me to leave. Moments later, I hear him yelled, "Dad, I need new clothes. It's bad." Everything below the waist was covered. Needless to say, he took a bath in a creek, changed clothes, and the dirty stuff just went in the fire pit that night. He's 13 now. Every time we're camping, he prepares a poo spot, ASAP. Take care of yourselves, guys. That from Chris. Afghanistan, 2008. Full diaper on a 6-hour convoy. You don't want to be the guy asking for a pit stop. Back to wearing the Depends. Mm-hmm. Guy's father in the hospital for a couple weeks at the end of his life. I was eating a bunch of food. I didn't eat at home. After he passed, I drove 6 hours back home late at night. Went to work at 7 the next morning. On the way to work, I felt some tummy rumbles. Realized it was going to be a blowout. So I clenched. Unfortunately, I have allergies. About 5 minutes from work, I sneezed and muddied my britches.
Oh,
I lifted my butt, threw my coat down, called my boss to say I needed another day for my dad passing. Then I called my wife, who was working from home, told her what happened. She offered to come meet me to help me clean up. I said, hell no. I'm letting you know I'm coming home and don't want to see you. 22 years of marriage, and I still don't want her to see me crap myself.
That's fair.
Maybe at 80, I'll be okay with that. Yeah, man, if you ever call your boss and you really want to get off work, just say, look, man, I just pooped myself on the way in.
They will always forgive.
You know, maybe I'll be in later this day, but my stomach is a wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're not going to, that's an honest
That is. I was going to say, and I don't ever say that as like a lie, but if you do it, that's like, yeah, I don't care who you are.
Everybody
you're gonna be like,
what
you
I'm
know
saying,
what? Yeah.
don't be so embarrassed that you don't just say the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they'll take as much time as you need. Right. That's always what they'll say, right?
But Joel's back when I was still drinking. I was ready to wind down for the night. S ton of whiskey in my system. Wanted to smoke before I went to bed. Had one last cigarette. Left. Didn't want to. Didn't get paid for another 2 days. So I was fully intending on finishing the son of a bitch. I was most of the way through with the thing when I needed to drop one. My drunk ass thought, screw that. I'm going to finish this smoke first. Bad idea. Had a few drags left and my stomach was screaming at me to go to the bathroom. But again, I'm finishing this cigarette. Then I know it's almost too late. I toss the smoke into the ashtray, literally run into my apartment. Halfway to the bathroom, it's too late. Loaded my pants with everything. Just stood there in a drunken shame for a moment before taking it off, showering, trashing them in the dumpster, and went to bed. Remembered the first thing when I woke up, decided I'd never tell a soul, at least until now. Keep on rocking, bitches.
I mean, isn't that the thing with smoking, though? I think everybody, if you've ever smoked or you dip or anything, you know nicotine does.
Yeah. If you got to poop and then you're going to indulge in nicotine, you're going to poop.
Let's see. Time for a few birthdays brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Pachols, I became an aunt this morning. Can we give my new nephew Bennett a Leroy Jenkins and some dad jokes in honor of his new parents? Thanks, guys. That from Casey.
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins.
Let's see what I got here. Dad jokes. My girl left a note on the fridge that said, "This isn't working. I'm going to my mom's." I opened the fridge. It's fine. Light came on. Whole thing's good.
He's a liar.
I cut myself while repairing the roof on my house. Good news, I had my shingles vaccination. And one more. My wife says she insists on being the one that does our taxes.
Oh, yeah?
She's into it.
Okay.
Yeah. Into it, Joe. Guys, love you guys and your show. Also, today is my son's 15th birthday. We thought it was only appropriate to get a birthday shout out from the guys in the men's room. Happy birthday, David. We love you. Love Mom, Dad, and Daniel. Having an OG fish sandwich and Coach Ted talking about Legos.
Yeah. $2 get a fish sandwich?
All right, Legos. You know, Legos are one of those things you can start playing with as a child, and then honestly, you can play with for the rest of your life. Mm-hmm. There's adults that play Legos. Do you play Legos? You build Legos.
You build Legos.
You build Legos. You're not playing Legos. There's a lot of awesome ones out there. Maybe get some of those new F1 cars. If you're a nerd, get into the Star Trek stuff. You can build a spaceship.
It's true.
Guys, shout out to my wonderful husband, Brian, a.k.a. Honey Bear. Please give him a fish sandwich medley, and Coach Ted telling that silly old bear what he could do to celebrate his 47th trip around the Blue Marble. Thanks, guys. That from Anthony.
Can I get
a fillet of fish sandwich?
So you know I got
I'll have a fish sandwich.
Oh, brother, can I have a fish sandwich? Put the cheese and the tartar on the side.
I want a fish sandwich.
Is it too early for a fish sandwich? Cheese and tartar on the side. Oh, yeah. I smell the fish sandwich. Maybe some dinner relish in the morning. At noon. And at night.
Can I buy you a fish sandwich?
So you don't want a fish sandwich?
All right, 47. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. Not the most exciting number in the world, right? You're 45, then you're 50. You're right in the middle. So what would I do? I'd go out tonight, man. I'd get a nice meal, maybe a nice dinner, dessert, the whole 9 yards. And then this weekend, I'd tell everybody in the house, get out! Goddamn day of peace. Get out.
Not bad advice.
All right. Even if it's just your friends.
Yeah.
Stay out of my house.
Says Ola Golfolas. Please give Toby, pronounce the ball toucher, one of my oldest friends, a happy 55th birthday. We again will have the pleasure of playing at the Miles Montgomery Golf Classic this year as two members of the Foreskins. Thank you for signing my sack last year. Awesome day. Please give him a fort montage and now hitting the window and some thrill shotgun gets. That from the lone THC lone hippie.
Get!
Hold my jaws.
Get!
He can be He can be a grumpy old fart, but we love him very much. We listen to your show every day, which we enjoy. It's Chris's 61st birthday. Could you give him a fish sandwich and words of wisdom from the captain? Thank you guys so much. That from Barb.
A fillet of fish sandwich.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy 61st birthday. Words of wisdom, huh? Well, the old actress Mae West once said you only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough. William Butler Yeats once said, do not wait to strike till the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking. And then Dolly Parton said, find out who you are and do it on purpose. But my personal words of wisdom would be, don't fart with Ms. Butterworth the saying grace at the table. She will stab you, as Tony the Tiger found out. Crunch berries.
All right, guys, here you go.
Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you. BT.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Yes, friends.
We don't get them out
I'm
here
with
at
you.
all. Handful of trips out there out on 90. It's like, oh, there's one. And, you blast one with your car. It just feels great.
It does. It really does.
Boxing training was found to have slashed blood pressure in young adults with early hypertension.
Well, as long as you're training and not getting punched in the head.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, you can
training is different than boxing.
Yeah, hit a body bag and a speed bag all you want. Do jump ropes. Do all this stuff. Just don't get punched in the face.
I think Ted, you put it best when you said, "Yeah, but the punching bag doesn't punch back."
Correct.
Right.
Bag work's great. I mean, trust me. Last time I did bag work, I was puking.
I win every time.
Yeah.
I do like a speed bag though.
Yeah, speed bag's a little tougher, but also there's a lot of boxing gyms too that just run fitness classes where you'll learn to throw a punch.
Sure.
Yeah. But you don't have to spar. You don't have to do any of that crap, and it's a serious workout.
Right.
I believe
it's the exercise, the workout that goes with fighting, which is a incredible cardio workout. It's fantastic.
I mean, think about what those guys do. There's MMA, boxing, right? 3 minutes at a time in boxing. What is it? 5 minutes MMA.
5 minutes MMA.
Right. I mean, not even when you're engaging with your opponent. Just the fact that you're bouncing around the ring for that long. Just try that at home.
Absolutely.
You're not going to do it.
The simplest way is try to jump rope for 3 minutes, stop for a minute,
and then do it again.
Do it again for 3 minutes.
12 times.
Try to do that 12 times.
Right. Man,
Sounds impossible.
I did the P90X. Remember when that was the whole fad? I bought that and I got that. My favorite day was Kenpo. And it was the same thing. It was just a martial art that you just did yourself. You did, just doing punches and doing.
How much weight did you lose doing that?
I didn't lose a damn pound, Miles.
Are you kidding me?
So
I had a buddy who was shredded. He was overweight like me.
So what I did,
he got done and he looked like he was in high school.
So what I did is, now granted, I did this maybe a year out of high school is when I actually did this, but I did a crash diet that took 30 pounds off of me in 30 days.
Jesus.
Right. It was not good for me.
Yeah, there's no way that's healthy, but sure.
It's a great way to shred weight if all you're looking to do is shred pounds. Yeah. You're not going to keep it off, but if you need it to go away now, it's good for it.
Gotcha.
And then after I was done with that, I was like, I'm going to do the P90X, and I did it for 90 days straight, and it was hell. But honestly, I have gotten better results just doing what I'm doing now.
Which is just the walk?
Right. Walking 10,000 steps every day, doing YouTube videos. Juice and Toya, I'll give them a shout. Juice and Toya, they're my favorite group right now.
By the way, just real quick, you're doing 10,000 steps a day, which I do respect. And I see you, doing the circle around here.
Yeah, man.
When are you going for 40,000?
I do 40,000. My wife wants to do 40,000 once a month throughout this entire year.
I'm saying because one of our coworkers, Christy Taylor from the End, she has that. What do you call it?
The little walking pad.
Like a walking pad.
Yeah.
I think. What if we did it for charity? Right? You just do you think in a 4-hour show, if you had that thing in the studio, right, and you're just moving your legs on that, because she does it, you're walking her off and just kind of see her bouncing up and down, and you realize she's walking. Do you think you could do 40,000 steps in a 4-hour show?
I don't think I could do it in 4 hours because it takes me 8 hours, but I could.
So it takes you 8 hours to do 10,000 steps?
No, to do 40,000.
Oh.
To do 40,000 steps. But if I came in here as soon as the morning show was done,
you're just doing it, though, because I would think any other time there's breaks and all that. This, not really a break.
What's 10,000 steps? Is that 3.5 miles, 4 miles?
Something like that. Ted was doing the math here not terribly long ago, and I think 3.5 miles at 10,000 steps. And I'm at 8,800 right now.
Okay. You think
I might be able to do that.
Just think about
40,000
it. I think it's
steps.
It is a lot, but I'm just saying.
We failed the last time we tried, but I drank too damn much.
Yeah, I mean, I try to get 7 miles just walking on Saturdays, and I was telling Mike, my quads were on fire on Sunday.
What if you do it for charity?
For a charity, not a bad idea.
We say, look, man, can you do, and you could, start after the morning show.
Do a little walkathon thing?
Without going anywhere, right? It's a walkathon, but you're here.
Did you walk from Tacoma to Seattle?
Oh, God. I basically walked from Tacoma to...
What would you do? You just walk down Aurora? For the most part?
No, we'd find random streets everywhere. We walked all around Tacoma.
The Burt Gilman goes pretty far south.
Yeah, we did walk around Seattle. We walked around Green Lake. That's not a bad call.
Somebody here says, Mike, get one of those desk pedal devices, right? That would sit under your desk in the studio. You could pedal while on air. Hell yeah. Someone else, hell yeah, I'll donate. Let the kiddos do at school. Some money for every 10,000 steps or whatever.
What have you worked me? This might actually be a thing. Okay.
Look, man, you're the guy that does it. You're the guy that walks, and
sure,
you have your goal. Why the hell not?
I'll walk with you.
You'll walk with me.
I'll do it.
What?
Okay.
Notice I'm not volunteering. I'm volunteering your service.
I've got Hoka's. We'll stop by a mall, do a lap or two.
There you go.
Enjoy the time. Go down to South Center.
Okay.
A couple laps.
You know what? I'll do this. We'll work out the semantics. We'll set this up.
Just keep it in mind.
I'll do 40,000 steps on the air.
There
Let's
you go,
get this
man.
thing done. Okay.
Where are you? Federal
phone it
way.
in.
Federal way.
The people on YouTube, they're behind it, man.
Okay.
They're behind it.
Okay, I'm in. You can still talk because you're walking.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'll just have the pad here. I could probably just. I could be like that. I could be like that annoying guy on the meetings now. That's just he's just doing steps every day while he's on here.
Like I say, if you talk to Christy Taylor, right? When we do In Action News, we do it Wednesdays after the show.
Yeah.
She's always here. You go to her office, and she's talking to you, but she's just walking behind her desk. It's actually really weird to look at. But
All right.
I'm just saying. If
Let me talk to you guys and see what we
inspired
can
by
do.
Mike.
True enough.
Yeah.
You know what? I did inspire
There
to
you
get
go.
that thing.
There you go.
Okay, I'm in.
Maybe we can get her involved. Maybe
do
we'll
it.
see if the end will do it as well.
Yeah.
Like, look, if you're going to do it and he's going to do it, let's make it a thing.
Everybody put the 40K out there.
Yeah, not everybody.
Steve, I'm going to get you to. If I get 40,000 steps, maybe you do it.
40,000
40,000 steps, and then you get in here and you do it one of these days. Think about it. Mull it over.
If you hit 40,000, I will attempt it at a later date.
Okay.
To do the same. All right? I'll make that deal with him. You get 40,000 steps, I will be so mad at you and hate you, but I will do it.
All right. A new bankruptcy survey suggests that most Americans are just 3 months away from financial collapse.
Great.
Hooray!
Bring on the good news.
That's what we needed to know. Yay. 40,000 steps. Financial collapse. Put your thinking caps on, Jess.
Hey, look, more time to exercise if you don't have a job again.
That's a fact.
There you go.
You know what?
That's
Do
all
it
I'm
for
going to do
charity.
when I lose mine. I'm just going to go to the gym every day. Try to get the yah-yahs out.
Put your thinking caps on, Jen. Time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. Unfortunately, I give you guys about a 10% chance of success on this one. If you get close enough, you get close enough. So, this is a noun brought to you by the letter G. Kind of has more of a J sound, but it is of or relating to people who have high social status. Can be used as somewhat old-fashioned synonym of aristocratic. It can also be used to describe something with a quietly appealing or polite quality, as in genteel manners.
By the way, YouTube just says future Thrill is going to hate present Thrill.
Yes,
I
he
know
is.
this. You said-
Grandiocious?
But you said it sounds more like a J.
It sounds more J-ish. And I accidentally already said it.
Grandioses?
Genteel.
Genteel. Yeah.
I don't know that I think of that as like a word to describe rich people. It sounds like an insult. It's a genteel little fella.
Gentile would be more of an insult. Genteel. You got money.
Yeah, this is too really genteel.
Yes,
because he's right. Gentile, ILE, is a different word than genteel.
Somebody called me genteel. I'd be like,
put your dukes up, man.
Don't say what you were going to say.
It's supposed to be like F you.
Oh, Lordy. And
Do you mean genteel?
F you, bitch. Call me rich.
A new study found that the Earth was formed largely from inner solar system material.
What else did they think it freaking was? I thought they knew that.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, the DEA has agreed to allow a certain amount of cocaine to flow over the borders to appease bartenders and tech bros. But first, a growing number of people are purchasing venomous Indonesian pit vipers as pets.
Pit vipers. As pets, aren't they venomous?
They are highly venomous, but the bright blue snakes are the same species as the animated reptile Gary the Snake in Zootopia 2. And much like people buying clownfish after the release of Finding Nemo, there's been a run on Indonesian pit vipers.
That seems like a bad idea, Playboy.
It absolutely is, but movies have that effect on people. When Jaws came out, people stopped going to the beach. When Top Gun came out in 1986, there was a surge in interest in the Navy recruitment.
Yeah, I get it, man. I thought that movie Primate about the pet chimpanzee that got rabies changed my mind about a lot of things.
Were you considering getting yourself a pet chimpanzee?
Not another one, no. 2 chimpanzees is 1 chimpanzee too many, Playboy.
Felix, do you have a pet chimpanzee?
I had a pet chimpanzee, Socrates. Then I thought that movie Primate with the rabbit chimpanzee freaked me out, man. Socrates had to go.
Wait, Felix, the movie Primate came out in January. Are you telling me that you had a pet chimpanzee up until January of this year?
Socrates. And yes, that is what I'm telling you. My point being, I never bought a clownfish or applied for the Navy, but I did say adios to Socrates, my pet chimpanzee.
I had no idea that you had a pet chimpanzee. Felix, how did you never bring this up? How long did you have a pet chimpanzee?
Again, Stone, he has a name. His name is Socrates. And I had Socrates for what I like to call a hot minute.
A hot minute? Okay, a hot minute is not a unit of time measurement, Felix.
What's important is that I am no longer the owner of a chimpanzee.
This is insane. What did you do with Socrates?
You'd have to ask Socrates, man.
I'd have to ask Socrates, the chimpanzee. And how would I do that exactly?
I have no idea, Stone.
Wait, Felix?
What's up, Playboy?
Is there a chimpanzee at my home?
I cannot answer that question with certainty.
Okay. Felix, on your way to work this morning, did you drop off a chimpanzee at my address?
If memory serves, yes, I did do that. But if it makes you feel any better, at least it's Socrates.
Of course the chimpanzee at my house is Socrates. What other chimp would it be? You are unbelievable. Tell you what, I will reach out to the proper authorities and take care of this Socrates business.
One step ahead of you, man.
What does that mean?
I already reached out to the proper authorities.
Then why did you drop the chimpanzee off at my house?
Because I reached out to the proper authorities to register your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
What?
I registered your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
I heard what you said, Felix. When did you do this?
Well, it took a few weeks to get finalized. You know, paperwork, website design, marketing, and all that. But it became official last night. That's why I dropped Socrates off this morning.
Hey guys, we're getting a lot of emails and texts from our viewers. Elena in Illinois already booked a flight to drop off her llama.
At my house?
At your new exotic animal sanctuary, yeah. Christopher in Columbus should be there in about an hour with his 2 tigers and his new Guinea singing dog. And Vera in Vegas has already dropped off her 3 caimans and her Indonesian blue white-lipped pit viper. Hey, isn't that the snake you said people were buying because of Zootopia too?
Yes, I did. And that is our top story. People are buying Indonesian blue white-lipped pit vipers as pets.
And then giving them to my man Stone.
It seems that way. Speaking of which, I need to call my wife about this.
Oh, she knows about it, man. And she is not happy.
Oh, let's go to the break. Hello, everyone. This has been an In Action News broadcast, a comedian dysfunction. Watch all In Action News videos, new and old, on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@inactionnews.
And make sure you like and subscribe, man. And be sure to follow us on all your favorite social media platforms at In Action News.
Now, you can watch the Men's Room live on YouTube. Subscribe at KISW Rock. The Men's Room titillates your ears when you listen on the radio or Odyssey app. Teases your taste buds when enjoying Men's Room IPA. And now, you can watch the Men's Room live on YouTube. It's as close to actually being in the studio as you can get. Thanks to The Incident. Touch and smell unavailable. Find us on YouTube and subscribe at KISW Rock from Seattle's Sensory Annihilation Station. The Men's Room returns with Miles and Thrill.
All right, so coming up at 5:08, we'll drink and toast with the shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check in with Mike Hawk and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. Colleges are finding that small obstacles have contributed to some students, quote unquote, stopping out.
What are these small obstacles?
A handful of just life events. You know, sometimes it's missing a payment on a student loan that has then sidelined them. It's, a family death or something like that has distracted them long enough. You know, now they have to go pick up responsibilities elsewhere that...
Also, the cost of housing is more expensive than the cost of the education. So depending on where you're living and what the rent is. Like, look, you could go to a great school here in Seattle, but you have to pay to live here.
Right.
You know, you could go to Seattle
While not
Pacific
working.
or whatever. It's an expensive school. UW is a great school to get into. You still have to afford to live here.
Right.
I kind of hope my kids don't get into a good school.
Yeah.
Well, you just look at the cost. Like your daughter is what, Georgetown?
Yeah, but they're trying to. She's in a master's program. That's a couple of years. They're trying to squeeze it down, so only have to do 2 years of rent, which is better than 4 years of rent. Which is why a lot of these universities are trying to get their bachelor's programs down to 3 years.
Yeah,
just based on the fact that it's housing that's unattainable, the food, the rent, all those the bills, all that crap.
And that's kind of where the study came from, is that there was too many students that were dropping out, not because they were flunking out, not because they didn't want to do it anymore. It's just they were stopping out. There were things that got in the way, and half of it was cost. They're like, how do we get people to re-enroll?
Your main priority needs to be getting good grades in that situation. You're paying for it.
Yeah.
Right.
So you need to take the time to invest in studying. And a 5-hour part-time job in the evening is what you really need, but you're going nonstop. You know, you're waking up at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're not getting home at 9.
Yeah.
You know, you're making
you got homework
cases,
that you got to do.
$8 an hour, depending on the state you're in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's unattainable.
Yeah,
and it's a ripoff. I mean, they did a 10-year study to figure out why tuition went up every year. 10-year study. Their conclusion was that because they can.
Right.
Because you anticipate the college is going to be remarkably expensive, it doesn't hurt them to keep jacking it up just because you expect them to. But there was no discernible financial reason for them to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yay. A nail polish remover has been recalled due to the detection of chloroform.
How did they discover? Did somebody smell in their fingers and pass out?
That stuff already smells potent enough.
Yeah, right.
I mean, is chloroform part of nail polish remover anyway, and there's too much, or is there just suddenly there's chloroform? You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Right, look, is it an ingredient that's already in nail polish, but they just kind of overdid it, or it shouldn't be?
You
that
could have a
involved?
5-bedroom house. You could walk in. You got a mansion. You got a foyer. You got a huge ass staircase going up. If your daughter is up in the corner bedroom with nail polish remover, you can smell it as soon as you walk in the front door.
That's what I'm saying. That stuff is so powerful.
Right. So I'm wondering if there is just an ingredient in there that makes it nail polish remover that they maybe did just put too much in or spilled a little bit of something else, and I think that it then created
chloroform. Okay.
New research says how a child plays at the age of 2 may predict how active they are at 12. I like that they put the qualifier on there that it might predict.
Well, that means it might not.
Correct.
In other words, we shouldn't have brought it up.
Right. What happens at the age of 2 might affect how they are at age 12.
It also might not.
Right.
So
we don't know. We need $10 million.
There you go. That's how you get your funding.
We will find the answer to this.
It might.
Right. What do you know? If your kid doesn't like to play a whole, fast and loose, maybe they'll be a little bit more sedentary and prefer video games.
There's not a lot of scientists that use the word might.
Yeah.
And you use it on the negative tips, like the Artemis went up, right? Like, look, they might not return.
Right. Might was supposed to be a hypothesis.
But if might was any part of this program, we would not have launched them. It's like, you're right. They might not return. Right. But it's not like, hey, does this thing work? It might. That is not what you say. We've done all the tests. Look, it worked. Look, they might not return. But if you ask us about any part of this rocket system, our answer is yes, it works. Nah, it might.
I feel like 2-year-olds, surely when you see them, are pretty active.
Right.
There's not a lot of lethargic 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
You wish they were, but they are not.
Yeah. Some of them can be a little bit on the slower side.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Physically or mentally? What do you say?
Physically.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them just, they're not running quite as much. I mean, they're having fun, but they're the passive player, whereas the other is the active player, if you know what I mean.
I got you.
In the game of follow the leader, there's a follower. And this one's a follower here. Put your thinking caps on, Jen. It's time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. It is a verb brought to you by the letter E. I give you guys a 20% chance of success on this one. Now, it is about requiring or prohibiting, okay? So to do this to a person is to direct or order them to do something. To do this to an act or a practice is to prohibit it. So in legal context, that prohibition is by way of a judicial order, is what they say. So forget that whole sentence there.
It starts with an E.
Starts with an E. To do this to a person is to direct or order them to do something. And as far as doing this to an act or a practice is to prohibit it. Any guesses at all?
Emancipate?
Emancipate. No.
Man, I got nothing.
I don't either.
The word is enjoining.
And I've never heard that
To
word before.
enjoin.
Okay.
It's like you're about to say enjoy, but then you enjoin it.
So if I enjoin you, I've ordered you to do something.
Correct.
If I don't know, enjoin Ted's performance, I'm now prohibiting it.
The court has enjoined the ban. We were enjoined from speaking on the tour.
Do you think anyone has to raise their hand? You know, when you say something like that, Your Honor, what in the F are you talking about?
What in the hell does that mean?
Nobody knows who won.
Yeah, like if you're on the jury.
Yeah, like I don't know.
What did that mean?
If you're on the jury, if you're doing jury duty, can you ask a question during the trial at all, or does it have to be? Because again, if they said a word like enjoin, when we get together as a jury, like guys, I have my thoughts on this, but I don't know which way the judge is leaning on this. I don't know if he's saying that's good or bad.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Someone did a study to discover that foot placement during squats changes with which muscles do the work.
Well, yeah.
They had a study on that?
That's right.
No kidding.
I need $10 million.
Same thing with bench pressing. If you go wide or you go inside.
Exactly.
One's going to work more of the chest. One's going to work more of the triceps.
That's why they tell you lower the weight and work on your forearm.
Even if you're doing pull downs, it's the exact same thing. If you go out wide, it's going to work your outsides.
Exactly.
If you go inside, jeez, a whiz.
I feel like any video that you watch when they're telling you to do squats, it's like, okay, in line with your knees over here.
My
Okay,
question
make
is
sure that
this.
your knees
You
are
can do all
tracking.
this crap you want. Who funds this stuff?
I don't know.
That's what we need. We need someone to go in there and go, no. I'll tell you this in 2 seconds.
I think a lot of times you get federal funding, right? Because they'll be from a college.
Sure.
So they say, hey, you know, we're doing this study on blah, blah, blah. And the Congress, no offense to them, probably not the brightest people we have on this planet, but they go, you know what? That makes sense. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's fund this to make sure that if our feet are in a different position, it will affect different muscles. Because none of us are smart enough to look at this thing they want to study and say, yes, it does.
You have to apply for that grant money. My question is, who rubber stamped that?
Right. Who said yes?
How specific do you have to be about the grant? That's my question. Because I feel like if that came to me and be like, guys, tell them we're going to save the money, but to answer the question, yes.
That's right.
Right?
Yes,
Next.
it is. Look, we all need replacements or backups from time to time. You know, things come up and things change and things that we didn't expect seem to happen. And, you know, from time to time, people need to step in.
The Men's Room Top 10. The Men's Room Top 10.
So this is a list that comes from BuzzFeed.com, and they put together a list of actors who either got fired, quit, or died while filming and needed to be replaced.
Okay, well, died. That is a reasonable excuse.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, then again, he wasn't replaced. Never mind. I was going to bring up
Heath Ledger?
No, on House. I don't know the man's name, but he played one of the residents out there. He was Kumar from Harold and Kumar.
Yeah,
he played in that show, and I remember there was some
Cal
sort of
Penn.
Cal Penn. Thank you. There was some creative difference that happened on there, or he was a jerk behind set or something like that, and they straight up killed his ass off.
So this is all movies, not television.
These are all movies.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're talking about who's the aunt in like Fresh Prince, or was there a couple people that...
yeah. Well, I can't remember why they replaced her. But yeah, the first season
Aunt
on
Viv.
first, yeah,
Yep.
it was a different Aunt Viv.
I know Chris Farley had voiced most of Shrek.
Hold that thought, Ted.
All right.
Hold that thought. So, bottom of the list, they go with Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He died.
He died while filming the Hunger Games, the last two movies.
Okay.
It was a two-part finale that they did there, and he died right in the middle of there. He was not replaced, but the script had to be rewritten. So there's a handful of spots. He's in both those movies.
So they still have him in a movie.
Right. So luckily, they shot a lot of his parts before he died.
Well, it'd be weird to do it after.
Yeah, right. To where it didn't alter the story and it didn't alter how the thing would play out. But there were some spots that he couldn't get to. So they just kind of reworked some things around there and made it fit.
That's such a weird thing, you know, because like you don't want to be a shallow human being. And
Right.
you're working with this guy, but like, hey, we put a lot of money into this. He died. We need you to rework the script. Like, it's just such a
Exactly.
weird, like, God, okay.
Ted, you mentioned it. There it is. Chris Farley recorded most of the vocals for Shrek before he died. And then Mike Myers took over the role and had the script rewritten.
Think how much money Mike Myers and Eddie Murphy, for that matter, have made as a result of Chris Farley dying.
And would it have been as good with Chris Farley?
So Thrill and I have talked about this a bunch. The things I've read said it was the character was a little more sad, like a little more melancholy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And then, so I don't know how much different it would have been.
I think if he'd have been more sad and melancholy, it just would not do as well with kids.
Gotcha.
That's just
But
my
who
guess.
knows? I mean, it might have made Farley even bigger star.
That's then.
I think that would have happened. Yeah.
That's the second revoicing then that I can think of this thing, because if that's the case, Chris Farley does most of it, dies. They say scrap it, just have Mike Myers do it. Mike Myers did voice all of Shrek, and then I don't remember what inspired it, but all of a sudden he was like, Scottish accent, and he went in there and he recut everything.
Really?
Like overnight, recut everything.
Damn.
Yeah, and then it just worked.
That's wild.
Actors who were
Shrek, I mean, there's definitely sad moments, but it's not.
Sure. But it's not a sad movie.
Correct.
Yeah.
right. I mean, he's not a happy guy, but
No.
he's not.
It's kind of a D,
Not
really.
a bitch.
Yeah.
Well, you understand because he's an ogre.
Exactly.
So it's right there.
Right. I'm a bad guy. I don't want to be this guy.
Yeah, I'm ugly.
Right. Heath Ledger. Everybody remembers this?
Yep.
I thought it was Dark Knight. It was not. He died in the middle of the filming of The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. I remember this. Do you guys remember that movie?
I remember the name of the movie. So wait, he died during that. It did not die during Dark Knight.
Not during Dark Knight. So Dark
Did he
Knight
die
was
before
done
it came
anyway.
out?
Yes.
Okay.
He died before it
That's
came
why.
out.
All right.
But this was his last movie, and I remember that. They made a huge deal. This is Heath Ledger's last movie, The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. And what it was is that when he kind of went into the imaginary world, if you will, that's when he then switched into his replacement actors. And they got Johnny Depp, Jude Law, Colin Farrell. They all played a part and then punched their ticket in there to play his character in this Imaginarium world.
So they kept Heath Ledger's parts in there.
Yes.
But when he went wherever it is he goes, that kind of works out.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember right, the first time that we see Heath Ledger in there is too soon, is basically what you think.
Oh, okay.
He's hanging out. Chris D'Elia.
Chris D'Elia. Why do I know the name?
The comedian? He was fired from Army of the Dead over sexual assault allegations.
Jesus.
Was replaced by Tig Notaro, who filmed all of her scenes alone in front of a green screen since the film was already completed.
That's
He's
fun.
not really popped back up either.
Yeah, it's kind of
Since all
hard
that
to
went
bounce
down.
back from that.
Yeah.
And he still does comedy. He's still out there touring and stuff.
Right. Okay, now I got his face in my head.
Yeah. I am going to screw up this name. Aaliyah?
Yeah, Aaliyah.
Aaliyah. She filmed part of The Matrix Reloaded before she died in a plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
She was replaced by Marvin Gaye's daughter, Nona.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was the plane in Jamaica?
Yeah, somewhere in the
Aaliyah?
Caribbean,
Yeah.
may have been Jamaica.
Damn, man. Actors who were replaced because they got fired, quit, or died. Everybody knows Paul Walker.
Yep.
Died before Fast and Furious. Which Fast and Furious movie did he pass away before?
6.
27.
No.
15.
I bet it was early. I bet it was like 3.
Steve, you're right. It was just before 7. He died just before Fast and
really
Furious
just
7
picking
was
a number.
completed. $50 million was spent to complete the movie using CGI and his younger brother as stand-ins.
Damn. How weird is that for his brother,
That's
man?
exactly what I was thinking, man. It's like,
I mean,
I'm
look, I
already
would do it,
grieving the
too.
loss of my brother. It's like, let me just go star in a movie real fast.
Let me play his role. Yeah.
Let me just be a body double for my brother here. Nicole Kidman had to be replaced. She quit her role in Panic Room after just 2 weeks because of a knee injury.
All right, that's fair.
And then she was replaced by Jodie Foster.
Blew out her knee, huh?
Blew out her knee and had to walk away.
I mean, look, it can happen.
But why are you so shocked that you blew out her knee?
That just seems odd.
She looks like she has tough
Look,
knees.
you never blow out your knee doing something that's cool. You always do it like, getting out of the bathtub or something. I mean, it never happens like
You're right. I don't know. She's like a famous.
You just seem just like, whoa.
Yeah, just for blowing out her knee. Like, I don't know. That just seems. All the other ones are like death.
You're right.
Sexual accusations. It's like,
my knee.
yeah, blew up my knee, eh? Like, I don't know. Like, I just didn't see that one coming.
Crikey, I blew out my knee.
Somebody on YouTube is Terrence Howard on that list.
No.
He was fired from Iron Man.
He was.
I think just because he's a weird, difficult person
I think he
to
was
deal
a
with.
D, yeah.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And they replaced his ass
well,
with
that list
Don
next
Cheadle.
week. People who got fired for being a D.
Right,
Yeah.
and then
Oh,
there was that Tim Allen show. Was it Last Man Standing, where one of the daughters ended up getting replaced, like from one season to the next? I don't remember if there was creative differences or if she just bailed out or what it was. But you could also go back to back to TV shows.
Roseanne.
Roseanne, Family Guy. The character of Meg, Mila Kunis's character, for like
Yeah.
the first 2 seasons, that was Lacey Chabert.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I don't remember. Again, they might have just said, "Lacey, we don't need you anymore." And then they brought in Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis. Yeah.
Oh, South Park. I remember because Isaac Hayes was a big Scientologist.
He
and
was.
I guess kept telling him to stop making fun of Scientology, so they killed him off.
Yep, they killed him. Damn.
Well, he walked off.
R.I.P. Chef.
He did, right. The character got killed, right. He left.
Yes, they actually killed Isaac Hayes.
Richard Harris. I do remember this. You might not know him by name, but he was Dumbledore in the first 2 Harry Potter films.
Did he die?
And he cracked off back in 2002. Yep.
Cracked off.
And he was replaced by Michael Gambon. He was also...
We're sad to report today that he has cracked off.
The only other thing that I've seen him do was Caesar in Gladiator.
Okay.
Yeah, his character died there, too.
He's probably one of those guys that just did theater most of his life. Probably like a stage actor in England.
Probably. And then they leave us with this last and final actor that was replaced because they either got fired, quit, or died. Superman himself, Henry Cavill. Anybody remember the show that he quit?
The Witcher.
The Witcher, over creative differences, and he was replaced by Liam Hemsworth. And the show went...
Oh, did it?
I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, but that's how that...
That seems like a swap out for one good-looking guy for another.
You can't replace a good-looking guy with an ugly dude and call it the same character. I mean,
that's a good point.
You can't replace him like Steve Buscemi. It's just not going to work.
Paul Giamatti.
Problem is that it's Henry Cavill. He sets a high standard.
Paul Giamatti is Superman. I would watch
be
that.
great. Like, if you're going to be a superhero anyway, it doesn't matter what your body looks like. You've got superpowers. You can be a fat ass.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You don't have to be fit.
I mean, you could be way obese and be like, no, what, I'm taking off.
Who would you cast as Superman?
I think it would add a great element to it.
Superman.
Why do you got to be good looking and fit? You could just be
you already have Superman.
You could be any Joe Schmo.
Remember how?
I'm going Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito's my Superman.
He just starts kicking people's ass.
Look, he's still a good guy. Still shoot lasers out of his freaking eyes.
Wasn't that the thing with Spider-Man? Who was the first Spider-Man?
Tobey
Maguire?
Yeah, Tobey Maguire.
He's kind of a scrawny dude or whatever, but he has superpowers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of do that with Spider-Man.
They do.
Oh, is he always kind of a little...
Yeah, he's just like, goofy, little silly. It just happens that
he's not jacked.
Yeah. Not at all.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Batman was always Batman. I feel like...
But he has to be jacked because
But Christian Bale made him swole Batman.
Yeah. He got in shape, for sure. A man in Michigan...
Fat Batman.
Fat man.
Fat man.
Fat man.
Bandit.
Just ripping cigs, eating French fries.
He just tases everybody. I ain't chasing you.
His phone rings. He's like, oh, no. What is this
He's
crap?
driving the Batmobile with a Big Mac.
Yeah.
All low riding.
I'm on my way. He's growing a beard. He's got like a Ford F-150. Camel hat on. Like,
King Ranch edition.
epic. Oh, wait.
Larry the Cable Guy is his favorite performance.
He shows up on Rascal.
Exactly.
You know he's pissed every time he sees the bat signal. Like, damn it, man.
Damn it.
I just got this hot dog.
That's right.
Come on, man.
Just
I didn't put mustard on my dog
I'd
yet.
watch that.
I would too. God damn it, I tried to eat a hot dog and you brought me to a bank.
He's just dipping a fork into a Costco cake and he's
He's
He's eating Vienna sausage straight out of the can with his hands.
living in a double wide on his buddy's property. You know, he's got a potato gun out there.
I am a vigilante.
Super phone rings. I'm not here.
Doing beer bongs.
Busy dude.
Drinking Busch Light.
Alfred's now just his buddy.
That's right.
The neighbor down the hall.
Picking lint out of his navel.
Alfred's got a cut off camo shirt.
Hey, man. They said they need you down in the bank. That Joker got a clown.
Got a girlfriend named Tina.
Please, Commissioner Gordon,
Hold
on the phone again. A man in Michigan took pettiness to the next level, Miles.
What did he do?
Tell about it at 5:50.
Thank you, sir. Headlines are coming up at 5:50. In the meantime, we made it to drinking time.
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink desk and Steve at Thrill Hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed. And today, we toast the Bremerton Police Department of Bremerton, Washington. This story is actually what inspired today's question of the day. But I feel that it's worth revisiting. So officers are called to report of a burglary in a building downtown where a man had forced his way in and barricaded himself inside of a bathroom. Officers heard him yelling, making a lot of noise, leading officers to believe that this might turn into a, quote, tense encounter. Now, officers yelled commands for the man to leave the bathroom. And at first he refused, but after being told several times, he finally came out. Now, according to the Bremerton PD Facebook post, the man was told that he was having, or the man told them he was having a quote, crisis of the bowels. And the reason we're toasting them is for their response, where they said, quote, based on the totality of the circumstances, that assessment was not in dispute. The man was not arrested. He was, in fact, taken to the hospital for treatment.
I want to know what happened in that bathroom.
I really want, I'm telling you.
I don't know if I want to see it. I just want to hear them describe it.
I would like them to post a picture that they would use for evidence. Like, they are so eloquent about how they dance around this, but brother clearly painted that bathroom. And like I said, I don't know what his deal was, but when you have to go to the hospital, because it's that bad. Keep in mind, he broke into a building because he had to poop that bad, and they heard him yelling, so they think he's crazy. Like, he ain't crazy. It was that bad. It's almost like he gave birth. Jeez. So we pour this booze, and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy!
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies.
Down the hola, bichola. All right, let's get a contestant on the line now for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, the DEA has agreed to allow a certain amount of cocaine to flow over the borders to appease bartenders and tech bros. But first, a growing number of people are purchasing venomous Indonesian pit vipers as pets.
Pit vipers. As pets, aren't they venomous?
They are highly venomous, but the bright blue snakes are the same species as the animated reptile Gary the Snake in Zootopia 2. And much like people buying clownfish after the release of Finding Nemo, there's been a run on Indonesian pit vipers.
That seems like a bad idea, Playboy.
It absolutely is, but movies have that effect on people. When Jaws came out, people stopped going to the beach. When Top Gun came out in 1986, there was a surge in interest in the Navy recruitment.
Yeah, I get it, man. I thought that movie Primate about the pet chimpanzee that got rabies changed my mind about a lot of things.
Were you considering getting yourself a pet chimpanzee?
Not another one, no. 2 chimpanzees is 1 chimpanzee too many, Playboy.
Felix, do you have a pet chimpanzee?
I had a pet chimpanzee, Socrates. Then I thought that movie Primate with the rabbit chimpanzee freaked me out, man. Socrates had to go.
Wait, Felix, the movie Primate came out in January. Are you telling me that you had a pet chimpanzee up until January of this year?
Socrates. And yes, that is what I'm telling you. My point being, I never bought a clownfish or applied for the Navy, but I did say adios to Socrates, my pet chimpanzee.
I had no idea that you had a pet chimpanzee. Felix, how did you never bring this up? How long did you have a pet chimpanzee?
Again, Stone, he has a name. His name is Socrates. And I had Socrates for what I like to call a hot minute.
A hot minute? Okay, a hot minute is not a unit of time measurement, Felix.
What's important is that I am no longer the owner of a chimpanzee.
This is insane. What did you do with Socrates?
You'd have to ask Socrates, man.
I'd have to ask Socrates, the chimpanzee. And how would I do that exactly?
I have no idea, Stone.
Wait, Felix?
What's up, Playboy?
Is there a chimpanzee at my home?
I cannot answer that question with certainty.
Okay. Felix, on your way to work this morning, did you drop off a chimpanzee at my address?
If memory serves, yes, I did do that. But if it makes you feel any better, at least it's Socrates.
Of course the chimpanzee at my house is Socrates. What other chimp would it be? You are unbelievable. Tell you what, I will reach out to the proper authorities and take care of this Socrates business.
One step ahead of you, man.
What does that mean?
I already reached out to the proper authorities.
Then why did you drop the chimpanzee off at my house?
Because I reached out to the proper authorities to register your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
What?
I registered your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
I heard what you said, Felix. When did you do this?
Well, it took a few weeks to get finalized. You know, paperwork, website design, marketing, and all that. But it became official last night. That's why I dropped Socrates off this morning.
Hey guys, we're getting a lot of emails and texts from our viewers. Elena in Illinois already booked a flight to drop off her llama.
At my house?
At your new exotic animal sanctuary, yeah. Christopher in Columbus should be there in about an hour with his 2 tigers and his new guinea singing dog. And Vera in Vegas has already dropped off her 3 caimans and her Indonesian blue white-lipped pit viper. Hey, isn't that the snake you said people were buying because of Zootopia too?
Yes. Yes, I did. And that is our top story. People are buying Indonesian blue white-lipped pit vipers as pets.
And then giving them to my man Stone.
It seems that way. Speaking of which, I need to call my wife about this.
Oh, she knows about it, man, and she is not happy.
Oh, let's go to break.
Hello, ladies. Like what you see? You know you do. But you can see even more by subscribing to your YouTube channel and social media pages. Just search @InActionNews. I'm working on an OnlyFans account, but I don't have feet just yet. But stay tuned.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throwhill, could you please tell everyone on Profile This is played?
Oh, sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story, something that happened right here on planet Earth. Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Jackie. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola.
Hola. All right, Jackie, you understand how this here game is played?
I sure do.
Fantastic. You have your choice today of one of 3 categories. Today we offer you Bite Me. In other words, what did someone find in their food? Hit Me with Your Best Shot, where you guess the unconventional object that someone chose to use as a weapon. And finally today, Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem.
Let's go, Bite Me.
Just eat it. Get yourself an egg and beat it.
All right, this one is, it made me laugh out loud this morning. It's not funny. And it could have been Animalize This, but here is the story. An electronic ID microchip found in a meat stew served by a Turkish soup kitchen turned out to be from an unexpected animal. Now, food control investigators at the Agriculture and Forestry Ministry, they identified the chip from a veterinary clinic. DNA analysis of the meat that was served as sautéed beef showed that it was not beef. Now, authorities aren't sure how the animal ended up at a slaughterhouse, but it did. It was labeled beef, and it was served at the Turkish soup kitchen. I can only assume this is not the first time, but the tell was the fact that a man eating the beef stew found an animal microchip in it. So the question is, what kind of animal was the microchip from? Was it a dog, a cat, a horse, or a tortoise? So dog, cat, horse, or tortoise?
It can't be something obvious like a dog or cat, so I think I might go with tortoise, but let's see what that Miles thinks.
Jackie, I'll go horse.
It was in Turkey?
Or it's in the country of Turkey, and it was a Turkish soup kitchen. This guy is eating his sauteed beef. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's a microchip. So they turned it over to basically their equivalent of game and wildlife, whatever. And they're like, yeah, this is a microchip from a veterinary clinic for a specific animal. Because once they read the chip, they're like, this is the animal it's from. This was the animal's name. This was the person that owned it. Why the hell is it in the stew?
Miles, you picked horse?
I did.
All right, I'll be different and just take the obvious and say dog.
Okay. Jackie, what are you thinking?
I think I'm going to go with tortoise.
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 Okay. All right.
Yeah.
What animal is that microchip from? A dog, a cat, a horse, or a tortoise? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
news and thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Category Find Me Out profile. That's a microchip was found in a stew that was from an animal. Not beef, by the way. Served in a soup kitchen in Turkey.
Yeah.
So they turned in the microchip to find out what kind of animal this came from. So did it come from a dog, a cat, a horse, or a tortoise?
And Jackie, that is the question that we asked you. Let us start with the Ted Smith. You went with the obvious, went with the dog.
I'm glad I got this one wrong.
Look, to be fair, I'm just Googled, like, what are animals that are routinely microchipped? All of these fall under that umbrella.
All right.
Including, Jackie, you said the tortoise. It was not a tortoise. And Miles, you went with a horse.
I did.
You are correct. So, all right, this guy finds a microchip. He's like, yo, this is not beef. They turn it over to the authorities. They scan the chip. The chip belonged to a former racehorse. The racehorse's career got cut short because he broke his leg. So the owner of the racehorse made an arrangement with a quote-unquote stud farm for him to stud and live out his days being a stud, all right? So whoever owns this stud farm picks up the horse, and then the only thing the horse owner ever heard is that he didn't make it to the farm. He didn't know what happened to him. He's like, I had no idea. So when they contacted him, he's like, yeah, that was my horse. This is the situation. So they're not sure if the people that run the stud farm intentionally took it to the slaughterhouse or what went on. But he's like, yo, man, I was going to make money studying, was saying. My goal was not to serve it as food.
I got to talk to somebody over there at the Turkish division of Pet Solutions. That's not supposed to happen.
Now for all TV news all the time, and it's time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
All right, we'll start with a couple things from the weekend. Obviously, there was two big stories last weekend. You had the Masters going on, and you had Coachella going on.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start with the good news from the Masters as Rory McIlroy won 2 in a row.
Rory is a rare repeat winner at Augusta.
Why does he get so much hate, Miles?
Maybe Ryder Cup wise. I mean, I actually most golfers I know enjoy watching them play.
Yeah, and I get it. And Rory was one of those guys, if you don't know golf, he was like a kid prodigy, this and that. Then he won a couple majors early in his career. And then he had this long stretch. So to win back-to-back is good. Then I saw some people getting upset as he was like, yeah, I didn't play in the tournaments leading up to it. I would just fly up here, play a couple rounds, or play around and then fly home. But I didn't realize, like, once you get invited to play in the Masters, you could show up when you want and make a tee time.
Once you're a champion, you have a locker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you got your stuff there.
Did you know that course is closed like the rest of the year?
Is it? It's not all year, but it's limited as far as the days.
Correct. Yeah, it sounds like it's mainly just a wintertime course.
Huh.
Well, you're down near Atlanta, so you would think in theory
you want to be out there in the summer.
The summers would be unbearable.
98% humidity, 95 degrees outside.
Now, the other funny thing I saw from Sunday at the Masters was the golfer who hit a bad tee shot. And then basically, as you could hear him, he is going to slam his driver in the ground, Sergio, and then basically break it.
40 yards.
Frustrated Sergio, he hits the ground, and then not only did he take it out on the tee box, but that driver is done for the day.
Then they asked us,
What did they tell you on the fourth hole?
I'm not going to tell you.
Did they give you a warning or something on the fourth? Is that...
Nice question, please.
I mean, he's got a habit of doing this, but like, I mean, he's my age, right? He's got to be like 45.
But he's always played hot.
I know, but that tournament has so many rules and everything, and people that are getting into golf. If you already know golf, you get annoyed with some younger people getting in, and like, don't destroy the tee box.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Not
golf,
the tee box.
Like, nobody will ever not say that golf's not a frustrating sport, but just, I don't know. That one just, I was just like, Sergio, what are you doing? I mean, you can't ban him for life from that course.
No.
But I don't know. There's got to be some kind of sanction. But he has won the tournament before, so he's got a locker. Maybe he can get away with it.
That helped.
I don't know. Miles, you golf. What do you think?
He's just always been a hothead.
Yeah,
like with Rory, well, not to get too deep into golf, but I'll tell you real quick. There was another group called the Live Tour.
Yeah.
Rory did everything he could to try to negotiate with the PGA so he didn't take a bunch of money. And he was loyal to them. And then they crapped on him with all the other guys. But he was loyal to the PGA. Sergio just took the money and ran. Just the fact that he's a past champion, he still plays for Live Golf. He still makes that money.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe because he's good.
I guess. I don't. It just seems crazy. They don't even let you have your phones in there.
Yeah. Well, very rare, too, to lead all 4 days. So Rory was going to lead the first round, second round, third round, and then finished.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about Sergio, more of just like, there's so many rules at the Masters. Then you have a guy who's a professional golfer tearing it up and breaking his own club. And credit to them. They did talk to him. And then he's like, I don't want to talk. It's like, well, you can't be a little baby about it now.
Well, that tells you everything.
Yeah. Let's see. Now, I'll be honest. I never watched any of these shows. They were before my time, but I know you guys did. Sid Croft.
Oh, yeah.
So you would know him, right? From H&R Puffin stuff? HR Puffin stuff?
HR Puffin stuff, yeah.
Jimmy the Magic Flute?
Yeah.
Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost. So he was the puppeteer behind some of these shows. The way, I can't remember, I got up early on Sunday morning for some reason. Well, because thought I was dying. And what was he going to say? And I was watching CBS Sunday Morning.
Okay.
And I think it was that woman. I can't remember if it was her or the way they described it on the local news. They were just like legendary, like puppeteer, behind all these. And they were like, and strange shows in the 60s.
They were all kind of weird. I think he and his brother, they were the guys. What was the name of it? What did they go by, Miles? What the Croft?
Yeah. Sig and Marty.
Right. So I think both of them were heavy into drug use. I would guess like weed and LSD kind of thing, not like cocaine or heroin. And they basically seemed to take the ideas they came up with in those moments, said, dude, let's make puppets.
We're going to go to an imaginary
put it on the air, right? And they air. I mean, even when I was a kid, before I was kind of aware of drugs, I kind of enjoyed those programs. So I'm like, man, all of this is weird.
If you watch the intro to HR Puffin stuff, you could not believe that was a show for kids.
Yeah.
It is like a psychedelic trip. And it's about a minute to a minute and a half intro to
It's a very
show.
long intro, yeah.
But they explain the story of what you're watching, which has nothing to do with the psychedelic crap you're going to watch.
Yeah, and I think there is a thin line sometimes between children's stuff and psychedelic stuff.
Sure.
Like, I don't know too many adults that love kaleidoscopes.
I do.
But at a festival, I mean, I've seen people get stuck.
Yeah.
You get stuck looking at a kaleidoscope for hours. You know what I mean? Same with like a small child. So I feel like like I said,
you look at like even Alice in Wonderland. There's a bunch of stuff out there that's pretty drug heavy.
I just respect that she was like, this is one of the stranger shows. But again,
that's what they did. I mean, they crushed weird stuff. But as a kid, you thought they were great.
Well, hallucinogenics unlock the child inside of you.
I mean, they do.
So you're just going back to that place.
And there was nothing else like it on TV at the time. Right? So if you enjoyed that stuff, like these guys always delivered. Everything else was, very Scooby-Doo, Jetsons, et cetera, et cetera.
But the McDonald Lane characters, they were all taken as rip-offs from those two.
Oh, really?
So when you look at Mayor McCheese, you look at Grimace.
Yeah.
They're all very familiar. They're all very similar. So they basically, that's how McDonald's got their characters. They basically took Sig and Marty's stuff and said, like, okay, let's make our own version of this.
Because it was working.
Yeah, and then by the time I was like a kid, I feel like the Saturday morning cartoons I mostly watched were already established cartoons from like comic strips.
Yeah, and this was live action.
Right, like Garfield and Friends, that kind of stuff. Like I remember the Banana Splits a little bit.
I remember the name. I don't think I watched it.
That was Hanna-Barbera.
Was it? Yeah, I'm not a big Hanna-Barbera fan.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah. Well, I never watched those weird ones.
But he lived to be 96.
Yeah.
So good.
Great age. I mean, also maybe there's something
you
to
can
that.
flip around, still do that. No one talks about 96.
Yeah, I know. Same thing.
Why not? Just your foot's at the other end of the bed. Your head is.
Right.
I always think about John Candy trying the old 96er in The Great Outdoors.
What was a 96er?
It's a 96-ounce steak.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
The old 96 or something. He had to eat it. He had to eat it in a certain amount of time.
Right.
And this is before.
Wasn't it like gristled and all or something?
Right. That's the whole thing. And they're like, the gristle, too. And he's like, oh, I don't know. What was that, Chet? I mean, I would say this is sad news, but this shouldn't be shocking to anybody. Basically, one of the last surviving actors of The Wizard of Oz passed away Saturday. She was 94. She was only 6 years. So basically, there's one lady left, or there's one actor left from The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. That seems reasonable. The movie came out, 39?
Correct.
Yeah.
The only actor left was I gonna say was one of the Munchkins. She's 96. She was a child Munchkin.
I was a Munchkin. God damn it.
Yeah. Which also,
who died first? I think Toto probably went first.
For sure, it's a small dog.
What about the guy, the Tin Man, spray painted with all that crap that killed him?
That eventually killed his ass. I don't know. Maybe Toto outlived the Tin Man.
I just think it's crazy that they're like this is like news. Like almost everybody's dead from that film. It's like
the one that came out in 1939. Yeah.
Right.
The news is there's still someone alive from The Wizard of Oz.
Even if it was a flying monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. And then saying somebody from the film is still alive. It's like, well, none of the real actors. I mean, I don't know. She was a child. She was a Munchkin.
Still, 1939.
Right. Well, it's like when you look at Star Wars and the little, who are the little guys in Star Wars?
Jesus.
You're talking Ewoks?
Ewoks.
Okay, it's Empire Strikes Back, not Star Wars. Star Wars, you say the little guys would be Jawas.
That was Jedi. Well, it's Star Wars in the Star Wars films.
Yes, in the Star Wars films, yeah. That's right, I'm nitpicking.
You only know one of those Ewoks because he got more famous and was in Willow and
Wicked.
What's that?
Wicked.
Right. So you know him more, but I don't know.
Would you believe, so you meet a dwarf at the airport, and he's like, bro, I was one of the Ewoks. Do you believe him? Say his age is even kind of appropriate. The movie came out in 83. Do you believe this guy was one of the Ewoks?
If he has a British accent, yes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I honestly would be like, no offense, I don't care. So I guess I would.
Can we just tell him you're not a Star Wars person?
Yeah, I guess
I don't care.
I guess I would believe him, but I would have no reason not to. Like, I mean, I guess if he was my age, I'd probably be like, that doesn't add up or whatever.
Right.
But like, I don't know. But why not?
I don't care, man.
Could have been a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, I don't know. What are they doing now?
I don't know, except the one guy whose name I cannot remember. What is that guy's name?
The only Warwick Davis is the
Warwick
only,
Davis.
He's
Yeah.
but I'm saying he went on to act in other stuff.
Sure.
I'm just trying to tie it back to these people that were Munchkins. Like she was a 6-year-old kid dressed as a Munchkin. I don't know if that counts as being in the film.
You were in it, but you can't say one of the stars or one of the. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, one of the last remembering cast members. Like, technically, you're correct.
Yes.
He's still getting a residual check.
I'm sure they are. Big weekend out of the Mariners as well. Yeah, who knows? Maybe just the Ichiro statue breaking. That could be.
Maybe that was it.
Yeah, there's a Kickstarter.
Thank you, Tim. We appreciate it. You're listening to The Men's Room.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, the DEA has agreed to allow a certain amount of cocaine to flow over the borders to appease bartenders and tech bros. But first, a growing number of people are purchasing venomous Indonesian pit vipers as pets.
Pit vipers. As pets, aren't they venomous?
They are highly venomous, but the bright blue snakes are the same species as the animated reptile Gary the Snake in Zootopia 2. And much like people buying clownfish after the release of Finding Nemo, there's been a run on Indonesian pit vipers.
That seems like a bad idea, Playboy.
It absolutely is, but movies have that effect on people. When Jaws came out, people stopped going to the beach. When Top Gun came out in 1986, there was a surge in interest in the Navy recruitment.
Yeah, I get it, man. I thought that movie Primate about the pet chimpanzee that got rabies changed my mind about a lot of things.
Were you considering getting yourself a pet chimpanzee?
Not another one, no. 2 chimpanzees is 1 chimpanzee too many, Playboy.
Felix, Do you have a pet chimpanzee?
I had a pet chimpanzee, Socrates. Then I saw that movie Primate with the rabbit chimpanzee. Freaked me out, man. Socrates had to go.
Wait, Felix, the movie Primate came out in January. Are you telling me that you had a pet chimpanzee up until January of this year?
Socrates. And yes, that is what I'm telling you. My point being, I never bought a clownfish or applied for the Navy, but I did say adios to Socrates, my pet chimpanzee.
I had no idea that you had a pet chimpanzee. Felix, how did you never bring this up? How long did you have a pet chimpanzee?
Again, Stone, he has a name. His name is Socrates. And I had Socrates for what I like to call a hot minute.
A hot minute? Okay, a hot minute is not a unit of time measurement, Felix.
What's important is that I am no longer the owner of a chimpanzee.
This is insane. What did you do with Socrates?
You'd have to ask Socrates, man.
I'd have to ask Socrates, the chimpanzee. And how would I do that exactly?
I have no idea, Stone.
Wait, Felix?
What's up, Playboy?
Is there a chimpanzee at my home?
I cannot answer that question with certainty.
Okay. Felix, on your way to work this morning, did you drop off a chimpanzee at my address?
If memory serves, yes, I did do that. But if it makes you feel any better, at least it's Socrates.
Of course the chimpanzee at my house is Socrates. What other chimp would it be? You are unbelievable. Tell you what, I will reach out to the proper authorities and take care of this Socrates business.
One step ahead of you, man.
What does that mean?
I already reached out to the proper authorities.
Then why did you drop the chimpanzee off at my house?
Because I reached out to the proper authorities to register your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
What?
I registered your home address as a certified exotic animal sanctuary.
I heard what you said, Felix. When did you do this?
Well, it took a few weeks to get finalized. You know, paperwork, website design, marketing, and all that. But it became official last night. That's why I dropped Socrates off this morning.
Hey, guys. We're getting a lot of emails and texts from our viewers. Elena in Illinois already booked a flight to drop off her llama.
At my house?
At your new exotic animal sanctuary, yeah. Christopher in Columbus should be there in about an hour with his 2 tigers and his new guinea singing dog. And Vera in Vegas has already dropped off her 3 caimans and her Indonesian blue white-lipped pit viper. Hey, isn't that the snake you said people were buying because of Zootopia too?
Yes, I did. And that is our top story. People are buying Indonesian blue white-lipped pit vipers as pets.
And then giving them to my man Stone.
It seems that way. Speaking of which, I need to call my wife about this.
Oh, she knows about it, man. And she is not happy.
Oh, let's go to the break.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
With the elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, experts are warning the public that white people's days in both the NBA and professional boxing are numbered. But first, a man from Pennsylvania was arrested at Newark Liberty Airport after he tried to smuggle a live turtle through TSA. He wrapped the turtle in a towel and then stuffed it down the front of his pants.
That's an amateur move, man.
More importantly, it's illegal, Felix.
Yeah, but illegal activities are only a problem if you get caught, Playboy. That's why you have to commit if you're going to try to smuggle stuff through an airport.
Or you could not break the law.
Yeah, sure, man. But if you're going to break the law, like trying to smuggle a live animal through an airport, you got to commit, man. You got to hide your contraband in your backside.
You're suggesting that this man should have hidden a live turtle in his rectum?
If he wanted a better chance to get away with it, yeah, man. It ain't easy, but it can be done.
I hate to ask, but have you smuggled a live animal in your rectum?
Me? Nah, man, nah. The worst I've done is smuggle 1.5 pounds of Mexican bologna.
In your rectum?
Yes, Stone, in my rectum. My Uncle Haywood, man, he smuggled all kinds of animals in his backside. He had a pet store that sold exotic animals.
Your Uncle Haywood smuggled live animals. He smuggled live animals in his rectum to supply a pet store.
Yeah, man. Said it was cheaper that way. He traveled to different countries, find animals he wanted at his pet shop, and then hide them in his backside.
This is ridiculous.
His wife used to tell him that all the time, man. But they made good money, so she didn't complain too much. It paid the bills.
I have to ask, what kind of animals did he smuggle?
All kinds, Playboy. Sugar gliders, kinkajous, tarantulas, hooded cobras.
In his rectum.
Yeah, man. Lemurs, squirrels, a hyena.
Whoa. You're telling me that your uncle...
Haywood.
You're telling me that your Uncle Haywood hid an entire hyena. A hyena. A Saharan dog. The Ha-Ha canine in his rectum.
Yeah. It was crazy, man. Said it took him an hour and a half to do it right.
A living hyena.
That is correct.
My sister once hid a Shetland pony in her backside.
What?
My sister Ellen hid a Shetland pony in her backside.
No. I heard you, Bonnie. I'm just taken aback.
So was my father. He was really mad about it.
Why did your sister hide a Shetland pony in her backside?
She always wanted a pony and my dad wouldn't buy her one.
A lot of girls want a pony and don't get a pony.
That's what my father told her every time she asked. But she really wanted a pony. So she stole it from the local petting zoo.
By hiding it in her rectum. How is that even possible?
Well, she never really explained how she did it, but she did it. It was hard to get the pony out, though. That really made my dad mad, too. He had to pull it out by the back hooves until it finally came out.
An entire Shetland pony.
Oh, yeah. But she had to go to the hospital to get one of the horseshoes removed.
You should have seen the hyena, man. Well, my Uncle Haywood got it out. It was not happy, man. Hyenas nasty when they're angry. I don't think it appreciated being inside my uncle's butt.
No, Felix. It did not appreciate being inside of your uncle's butt. This is so absurd. This whole thing is absurd.
Okay, but listen, my uncle never got caught. That guy with the turtle in the fence did.
And my sister didn't get caught until she needed my father's help getting it out.
The man caught with the turtle in his pants at the airport is facing all manner of charges, and the turtle's been handed over to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services.
My uncle would have taken it to his pet shop if he was still alive, man.
How did your uncle pass?
Painfully, man. He tried to smuggle a muskox.
Miles and Thrill. Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go. A couple spikes a lasagna with drugs, then feeds it to their entire family. Meanwhile, a Florida woman said she could speed because of her car, clocked at 123. Michigan man buys a house next to his ex-wife and builds a statue of a giant middle finger. A man rescues a loon caught in a fishing line at risk of a high tide did linger. And a New York woman has a pillow fight with a roommate after lighting her pillow on fire. It's time for headlines.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my cock.
All right, our top story, we go to Michigan, where the pettiness is next level. The owner of a series of strip clubs in Detroit went the extra mile and spent thousands of dollars just to stick it to his ex-wife. After the divorce, he coincidentally was shown the house right next to hers by his agent, and he ended up buying the place. Now, while that's already an interesting choice, he then spent $7,000 to erect a 12-foot-tall bronze statue of a hand flipping the bird in the exact direction of his ex's home.
That's how much I have to spend my dog's ACL. I'd rather have the statue.
He claims that it doesn't have to do with her, saying that he's well over her. But this is actually directed at her new partner, saying this is about him and about him not being a man.
Come on, man. Really?
Why do you have that relationship with him already?
Jesus.
Like, just let it go, bud. It's not worth it.
It's not?
You just spent $7,000 and you bought the house next to the...
Nothing wrong with you.
What do you do? Yeah.
It's the other people.
It's the other guy. Yeah. Okay. Keep telling yourself that. Another news, we go to Florida where apparently the laws are a little wonky. Officers observed a car flying down the road at an impressive 123 miles an hour and initiated a stop. During the interview, they felt the need to administer a breathalyzer test, and good thing they did because the woman driving the car blew a .23, almost 3 times the legal limit.
All right.
What's more is they asked her what her hurry was, and her response was because she was driving a Supra and she thought that she was allowed to speed.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, yeah, a car goes fast. I guess you can drive as fast as you want, huh?
Right, you can, but you're also going to get pulled over.
That's all.
Unfortunately for her, Florida actually recently instituted a new super speeder law, and she now faces hefty fines and jail time in addition to the DUI. Yay.
Jeez.
I mean, I wonder sometimes when you buy, like, I don't know, that's a Supra, but you buy like some crazy sports car, it's like, where do you drive that thing that it's built to do? Because you can't do it on the roads.
Can't do it on, like I said, my neighbor, he has a Corvette, and this thing is, I think he said Kent. Might not be there, whatever. There's some track somewhere where everyone that owns those types of cars, they unload on Sunday.
When I...
oh, yeah, because, I mean, they have the Nationals down there, but obviously most of the year, I think it is
that's it.
Regular people. Yeah.
Yep. When I had the Camaro, I remember I was driving around the college and over Pacific Raceways that's over there.
Yeah.
Apparently, they'll open that up to the public, or at least to some folks, that you can take your nice cars out there and legally,
just open it
rip
up.
out there.
Nice.
Yeah. To New York, where the fights can get a little heated. It's not detailed what it was about, but authorities received a call about a domestic argument that was boiling out of control. The story goes that the man and a woman were arguing inside of the home until the fight turned physical when the woman started throwing things. She allegedly threw several items at the man and eventually pulled out her secret weapon when she grabbed a pillow, lit it on fire, and threatened to burn the house down. Nobody was injured, and the police eventually arrived and arrested the woman on various charges.
Good Lord, man.
Right? We really setting a pillow on fire? Okay. That's how we're going to do that. Crazy story out of Iowa. A couple are facing serious charges after they didn't want somebody to welcome in a new member of the family. One of the two shares custody of her child with members of the targeted family and stands accused of making them a lasagna that was unfit for consumption. When the lasagna was delivered, it was revealed that the dish was laced with oxycodone in an attempt by the couple to cause one of the members of the family to have a miscarriage.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you see the mugshots?
Yeah.
Did you think the person on the right was a woman?
No.
I didn't either. I mean, she looks like Dave Mustaine.
Golly. But just in case those stories left a bad taste in your mouth.
Thankfully, there's good
I read the caption. I'm like, what?
We go to Long Island for the latest animal rescue effort. Authorities got a call about an animal in distress nearby and arrived to find a loon that had managed to get caught in some fishing line. Due to the loon literally being a sitting duck from both rising tide and surrounding predators, they moved in quickly to help. They were able to get a bulk of the fishing line cut so that they could remove the loon from the location and take it to a nearby nature center for further recovery. The rest of the debris was removed, and the bird is expected to return to the wild soon.
Expected to.
Oh, the loon. The loon will be returning soon. Loon. Men's Room Sports, you got hockey on ESPN, basketball on Amazon, and baseball over on MLB. The Mariners, after a fantastic sweep of the Astros over the weekend.
Mariners.
They're down in San Diego taking on the Padres. First pitch is going to be at 6:40 over on Mariners TV. As far as your weather, should be cloudy with some periods of rain tonight. Tomorrow they're expecting a high of 48 and cloudy skies with some possible thunderstorms in the afternoon. That'll be fun. That's it for headlines. With that, Mike Hawk is out.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We'll see you next time for the return of Who Sucks Less. The lovely Jolene is up in just seconds.
Yes, indeed. It is all true. But in the meantime, well, we be all about this bitch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network.
Oh, man!
A Double Flush production.